Park Row Books and Harper Audio present The Other Misses by Mary Kubica. Performed by Piper Goodeve and Jeremy Arthur. Sadie. There's something off about the house. Something that nags at me, makes me feel uneasy, though I don't know what it is that makes me feel this way. On the surface, it's perfectly idyllic, gray with a large covered porch, one that runs the full width of the house. It's boxy and big, a four-square farmhouse with windows aligned in rows, symmetrical in a way I find eye-pleasing. The street itself is charming, sloped and tree-covered, each home as lovely and well-kept as the next. On the surface, there's nothing not to like, but I know better than to take things at face value. It doesn't help that the day, like the house, is gray. If the sun were out, maybe I'd feel differently. That one, I say to Will, pointing at it because it's identical to the one in the picture that was given to Will from the executor of the estate. He'd flown in last week, to Portland, to take care of the official paperwork. Then he'd flown back, so we could drive here together. He hadn't had time to see the house then. Will pauses, bringing the car to rest in the street. He and I lean forward in our seats at exactly the same time, taking it in, as do the boys in the back seat. No one speaks, not at first. Not until Tate blurts out that the house is gigantic, transposing his soft and his hard G's, as 7-year-olds have a tendency to do. And Will laughs, overjoyed that someone besides him can see the advantage of our move to Maine. The house is not gigantic, not really, but in comparison to a 1,200-square-foot condo, it is, especially when it comes with its own yard. Tate has never had his own yard before. Will gently steps on the gas, easing the car into the driveway. Once in park, we climb out, some more quickly than others, though the dogs are the quickest of all, stretching our legs, grateful, if for nothing else, to be done with the long drive. The air outside is different than what I'm used to, infused with the scent of damp earth, salty ocean, and the woodsy terrain. It smells nothing like home. The street is quiet in a way I don't like. An eerie quiet, an unsettling quiet. And at once I'm reminded of the notion that there's safety in numbers, that bad things are less likely to happen among crowds. There's a misconception that rural living is better, safer than urban living, and yet it's simply not true. Not when you take into account the disproportionate number of people living in cities, the inadequate healthcare system in rural parts. I watch Will walk toward the porch steps, the dogs running along beside him, passing him up. He's not reluctant like me. He struts as much as he walks, anxious to get inside and check things out. I feel resentful because of it, because I didn't want to come. At the base of the steps, he hesitates, aware only then that I'm not coming. He turns toward me, standing still next to the car, and asks, "Everything all right?" I don't answer, because I'm not sure if everything is all right. Tate goes dashing after Will, but 14-year-old Otto hovers like me, also reluctant. We've always been so much alike. "Sadie," Will says, modifying his question, asking this time, "Are you coming?" He tells me it's cold out, a fact of which I was unaware because of my focus on other things, like how the trees around the house tower high enough to block the light, and how dangerously slick the steep street must be when it snows. A man stands up at the top of the hill, on his lawn with a rake in hand. He's stopped raking and stands perched, watching me, I think. I raise a hand and wave, the neighborly thing to do. He doesn't wave back. He turns away, goes back to raking. My gaze goes back to Will, who says nothing of the man. Surely he saw him as well as I did. "Come on," Will says instead. He turns and climbs the steps with Tate beside him. Let's go inside, he decides. At the front door, Will reaches into his pocket and pulls out the house keys. He knocks first, but he doesn't wait to be let in. As Will unlocks the door and pushes it open, Otto moves away from me, leaving me behind. I go too, only because I don't want to be left alone outside. Inside, we discover that the house is old, with things like mahogany paneling, heavy drapery, tin ceilings, brown and forest green walls. It smells musty. It's dark, dreary. We crowd together in the entryway and assess the home, a traditional floor plan with the closed-in rooms. The furnishings are formal and unwelcoming. My attention gets lost on the curved legs of the dining room table, on the tarnished candelabra that sits on top of it, on the yellowing chair pads. I hardly see her standing at the top of the stairs. Were it not for the slightest bit of movement caught out of the corner of my eye, I might never have seen her. But there she stands, a morose figure dressed in black. Black jeans, a black shirt, bare feet. Her hair is black, long with bangs that slant sideways across her face. Her eyes are outlined in a thick slash of black eyeliner. Everything black, aside from the white lettering on her shirt, which reads, "I want to die." The septum of her nose is pierced. Her skin, in contrast to everything else, is white, pallid, ghost-like. She's thin. Tate sees her too. At this, he moves from Will to me, hiding behind me, burrowing his face into my backside. It's not like Tate to be scared. It's not like me to be scared. And yet I'm well aware that the hairs on the nape of my neck now stand on end. "Hello," I say, my voice weak. Will now sees her too. His eyes go to her. He says her name. He starts climbing the steps to her, and they creak under his feet, protesting our arrival. "Imogen," he says with arms wide, expecting, I think, that she'll fold herself into them and let him hold her. But she doesn't, because she's 16, and standing before her is a man she hardly knows. I can't fault her for this. And yet the brooding, melancholic girl was not what I'd imagined when we discovered we were given guardianship of a child. Her voice is acidic when she speaks, quiet. She doesn't ever raise her voice. She doesn't need to. The muted tone is much more unsettling than if she screamed. "Stay the fuck away from me," she says coolly. She glowers down over the stair banister. My hands involuntarily move behind me and to Tate's ears. Will stops where he is. He lowers his arms. Will has seen her before, just last week when he came and met with the executor of the estate. It was then that he signed the papers and took physical possession of her, though arrangements had been made for her to stay with a friend, while Will, the boys, and I drove here. The girl asks, her voice angry, "Why'd you have to come?" Will tries to tell her. The answer is easy, for were it not for us, she'd likely have entered the foster care system until she turned 18, unless she was granted emancipation, which seemed unlikely at her age. But an answer is not what she wants. She turns away from him, disappearing into one of the second-story rooms, where we hear her futzing angrily with things. Will makes a move to follow, but I say to him, "Give her time." And he does. This girl is not the same as the little girl Will had shown us in the photograph. A happy-go-lucky, freckled brunette of about 6 years old. This girl is different, much changed. The years have not been kind to her. She comes with the house, just another thing that's been left to us in the will, mixed in with the house and the heirlooms, what assets remain in the bank. She's 16, nearly able to be on her own, a moot point that I tried arguing, for certainly she had a friend or some other acquaintance who could take her in until she turned 18. But Will said no. With Alice dead, we were all that remained, her only family, though she and I were meeting just now for the first time. She needs to be with family, Will told me at the time, days ago only, though it feels like weeks. A family who will love and care for her. She's all alone, Sadie. My maternal instinct had kicked in then, thinking of this orphaned child all alone in the world, with no one but us. I hadn't wanted to come. I'd argued that she should come to us. But there was so much more to consider, and so we came anyway, despite my reservations. I wonder now, and not for the first time this week, what kind of disastrous effect this change will have on our family. It can't possibly be the fresh start Will so auspiciously believes it to be. Sadie. 7 weeks later. The siren woke us at some point in the middle of the night. I heard the scream of it. I saw the dazzling lights that streamed in the bedroom window as Will grabbed his glasses from the bedside table and sat up abruptly in bed, adjusting them on the bridge of his nose. "What's that?" he asked, holding his breath, disoriented and confused, and I told him it was a siren. We sat hushed for a minute, listening as the wail drifted farther away, quieting down, but never going completely silent. We could hear it still, stopped somewhere just down the street from our home. "What do you think happened?" Will asked, and I thought only of the elderly couple on the block, the man who pushed his wife in a wheelchair up and down the street, though he could barely walk. They were both white-haired, wrinkled, his back curved like the hunchback of Notre Dame. He always looked tired to me, like maybe she was the one who should be doing the pushing. It didn't help that our street was steep, a decline to the ocean below. "The Nelsons," Will and I said at the same time, and if there was a lack of empathy in our voices, it's because this is what is expected of older people. They get injured, sick, they die. "What time is it?" I asked Will. But by then he'd returned his glasses to the bedside table and said to me, "I don't know," as he pressed in closely and folded an arm around my waistline, and I felt the subconscious pull of my body from his. We fell back asleep that way, forgetting altogether about the siren that had snatched us from our dreams. In the morning, I shower and get dressed, still tired from a fitful night. The boys are in the kitchen eating breakfast. I hear the commotion downstairs as I step uneasily from the bedroom, a stranger in the home because of Imogen. Because Imogen has a way of making us feel unwelcome, even after all this time. I start to make my way down the hall. Imogen's door is open a crack. She's inside, which strikes me as odd because her door is never open when she's inside. She doesn't know that it's open, that I'm in the hallway watching her. Her back is to me, and she's leaned into a mirror, tracing the lines of black eyeliner above her eyes. I peer through the crevice and into Imogen's room. The walls are dark, tacked with images of artists and bands who look very much like her, with the long black hair and the black eyes, dressed in all black. A black gauzy thing hangs above her bed, a canopy of sorts. The bed is unmade, a dark gray pin-tuck duvet lying on the floor. The blackout curtains are pulled taut, keeping the light out. I think of vampires. Imogen finishes with the eyeliner. She snaps the cap on it, turns too fast, and sees me before I have a chance to retreat. "What the fuck do you want?" she asks, the anger and the vulgarity of her question taking my breath away, though I don't know why. It's not as if it's the first time she's spoken to me this way. You'd think I might be used to it by now. Imogen scuttles so quickly to the door that at first I think she's going to hit me, which she hasn't ever done. But the speed of her movement and the look on her face make me think she might. I involuntarily flinch, moving backward, and instead, she slams the door shut on me. I'm grateful for this, for getting the door slammed in my face, as opposed to getting hit. The door misses my nose by an inch. My heart thumps inside my chest. I stand in the hallway, breathless. I clear my voice, try to recover from the shock of it. I step closer, rap my knuckles on the wood, and say, "I'm leaving for the ferry in a few minutes, if you want a ride," knowing she won't accept my offer. My voice is tumultuous in a way that I despise. Imogen doesn't answer. I turn and follow the scent of breakfast downstairs. Will is by the stove when I come down. He stands, flipping pancakes in an apron, while singing one of those songs from the jaunty CDs Tate likes to listen to, something far too merry for 7:15 in the morning. He stops when he sees me. "You okay?" he asks. "Fine," I say, voice strained. The dogs circle Will's feet, hoping he'll drop something. They're big dogs, and the kitchen is small. There isn't enough room for 4 of us in here, let alone 6. I call to the dogs, and when they come, send them into the backyard to play. Will smiles at me when I return and offers me a plate. I opt only for coffee, telling Otto to hurry up and finish. He sits at the kitchen table, hunched over his pancakes, shoulders slumped forward to make himself appear small. His lack of confidence worries me, though I tell myself that this is normal for 14. Every child goes through this, but I wonder if they do. Imogen stomps through the kitchen. There are tears up the thighs and in the knees of her black jeans. Her boots are black leather combat boots with nearly a 2-inch heel. Even without the boots, she's taller than me. Raven skulls dangle from her ears. Her shirt reads, "Normal people suck." Tate, at the table, tries to sound it out, as he does all of Imogen's graphic t-shirts. He's a good reader, but she doesn't stand still long enough for him to get a look at it. Imogen reaches for a cabinet pull. She yanks open the door, scanning the inside of the cabinet before slamming it shut. "What are you looking for?" Will asks, always eager to please. But Imogen finds it then in the form of a Kit Kat bar, which she tears open and bites into. "I made breakfast," Will says. But Imogen, blue eyes drifting past Otto and Tate at the kitchen table, seeing the third vacant place setting set for her, says only, "Good for you." She turns and leaves the room. We hear her boots stomp across the wooden floors. We hear the front door open and close. And only then, when she's gone, can I breathe. I help myself to coffee, filling a travel mug before making an effort to stretch past Will for my things, the keys and a bag that sit on the countertop just out of reach. He leans in to kiss me before I go. I don't mean to, and yet it's instinctive when I hesitate, when I draw back from his kiss. "You okay?" Will asks again, looking at me curiously, and I blame a bout of nausea for my hesitation. It's not entirely untrue. It's been months now since the affair, and yet his hands are still like sandpaper when he touches me, and as he does, I can't help but wonder where those hands have been before they were on me. "A fresh start," he'd said. One of the many reasons we find ourselves transported to this home in Maine, which belonged to Will's only sister Alice before she died. Alice had suffered for years from fibromyalgia before the symptoms got the best of her, and she decided to end her life. The pain of fibromyalgia is deep. It's diffused throughout the body, and often accompanied by incapacitating exhaustion and fatigue. From what I've heard and seen, the pain is intense, and sometimes stabbing, sometimes throbbing pain, worse in the morning than later in the day, but never going completely away. It's a silent disease because no one can see pain, and yet it's debilitating. There was only one thing Alice could do to counter the pain and fatigue, and that was to head into the home's attic with a rope and step stool. But not before first meeting with a lawyer and preparing a will, leaving her house and everything inside of it to Will, leaving her child to Will. 16-year-old Imogen spends her days doing only God knows what. School, presumably, for part of it at least, because we only get truancy calls on occasion. But how she spends the rest of the day, I don't know. When Will or I ask, she either ignores us, or she has something smart to say, that she's off fighting crime, promoting world peace, saving the fucking whales. Fuck is one of her favorite words. She uses it often. Suicide can leave survivors like Imogen feeling angry and resentful, rejected, abandoned, full of rage. I've tried to be understanding. It's getting hard to do. Growing up, Will and Alice were close, but they grew apart over the years. He was rattled by her death, but he didn't exactly grieve. In truth, I think he felt more guilty than anything. That he did a negligent job of keeping in touch, that he wasn't involved in Imogen's life, and that he never grasped the gravity of Alice's disease. He feels he let them down. At first, when we'd learned of our inheritance, I suggested to Will that we sell the home, bring Imogen to Chicago to live with us. But after what happened in Chicago, not just the affair alone, but all of it, everything, it was our chance to make a new beginning, a fresh start. Or so Will said. We've been here less than 2 months, so that we're still getting the lay of the land, though we found jobs quickly, Will and me. He working as an adjunct professor teaching human ecology 2 days a week over on the mainland. As one of only 2 physicians on the island, they practically paid me to come. I press my lips to Will's mouth this time, my ticket to leave. I'll see you tonight, I say, calling again to Otto to hurry up or we'll be late. I grab my things from the countertop and tell him I'll be in the car waiting. 2 minutes, I say, knowing he'll stretch 2 to 5 or 6, as he always does. I kiss little Tate goodbye before I go. He stands on his chair, wraps his sticky arms around my neck, and screams into an ear. "I love you, Mommy!" And somewhere inside of me, my heart skips a beat, because I know that at least one of them still loves me. My car sits on the driveway beside Will's sedan. Though we have a garage attached to the house, it's overrun with boxes that we have yet to unpack. The car is cold when I arrive, covered in a thin layer of frost that has settled on the windows overnight. I unlock the door with my key fob. The headlights blink. A light turns on inside. I reach for the door handle, but before I can give it a tug, I catch sight of something on the window that stops me. There are lines streaked through the frost on the driver's side. They've started to liquefy in the warmth of the morning sunlight, softening at their edges. But still they're there. I step closer. As I do, I see that the lines are not lines at all, but letters traced into the frost on the window, coming together to form a single word. Die. A hand shoots to my mouth. I don't have to think hard to know who left this message for me to find. Imogen doesn't want us here. She wants us to leave. I've tried to be understanding because of how awful the situation must be for her. Her life has been upended. She lost her mother, and now must share her home with people she doesn't know. But that doesn't justify threatening me. Because Imogen doesn't mince words. She means just what she said. She wants me to die. I make my way back up the porch steps and call through the front door for Will. "What is it?" he asks, making his way from the kitchen. "Did you forget something?" he asks as he cocks his head to the side, taking in my keys, my bag, my coffee. I didn't forget something. "You have to see this," I say, whispering now so the boys don't hear. Will follows me barefoot out the front door, though the concrete is bitterly cold. 3 feet from the car, I point at it, the word inscribed in the frost of the window. "You see it?" I ask, turning my eyes to Will's. He sees it. I can tell as much in his expression, in the way it turns instantly distressed, mirroring mine. "Shit," he says, because he, like me, knows who left that there. He rubs at his forehead, thinking this through. "I'll talk to her," he says, and I ask defensively, What good will that do? We've talked to Imogen many times over the last few weeks. We've discussed the language she uses, especially around Tate, the need for a curfew, more. Though talking at would be a more fitting term than talking to, because it isn't a conversation we have, it's a lecture. She stands while Will or I speak. She listens, maybe. She rarely replies. She takes nothing to heart, and then she leaves. Will's voice is quiet when he speaks. "We don't know for certain that she left this here," he says softly, floating an idea by me, one I'd rather not consider. "Isn't it possible," Will asks, "that someone left that message for Otto?" "You think someone left a death threat on my window for our 14-year-old child?" I ask, in case Will has somehow misconstrued the meaning of that word, die. "It's possible, isn't it?" he asks. And though I know that it is, I tell him, no. I say it with more conviction in my voice than I feel, because I don't want to believe it. "Not again," I insist. "We left all that behind when we moved." But did we? It isn't entirely outside the realm of possibility that someone is being mean to Otto, that someone's bullying him. It's happened before. It can happen again. I say to Will, maybe we should call the police. But Will shakes his head. Not until we know who did this. If it's Imogen, is that really a reason to involve the police? She's just an angry girl, Sadie. She's grieving, lashing out. She'd never do anything to hurt any of us. Wouldn't she? I ask, far less sure than Will. Imogen has become another point of contention in our marriage. She and Will are related by blood. There's a connection there that I don't have. When Will doesn't reply, I go on, arguing. No matter who the intended recipient, Will, it's still a death threat. That's a very serious thing. I know, he says, glancing over his shoulder to be sure Otto isn't on his way out. He speaks quickly, says, "But if we get the police involved, Sadie, it will draw attention to Otto. Unwanted attention. The kids will look at him differently, if they don't already. He won't stand a chance. Let me call the school first, speak to his teacher, the principal, make sure Otto isn't having trouble with anyone. I know you're worried," he says, voice softening as he reaches out, runs a comforting hand along my arm. "I'm worried too," he says. "But can we do that first?" he asks, "before calling the police? And can I at least have a conversation with Imogen before we just assume this was her?" This is Will, always the voice of reason in our marriage. "Fine," I tell him, relenting, admitting that he might be right. I hate to think of Otto as an outcast in a new school, of him being bullied like this. But I also can't stand to consider the animosity Imogen has toward us. We have to get to the bottom of this without making things worse. But if it happens again, if anything like this happens again, I say, pulling my hand from my bag, we go to the police. "Deal," Will agrees, and he kisses me on the forehead. "We'll get this taken care of," he says, "before it has a chance to go too far." "Do you promise?" I ask, wishing Will could snap his fingers and make everything better, just like that. "I promise," he says, as I watch him skip back up the stairs and inside the house, disappearing behind the door. I scribble my hand through the letters. I wipe my hands on the thighs of my pants before letting myself into the cold car. I start the engine and blast the defrost, watching as it takes the last traces of the message away, though it'll stay with me all day. The minutes on the car's dash pass by, 2 and then 3. I stare at the front door, waiting for it to open back up, for Otto to appear this time, slogging to the car with an unreadable expression on his face that gives no indication of what's going on inside his mind. Because that's the only face he makes these days. They say that parents should know these things, what our kids are thinking, but we don't. Not always. We can never really know what anyone else is thinking. And yet, when children make poor choices, parents are the first to be blamed. How didn't they know? Critics often ask. How did they overlook the warning signs? Why weren't they paying attention to what their kids were doing? Which is a favorite of mine, because it implies we weren't. But I was. Before, Otto was quiet and introverted. He liked to draw, cartoons mostly, with a fondness for anime, the hip characters with their wild hair and their larger-than-life eyes. He named them, the images in his sketchpad, and had a dream to one day create his own graphic novel based on the adventures of Asa and Ken. Before, Otto had only a couple of friends, exactly 2. But those that he had called me ma'am. When they came for dinner, they brought their dishes to the kitchen sink. They left their shoes by the front door. Otto's friends were kind. They were polite. Otto did well in school. He wasn't a straight-A student, but average was good enough for him and Will and me. His grades fell in the BC range. He did his homework and turned it in on time. He never slept through class. His teachers liked him, and only ever had one complaint. They'd like to see Otto participate more. I didn't overlook the warning signs, because there were none to overlook. I stare at the house now, waiting for Otto to come. After 4 minutes, my eyes give up on the front door. As they do, something out the car window catches my eye. Mr. Nilsson pushing Mrs. Nilsson in her wheelchair down the street. The slope is steep. It takes great effort to hang on to the rubbery handles of the wheelchair. He walks slowly, more on the heels of his feet, as if they are car brakes, and he's riding the brakes all the way down the street. Not yet 7:20 in the morning, and they're both completely done up. Him in twill slacks and a sweater, her in some sort of knit set, where everything is a light pink. Her hair is curled, tightly woven and set with spray. And I think of him, scrupulously wrapping each lock of hair around a roller and securing the pin. Poppy is her name, I think. His might be Charles or George. Right before our home, Mr. Nilsson makes a diagonal turn, going to the opposite side of the street from ours. As he does, his eyes remain on the rear of my car, where the exhaust comes out in clouds. All at once, the sound of last night's siren returns to me, the waning bellow of it as it passed by our home and disappeared somewhere down the street. A dull pain forms in the pit of my stomach, but I don't know why. Sadie. The drive from the ferry dock to the medical clinic is short, only a handful of blocks. It takes less than 5 minutes from the time I drop Otto off until I pull up to the humble, low-slung blue building that was once a house. From the front, it still resembles a house, though the back opens up far wider than any home ever would, attaching to a low-cost independent living center for senior citizens, with easy access to our medical services. Long ago, someone donated their home for the clinic. Years later, the independent living center was an addition. The state of Maine is home to some 4,000 islands. I didn't know this before we arrived. There's a dearth of doctors on the more rural of them, such as this one. Many of the older physicians are in the process of retiring, leaving vacancies that prove difficult to fill. The isolation of island living isn't for everyone, present company included. There's something unsettling in knowing that when the last ferry leaves for the night, we're quite literally trapped. Even in daylight, the island is rocky around its edges, overcome with tall pines that make it suffocating and small. When winter comes, as it soon will, the harsh weather will shut much of the island down, and the bay around us may freeze, trapping us here. Will and I got our house for free. We got a tax credit for me to work at the clinic. I said no to the idea, but Will said yes, though it wasn't the money we needed. My background is in emergency medicine. I'm not board-certified in general practice, though I have a temporary license while I go through the process of becoming fully licensed in Maine. Inside, the blue building no longer resembles a house. Walls have been put up and knocked down to create a reception desk, exam rooms, a lobby. There's a smell to the building, something heavy and damp. It clings to me even after I leave. Will smells it too. It doesn't help that Emma, the receptionist, is a smoker, consuming about a pack a day of cigarettes. Though she smokes outside, she hangs her coat on the same rack as mine. The smell roves from coat to coat. Will looks curiously at me some nights after I've come home. He asks, "Have you been smoking?" I might as well be for the smell of nicotine and tobacco that follows me home. Of course not, I've told him. You know I don't smoke. And then I tell him about Emma. Leave your coat out. I'll wash it. Will has told me countless times. I do, and he washes it. But it makes no difference, because the next day it happens all over again. Today I step into the clinic to find Joyce, the head nurse, and Emma waiting for me. "You're late," Joyce says. But if I am, I'm only a minute late. Joyce must be 65 years old, close to retirement, and a bit of a shrew. She's been here far longer than either Emma or me, which makes her top dog at the clinic, in her mind at least. "Didn't they teach you punctuality where you came from?" she asks. I've found that the minds of the people are as small as the island itself. I step past her and start my day. Hours later, I'm with a patient when I see Will's face surface on my cell phone, 5 feet away. It's silenced. I can't hear the phone's ring, though Will's name appears above the picture of him. The attractive, chiseled face, the bright hazel eyes. He's handsome, in a take-your-breath-away way. And I think that it's the eyes. Or maybe the fact that at 40, he could still pass for 25. Will wears his dark hair long, swept back into a low bun that's growing in popularity these days, giving off an intellectual hipster vibe that his students seem to like. I ignore the image of Will on my phone and attend to my patient, a 43-year-old woman presenting with a fever, chest pain, a cough, undoubtedly bronchitis. But still, I press my stethoscope to her lungs for a listen. I practiced emergency medicine for years before coming here. There, at a state-of-the-art teaching hospital in the heart of Chicago, I went into each shift without any idea of what I might see. Every patient coming in distress. The victims of multiple vehicle collisions, women hemorrhaging excessively following a home birth, 300-pound men in the midst of a psychotic break. It was tense and dramatic. There, in a constant state of high alert, I felt alive. Here, it is different. Here, every day I know what I will see. The same rotation of bronchitis, diarrhea, and warts. When I finally get the chance to call Will back, there's a hitch in his voice. "Sadie," he says, and from the way that he says it, I know that something is wrong. He stops there, my mind engineering scenarios to make up for that which he doesn't say. It settles on Otto, and the way I left him at the ferry terminal this morning. I got him there just in time, a minute or two before the ferry would leave. I said goodbye, my car idling 100 feet from the waiting boat, watching as Otto moped off for another day of school. It was then that my eyes caught sight of Imogen, standing at the edge of the pier with her friends. Imogen is a beautiful girl. There's no rebutting that. Her skin is naturally fair. She doesn't need to cover it in talcum powder, as her friends must do, to make herself look white. The piercing through her nose has taken some getting used to. Her eyes, in contrast to the skin, are an icy blue, her former brunette showing through the unkempt eyebrows. Imogen eschews the dark, bold lipstick the other girls like her wear, but instead wears a tasteful rosy beige. It's actually quite lovely. Otto has never lived in such close proximity to a girl before. His curiosity has gotten the better of him. The two of them don't talk much, no more than Imogen and I speak. She won't ride with us to the ferry dock. She doesn't speak to him at school. As far as I know, she doesn't acknowledge him on the commute there. Their interactions are brief. Otto at the kitchen table, working on math homework last night, for example, and Imogen passing through, seeing his binder, noting the teacher's name on the front of it, commenting, "Mr. Jansen is a fucking douche." Otto had just stared back, wide-eyed in reply. The word fuck is not yet in his repertoire, but I imagine it's only a matter of time. This morning, Imogen and her friends were standing at the edge of the pier, smoking cigarettes. The smoke encircled their heads, loitering, white in the frosty air. I watched as Imogen brought a cigarette to her mouth, inhaled deeply with the expertise of someone who'd done this before, who knew what she was doing. She held it in, and then exhaled slowly. And, as she did, I was certain her eyes came to me. Did she see me sitting there in my car, watching her? Or was she just staring vacantly into space? I'd been so busy watching Imogen that, now that I think back on it, I never saw Otto board the ferry. I only assumed he would. "It's Otto," I say aloud now, at the same time that Will says, "It wasn't the Nilsons." And at first, I don't know what he means by that. What does Otto have to do with the elderly couple who lives down the street? "What about the Nilsons?" I ask. But my mind has trouble going there, because, at the sudden realization that I didn't see Otto board the ferry, all I can think about is Otto in the single seat across from the principal's office, with handcuffs on his wrists, a police officer standing 3 feet away, watching him. On the corner of the principal's desk, an evidence bag, though what was inside I couldn't yet see. "Mr. and Mrs. Faust," the principal had said to us that day, and for the first time in my life I attempted some clout. "Doctor," I said to him, face deadpan, as Will and I stood behind Otto, Will dropping a hand to Otto's shoulder to let him know that whatever he'd done, we were there for him. I wasn't sure if it was my imagination, but I was quite certain I saw the police officer smirk. "The siren last night," Will explains now over the phone, bringing me back to the present. That was before, I remind myself, and this is now. What happened to Otto in Chicago is in the past, over and done with. It wasn't the Nilsons after all. The Nilsons are perfectly fine. It was Morgan. "Morgan Baines?" I ask, though I'm not sure why. There isn't another Morgan on our block, as far as I know. Morgan Baines is a neighbor, one I've never spoken to, but Will has. She and her family live just up the street from us in a 4-square farmhouse, not unlike our own. Morgan, her husband, and their little girl. Because they live at the top of the hill, Will and I often speculated that their views of the sea were splendid. 360 degrees of our little island, and the ocean that walls us in. And then one day, Will slipped and told me they were. The views. Splendid. I tried not to feel insecure. I told myself that Will wouldn't have admitted to being inside her home if there was something going on between them. But Will has a past with women. He has a history. A year ago, I would have said Will would never cheat on me. But I couldn't put anything past him now. "Yes, Sadie," Will says. "Morgan Baines." And only then do I make out her face, though I've not seen her up close before. Only from a distance. Long hair, the color of milk chocolate, and bangs, the type that hang too long, that spend their time wedged behind an ear. "What happened?" I ask as I find a place to sit, and, "Is everything all right?" I wonder if Morgan is diabetic, if she's asthmatic, if she has an autoimmune condition that would trigger a middle-of-the-night visit to the emergency room. There are only 2 physicians here, myself and my colleague, Dr. Sanders. Last night she was on call, not me. There are no EMTs on the island, only police officers who know how to drive an ambulance and are minimally trained in life-saving measures. There are no hospitals as well, and so a rescue boat would have been called in from the mainland to meet the ambulance down by the dock, to cart Morgan away for treatment, while another waited on shore for the third leg of her commute. I think of the amount of time that would have taken in some. What I've heard is that the system works like a well-oiled machine, and yet it's nearly 3 miles to the mainland. Those rescue boats can only go so fast, and are dependent on the cooperation of the sea. But this is catastrophic thinking only, my mind ruminating on worst-case scenarios. Is she all right, Will? I ask again, because in all this time, Will has said nothing. No, Sadie, he says, as if I should somehow know that everything is not all right. There's a pointedness about his reply, a brevity, and then he says no more. Well, what happened? I urge, and he takes a deep breath and tells me. She's dead, he says. And if my response is apathetic, it's only because death and dying are a part of my everyday routine. I've seen every unspeakable thing there is to see, and I didn't know Morgan Baines at all. We'd had no interaction aside from a one-time wave out my window as I drove slowly by her home and she stood there, thrusting the bangs behind an ear, before returning the gesture. I'd thought about it long after, overanalyzing as I have a tendency to do. I wondered about that look on her face, if it was meant for me, or if she was scowling at something else. Dead? I ask now. Dead how? And as Will begins to cry on the other end of the line, he says, She was murdered, they say. They? Who's they? I ask. The people, Sadie, he says. Everyone. It's all anyone's talking about in town. And as I open the door to the exam room and step into the hall, I find that it's true. That patients in the waiting room are in the thick of a conversation about the murder, and they look at me with tears in their eyes and ask if I heard the news. A murder! On our island! Someone gasps. A hush falls over the room, and as the door opens and a man steps in, an older woman screams. It's a patient only, and yet with news like this, it's hard not to think the worst of everyone. It's hard not to give in to fear. Camille. I'm not going to tell you everything, just the things I think you should know. I met him on the street, the corner of some city street where it crosses beneath the L tracks. It was gritty, grungy there. The buildings, the tracks didn't let the light in. Parked cars, steel girders, orange construction cones filled the road. The people? They were ordinary Chicago people. Just your everyday eclectic mix of hipsters and steampunk, hobos, trixies, the social elite. I was walking. I didn't know where I was going. All around, the city buzzed. Air conditioning units dripped from up above. A bum begged for cash. A street preacher stood on the curb, foaming at the mouth, telling us we're all hellbound. I passed a guy on the street. I was going the other way. I didn't know who he was, but I knew his type. The kind of rich, former prep school kid who never fraternized with the trashy public school kids like me. Now he was all grown up, working in the financial district, shopping at Whole Foods. He's what you'd call a Chad, though his name was probably something else like Luke, Miles, Brad, something smug, uptight, overused, mundane. He gave me a nod and a smile, one that said women easily fell for his charms. But not me. I turned away, kept walking, didn't give him the satisfaction of smiling back. I felt his eyes follow me from behind. I spied my reflection in a storefront window, my hair long, straight, with bangs, rust-colored, stretching halfway down my back, over the shoulders of an Arctic blue tee that matched my eyes. I saw what that Chad was looking at. I ran a hand through my hair. I didn't look half bad. Overhead, the L thundered past. It was loud, but not loud enough to tune out the street preacher. Adulterers, whores, blasphemers, gluttons. We were all doomed. The day was hot. Not just summer, but the dog days of it. 80 or 90 degrees out. Everything smelled rancid, like sewage. The smell of garbage gagged me as I passed an alley. The hot air trapped the smell, so there was no escaping it, just as there was no escaping the heat. I was looking up, watching the L, getting my bearings. I wondered what time it was. I knew every clock in the city. The Peacock Clock, Father Time, Marshall Fields, 4 clocks on the Wrigley Building so that it didn't matter which way you came at it from, you could still see a clock. But there were no clocks there, on the corner where I was at. I didn't see the stoplight before me go red. I didn't see the cab come hustling past, racing another cab to snatch up a fare down the street. I stepped right into the street with both feet. I felt him first. I felt the grip of his hand tighten on my wrist like a pipe wrench so that I couldn't move. In an instant, I fell in love with that hand. Warm, capable, decisive, protective. His fingers were thick, his hands big with clean, short nails. There was a tiny tattoo, a glyph on the skin between his fingers and thumb. Something small and pointy, like a mountain peak. For a minute, that was all I saw, that inky mountain peak. His grip was powerful and swift. In one stroke, he stopped me. A second later, the cab raced past, not 6 inches from my feet. I felt the rush of it on my face. The wind off the car pushed me away and then sucked me back in as it passed. I saw a flash of colors only. I felt the breeze. I didn't see the cab shoot past, not until it was speeding off down the street. Only then did I know how close I came to being roadkill. Overhead, the L screeched to a stop on the tracks. I looked down. There was his hand. My eyes went up his wrist, his arm. They went to his eyes. His eyes were wide, his eyebrows pulled together in concern. He was worried about me. No one ever worried about me. The light turned green, but we didn't move. We didn't speak. All around, people stepped past us while we stood in the way, blocking them. A minute went by. 2. Still, he didn't let go of my wrist. His hand was warm, tacky. It was humid outside. So hot it was hard to breathe. There was no fresh air. My thighs were moist with sweat. They stuck to my jeans, made the Arctic blue tea cling to me. When we finally spoke, we spoke at the same time. That was close. We laughed together, released a synchronous sigh. I could feel my heart pound inside of me. It had nothing to do with the cab. I bought him coffee. It sounds so unimaginative after the fact, doesn't it? So cliché. But that was all I could come up with in a pinch. "Let me buy you a coffee," I said. "Repay you for saving my life?" I fluttered my eyelashes at him, put a hand on his chest, gave him a smile. Only then did I see that he already had a coffee. There in his other hand sat some iced frou-frou drink. Our eyes went to it at the same time. We sniggered. He lobbed it into a trash can, said, "Pretend you didn't just see that." "A coffee would be nice," he said. When he smiled with his eyes. He told me his name was Will. There was a stutter when he said it, so that it came out Will. He was nervous, shy around girls, shy around me. I liked that about him. I took his hand into mine, said, "It's nice to meet you, Will." We sat in a booth, side by side. We drank our coffees. We talked. We laughed. That night there was a party. One of those rooftop venues with a city view. An engagement party for Sadie's friends, Jack and Emily. She was the one who was invited, not me. I don't think Emily liked me much, but I planned to go anyway, just the same as Cinderella went to the royal ball. I had a dress picked out, one I took from Sadie's closet. It fit me to a T, though she was bigger than me. Sadie with her broad shoulders and her thick hips. She had no business wearing that dress. I was doing her a favor. I had a bad habit of shopping in Sadie's closet. Once, when I was there, all alone, or so I thought, I heard the jiggle of keys in the front door lock. I slipped out of the room, into the living room, arriving only a second before she did. There stood my darling roommate, hands on her hips, looking quizzically at me. "You look like you've been up to no good," she said. I didn't say one way or the other whether I'd been being good. It wasn't often that I was good. Sadie was the rule follower, not me. That dress wasn't the only thing I took from her. I also used her credit card to buy new shoes, metallic wedge sandals with a crisscross strap. I said to Will that day in the coffee shop about the engagement party, "We don't even know each other, but I'd be an idiot not to ask. Come with me?" "I'd be honored," he said, making eyes at me in the cafe booth. He sat close, his elbow brushing against mine. He'd come to the party. I gave him the address, told him I'd meet him inside. We parted ways beneath the L tracks. I watched him walk away until he got swallowed up in pedestrian traffic. Even then, I still watched. I couldn't wait to see him that night. But as luck would have it, I didn't make it to the party after all. Fate had other plans that night. But Sadie was there. Sadie, who had been invited to Jack and Emily's engagement party. She was out of this world. He went right up to her, fawned all over her. Forgot about me. I'd made it easy on her, inviting him to that party. I always made things easy for Sadie. If it wasn't for me, they never would have met. He was mine before he was hers. She forgets that all the time. Sadie. There isn't much to our street, just like any of the other inland streets that lie braided throughout the island. There's nothing more than a handful of shingled cottages and farmhouses, bisected by patches of trees. The island itself is home to less than 1,000. We live on the more populous part, in walking distance of the ferry, where there's a partial view of the mainland from our steeply sloped street, the size of it shrunken by distance. And yet the sight of it brings comfort to me. There's a world out there that I can see, even if I'm no longer a part of it. I drive slowly up the incline. The evergreens have lost their needles now, the birch trees, their leaves. They're strewn about the street, crunching beneath the car's tires as I drive. Soon they will be buried by snow. Salty sea air enters the window, open just a crack. There's a chill to the air, the last lingering traces of fall before winter arrives full bore. It's after 6 o'clock in the evening. The sky is dark. Up above me, across the street and 2 doors down from my own home, there is a flurry of activity going on at the Baineses' home. 3 unmarked cars are parked outside, and I imagine forensic technicians inside, collecting evidence, fingerprinting, photographing the crime scene. The street looks suddenly different to me. There is a police car in my own driveway as I pull up. I park beside it, a Ford Crown Victoria, and climb slowly out. I reach into the back seat to gather my things. I make my way to the front door, looking warily around to be sure that I'm alone. There's the greatest sense of unease. It's hard not to let my imagination get the best of me, to imagine a killer hiding among the bushes, watching me. But the street is silent. There are no people around that I can see. My neighbors have gone inside. mistakenly believing they're safer inside their own homes, which Morgan Baines must have thought too, before she was killed in hers. I press my keys into the front door. Will leaps to his feet when I enter. His jeans are slouchy, baggy in the knees, his shirt partly tucked. His long hair hangs loose. "There's an officer here," he says briskly, though I see this for myself. The officer sitting there on the arm of the sofa. "He's investigating the murder," Will says, practically choking on that word. Murder. Will's eyes are weary and red. He's been crying. He reaches into a pocket and pulls out a tissue. He dabs his eyes with it. Will is the more thin-skinned of us, the more sensitive. Will cries at movies. He cries when watching the evening news. He cried when I found out he'd been sleeping with another woman, though he tried in vain to deny it. "There is no other woman, Sadie," he said, as he fell to his knees all those months ago before me and cried his eyes out, pleading his innocence. To his point, I never saw the woman herself, but the signs of her were everywhere. I blamed myself for it. I should have seen it coming. After all, I was never Will's first choice for a wife. We've been trying hard to get past it. Forgive and forget, they say. But it's easier said than done. "He has some questions for us," Will says now, and I ask, "Questions?" looking toward the officer, a man in his 50s or 60s with receding hair and pitted skin. A small tract of hair grows above the upper lip, a would-be mustache, brownish-gray, like the hair on his head. "Dr. Faust," he says, meeting my eye. He extends a hand and tells me his name is Berg, Officer Berg, and I say that I am Sadie Faust. Officer Berg looks troubled, a bit shell-shocked even. I gather that his typical calls are complaints of dogs leaving their feces in neighbors' yards, doors left unlocked at the American Legion, the ever-popular 911 hang-up calls. Not this. Not murder. There are only a handful of patrolmen on the island, Officer Berg being one of them. Oftentimes they meet the ferry down by the dock, to be sure everyone boards and departs without any problems. Not that there ever are. Not this time of year, anyway, though I've heard of the change we'll see come summer, when tourists abound. But for now, it's peaceful and quiet. The only people on the boat are the daily commuters, who paddle across the bay for school and work. "What kind of questions?" I ask. Otto sits slouched in a chair in the corner of the room. He fidgets with the fringe of a throw pillow, and I watch as strands of blue come loose in his hands. His eyes look weary. I worry about the stress this is causing him, having to hear from a police officer that a neighbor was murdered. I wonder if he's scared because of it. I know I am. The very idea is unfathomable. A murder so close to our own home. I shudder to think about what went on in the Baineses' home last night. I glance around the first floor, looking for Imogen, for Tate. As if he knows what I'm thinking, Will says to me, "Imogen isn't home from school yet." And Officer Berg, taking interest in this, asks, "No?" School ends at 2:30. The commute is long, but still, Otto is home most days by 3:30 or 4. The clock on the fireplace mantel reads 10 after 6. "No," Will tells the officer, "but she'll be home soon. Any minute," he says, citing some tutoring session that Will and I know she didn't have. The officer tells us that he'll need to speak with Imogen, too, and Will says, "Of course." If she isn't home soon, he offers to drive her to the public safety building tonight. It's a catch-all building, where a couple of police officers double as EMTs and first responders in the case of fire. If our home went up in flames, Officer Berg would just as likely appear at my door in a fire truck. If Will or I had a heart attack, he'd come in the ambulance. Only 7-year-old Tate has been spared from the police officer's interrogation. Tate is outside, Will tells me, seeing the way my eyes look for him. "He's playing with the dogs," he says, and I hear them then, the dogs barking. I give Will a look, one that wonders how smart it is to leave Tate alone outside when there was a murderer on our street just last night. I stray toward a rear-facing window to find Tate, in a sweatshirt and jeans, a wool hat thrust down over his head. He's having a go with the dogs and a ball. He lobs the ball as far as he can, laughing as he does so, and the girls dash after it, arguing over which will be the one to carry it back to Tate's waiting hand. Outside, there's evidence of a fire in the backyard fire pit. The fire is dying down now, only embers and smoke. There's no longer a flame. It's far enough away from Tate and the dogs that I don't worry. Officer Berg sees the smoldering fire too, and asks if we have a permit for it. A permit? Will asks. For the fire? When Officer Berg says yes, Will goes on to explain that our son Tate had come home from school begging for s'mores. They'd read a book about them. S is for s'mores, and the rest of the day, Tate had a craving for them. The only way we did s'mores back in Chicago was in the toaster oven. This was just a quick treat, Will says, completely harmless. Around here, Officer Berg tells him, uninterested in Tate's craving, you need a permit for any open fire. Will apologizes, blames ignorance, and the officer shrugs. Next time you'll know, he says, forgiving us this one transgression. There are bigger issues at hand. Can I be excused? Otto asks, saying he has homework to do, and I see this discomfort in his eyes. This is a lot for a 14-year-old boy to handle. Though much older than Tate, Otto is still a child. We forget that sometimes. I pat him on the shoulder. I lean in close to him and say, we're safe here, Otto. I want you to know that. Because I don't want him to be scared. Your dad and I are here to protect you, I tell him. Otto meets my eyes. I wonder if he believes me when I'm not so sure myself. Are we safe here? You can go, the officer tells him, and as he leaves, I find my way to the other arm of the sofa, Officer Berg and I bisected by a velvet sofa, the color of marigolds. The furniture left behind in the home all mid-century, and not, unfortunately, mid-century modern. It's just old. You know why I'm here? The officer asks, and I tell him that Will and I heard the siren late last night, that I know Mrs. Baines was murdered. Yes, ma'am, he says, and I ask how she was murdered, though the details of her death have not yet been released. They're waiting, he says, until the family has been notified. Mr. Baines doesn't know? I ask. But all he'll say is that Mr. Baines was traveling for business. The first thought that crosses my mind is that, in cases like this, it's always the husband. Mr. Baines, wherever he is, has done this, I think. Berg tells us how the little Baines girl was the one who found Mrs. Baines dead. She called 911 and told the operator that Morgan wouldn't wake up. I sharply inhale, trying not to imagine all the things that poor little girl might have seen. How old is she? I ask, and Berg replies, 6 years old. A hand rises to my mouth. Oh, how awful, I say, and I can't imagine it. Tate finding either Will or me dead? She and Tate are in school together, Will declares, looking at Officer Berg and then me. They share the same teacher. They share the same peers. The island school serves children in grades kindergarten through 5th, while the rest, those in middle school and beyond, have to be ferried to the mainland for their education. Only 50-some students go to the elementary school, 19 in Tate's classroom, because his first grade is combined with the kindergarten class. Where is the little girl now? I ask. And he tells me that she's with family while they try to connect with Jeffrey, traveling for business in Tokyo. The fact that he was out of the country doesn't make Jeffrey Baines any less culpable in my mind. He could have hired someone to carry out the task. The poor thing, I say, imagining years' worth of therapy in the child's future. What can we do to help? I ask Officer Berg, and he tells me he's been speaking to residents along the street, asking them questions. What kind of questions? I ask. Can you tell me, Dr. Faust, where you were last night around 11 o'clock? The officer asks. In other words, do I have an alibi for the time the homicide occurred? Last night, Will and I watched TV together. After we'd put Tate to bed, we'd lain on different sides of the room, him spread out on the sofa, me curled up on the love seat, as we do. Our allocated seats. Shortly after we'd gotten situated and turned on the TV, Will brought me a glass of Cabernet from the bottle I'd opened the night before. I watched him for a while from my own seat, remembering that it wasn't so long ago that I would have found it impossible to sit this far away from Will, on separate sofas. I thought fondly of the days that he would have handed me the wine with a lengthy kiss to the lips, another hand feeling me up as he did so, and I would have found myself easily wiled by the persuasive kiss, and the persuasive hands, and those eyes. Those eyes. And then one thing would have led to the next, and soon after, we would have giggled like teenagers as we tried to hastily and noiselessly make love on the sofa, ears tuned in to the creaks of the floorboards above us, the rasp of box springs, footsteps on the stairs, to be sure the boys still slept. There was a magnanimity about Will's touch, something that once made me feel giddy and lightheaded, drunk without a drop to drink. I couldn't get enough of him. He was intoxicating. But then I found the cigarette, a Marlboro Silver with lipstick the color of strawberries along its filter. I found that first, followed shortly after by charges for hotel rooms on our credit card statement, a pair of panties in our bedroom that I knew weren't mine. I realized at once that Will was magnanimous and intoxicating to someone other than me. I didn't smoke. I didn't wear lipstick. And I was far too sensible to leave my underwear lying around someone else's home. Will just looked at me when I shoved the credit card statement under his nose, when I asked him outright about the hotel charges on our bill. He appeared so taken aback that he'd been caught, that he didn't have the wherewithal to manufacture a lie. Last night, after I'd finished that first glass of wine, Will offered to top me off, and I said yes, liking the way the wine made me feel weightless and calm. The next thing I remember was the siren rousing me from sleep. I must have fallen asleep on the love seat. Will must have helped me to bed. Dr. Faust? The officer asks. Will and I were here, I tell him, watching TV. The evening news and then the late show, the one with Stephen Colbert, I say, as Officer Berg transcribes my words onto a tablet with his stylus. Isn't that right, Will? I ask. And Will nods his head and confirms that I am right. It was the late show, the one with Stephen Colbert. And after the late show? The officer asks. And I say only that after the late show, we went to bed. Is that right, sir? Officer Berg asks. That's right, Will says. It was late, he tells the officer. After the late show, Sadie and I went to bed. She had to work in the morning, and well, he says. I was tired. It was late, he says again. And if he notices the redundancy, he doesn't show it. What time was that? Officer Berg asks. Must have been around 12:30, I say. Because even though I don't know for sure, I can do the math. He makes note of this, moving on, asking, Have you seen anything out of the ordinary over the last few days? Such as? I inquire, and he shrugs, suggesting, Anything unusual, anything at all. Strangers lurking about, cars you don't recognize, cruising by, surveilling the neighborhood. But I shake my head and say, We're new here, officer. We don't know many people. But then I remember that Will knows people, that when I'm at work all day, Will has been making friends. There was one thing, Will says, speaking up all of a sudden. The officer and I turn to him at the same time.
"What's that?"
asks Officer Berg. But just as soon as he's said it, Will tries to renege. He shakes his head. "Never mind," he says. "I shouldn't have brought it up. I'm sure it means nothing. Just an accident on my part."
"Why don't you let me decide?"
Officer Berg says. Will explains.
"There was a day not so long ago, a couple of weeks maybe. I'd taken Tate to school and headed out on a few errands. I wasn't gone long, a couple of hours tops. But when I came home, something was off."
"How so?"
"Well, the garage door was up, for one. I would have bet my life I put it down. And then, when I came inside, I was nearly knocked over by the smell of gas. It was so potent. Thank God the dogs were okay. Lord only knows how long they'd been breathing it in. It didn't take long to find the source. It was coming from the stove."
"The stove?" I ask. I tell Will, "You didn't tell me this." My voice is flat, composed, but inside I feel anything but. Will's voice is conciliatory.
"I didn't want you to worry for nothing. I opened the doors and windows. I aired the house out."
He shrugs and says,
"It probably wasn't even worth mentioning, Sadie. I shouldn't have brought it up. It had been a busy morning. I was making French toast. Tate and I were running late. I must have left the burner on in a mad scramble to get out the door on time. The pilot light must have blown out."
Officer Berg dismisses this as an accident. He turns to me now.
"But not you, Doctor?" he asks. "You haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary?"
I tell him no.
"How did Mrs. Baines seem the last time you spoke to her, Doctor?"
Officer Berg asks me now.
"Was she—"
he begins, but I stop him there and explain that I don't know Morgan Baines, that we've never met. "I've been busy since we arrived," I say, apologizing, though there's really no need to. "I just never found the time to stop by and introduce myself," I tell him, thinking, though I don't dare say it, that would be insensitive, that Morgan Baines also never found the time to stop by and introduce herself to me.
"Sadie's schedule is fast and furious,"
Will interjects, so that the officer doesn't judge me for not making friends with the neighbors. I'm grateful for this.
"She works long shifts, nearly every day of the week, it seems. My own schedule is the opposite. I teach only 3 courses, which overlap with Tate's school schedule. It's intentional. When he's here, I'm here. Sadie's the breadwinner."
Will admits, with no indignity, no shame.
"I'm the stay-at-home dad. We never wanted our children to be raised by a nanny,"
he says, which was something we came up with long ago, before Otto was born. It was a personal choice. From a financial standpoint, it made sense that Will would be the one to stay home. I made more money than him, though we never talked about things like that. Will did his part, I did mine.
"I spoke to Morgan just a couple of days ago,"
he says, answering the officer's question for me.
"She seemed fine. Well enough, at least. Their hot water heater was on the fritz. She was waiting on a repairman to see if it could be fixed. I tried to fix it myself. I'm handy enough," he says. "Just not that handy." "Do you have any leads?"
Will asks, changing topics.
"Any signs of forced entry? Any suspects?"
Officer Berg flips through his tablet and tells Will that he can't reveal too much just yet.
"But," he tells Will, "what I can say is Mrs. Baines was killed between the hours of 10 and 2 last night."
And there, on the arm of the sofa, I sit up straighter, staring out the window. Though the Baines' home is just out of view from where I sit, I can't help but think about how last night, as we were here, drinking wine and watching TV, she was there, just beyond my viewpoint, being murdered. But that's not all. Because every night at 8:30 in the evening, the last ferry leaves, which means that the killer spent the night among us, here on the island. Officer Berg stands up quickly, startling me. I gasp, my hand going to my heart.
Everything all right, Doctor?
He asks, gazing down at me, trembling. Fine, I tell him. Just fine. He runs his hands down the thighs of his pants, straightening them.
I suppose we're all a bit jumpy today,
he tells me, and I nod my head and agree.
Anything Sadie and I can do,
Will tells Officer Berg as he walks him to the front door. I rise from my seat and follow along.
Anything at all, please let us know. We're here to help.
Berg tips his hat at Will, a sign of gratitude.
I appreciate that. As you can imagine, the entirety of the island is on edge. People fearful for their lives. This kind of thing doesn't bode well for tourism either. No one wants to visit when there's a murderer on the loose. We'd like to get this wrapped up as quickly as we can. Anything you hear, anything you see,
he says, voice drifting, and Will says,
I understand.
The murder of Morgan Baines is bad for business. Officer Berg says his goodbyes. He hands Will a business card. He's about to leave, but before he does, he has one last inquiry.
How's the house treating you?
He asks off topic, and Will replies that it's been all right.
It's dated, and as dated things go, has issues. Drafty windows, a faulty furnace that we'll need to replace.
The officer grimaces.
A furnace isn't cheap. That'll run you a few grand.
Will tells him he knows.
Shame about Alice,
Officer Berg says then, meeting Will's eye. Will echoes his sentiment. It isn't often that I broach the subject of Alice with Will, but there are things I find myself wanting to know, like what Alice was like, and if she and I would have gotten along if we'd ever had the chance to meet. I imagine that she was antisocial, though I'd never say that to Will. But I think that the pain of fibromyalgia would have kept her at home, away from any sort of social life.
I never would have pegged her for the suicide type,
Officer Berg says then, and as he does, I get the sense that my instinct was wrong.
What does that mean?
Will asks, a hint of defensiveness in his voice.
Oh, I don't know,
Officer Berg says, though clearly he does, because he goes on to tell us how Alice, a regular at Friday night bingo, was affable and jolly when he saw her, how she had a smile that could light up a room.
I guess I just never understood how a person like that winds up taking their own life.
The space between us fills with silence, tension. I don't think he meant anything by it. The man is a bit socially awkward. Still, Will looks hurt. He says nothing. I'm the one to speak. She suffered from fibromyalgia, I say, realizing Officer Berg must not know this. Or maybe he's one of those people who think it's more of a mental disorder than a medical one. Fibromyalgia is highly misunderstood. People believe it's made up, that it isn't real. There is no cure, and, on the surface, a person appears to be fine. There's no test that can be used to diagnose fibromyalgia. Because of this, the diagnosis is based on symptoms alone. In other words, widespread pain that can't otherwise be explained. For this reason, a large portion of physicians themselves question the credibility of the condition, often suggesting patients see a psychiatrist for treatment instead. It makes me sad to think about. Alice in so much pain, and no one believing it.
Yes, of course,
Officer Berg says.
It's such a terrible thing. She must have really been hurting to do what she did,
he says. And again, my eyes go to Will. I know that Officer Berg doesn't mean to be rude. In his own awkward way, he's offering his sympathy.
I liked Alice a lot,
he says.
She was a lovely lady.
Indeed she was, Will says. And again, Officer Berg mumbles,
such a shame,
before he says a final goodbye and goes. Once he's gone, Will heads quietly to the kitchen to start dinner. I let him go, watching out the narrow pane of glass alongside the door as Officer Berg pulls his Crown Vic from our drive. He heads uphill, about to join his cohort at the Baineses' home. Or so I think. But then he doesn't go to the Baineses' home. Instead, he pulls his car to the end of the drive, across the street from theirs, at the home of the Nilsons. Officer Berg steps out. He leaves the car running, red taillights bright against the darkness of night. I watch as Berg places something inside a mailbox and closes the door. He returns to his car, disappearing over the crest of the hill. Camille. I disappeared that night after Will and Sadie met. I was full of anger, of self-loathing. But I couldn't stay away from Will forever. I thought about him all the time. He was there every time I so much as blinked. Eventually, I sought him out. A little internet surfing told me where he lived, where he worked. I looked for him. I found what I was looking for. Though by then he was older, grayer, with kids. While in all those years, I hadn't changed much. My gene pool was apparently a good one. Age couldn't touch me. My hair was still the color of rust, my eyes an electric blue. My skin had yet to betray me. I put on a dress, a black off-the-shoulder dress. I put on makeup, perfume. I put on jewelry. I did my hair. I followed him for days, showed up where he least expected to see me. "Remember me?" I asked, cornering him in a deli. I stood too close. I grasped him by the elbow. I called him by name. Because there's nothing that excites us more than the sound of our own name. It's the sweetest sound in the world to us. "Corner of Madison and Wabash, 15 years ago? You saved my life, Will." It didn't take but a moment for him to remember. His face lit up. Time had taken its toll on him. The strain of marriage, of parenting, of a job, a mortgage. This Will was a burned-out version of the Will I met. It was nothing I couldn't fix. He just needed to forget for a while that he had a wife and kids. I could help him with that. I gave him a wide smile. I took him by the hand. "If it wasn't for you," I said, leaning in to whisper the words in his ear, "I'd be dead." There was a spark in his eyes. His cheeks flushed. His eyes swept me up and down, landing near my lips. He smiled, said, "How could I ever forget?" He lightened up. He laughed. "What are you doing here?" I tossed my hair over a shoulder, said, "I was outside, just passing by. I thought I saw you through the window." He touched the ends of my hair, said it looked nice. "And that dress," he said, followed it up with a long, low whistle. He wasn't looking at my lips anymore. Now he was looking at my thighs. I knew where I wanted this conversation to go. As I often did, I got my way. It wasn't instantaneous, no. It took some power of persuasion, which comes naturally to me. Rule number 1, reciprocity. I do something for you, you do something for me in return. I wiped the mustard from his lip. I saw that his drink was empty. I reached for the cup, refilled it at the soda fountain. "You didn't have to do that," he said as I sat back down, slid his Pepsi across the table, made certain our hands touched as I did. I could have gotten it myself. I smiled and said, "I know I didn't have to. I wanted to, Will." And just like that, he owed me something. There's also likability. I can be extremely likable when I want to be. I know just what to say, what to do, how to be charming. The trick is to ask open-ended questions, to get people to talk about themselves. It makes them feel like the most interesting person in the world. There's also the importance of touch. Compliance is so much easier to achieve with a single touch to the arm, the shoulder, the thigh.
Add to that the fact that his and Sadie's marriage read more like a guidebook on abstinence from what I'd seen. Will needed something only I could give to him. He didn't say yes at first. He grinned sheepishly instead, turning red. He said he had a meeting, somewhere else he needed to be. I can't, he said, but I convinced him he could. Because not 15 minutes later, we were slipping down an adjacent alleyway. There in that alley, he leaned me against a building. He eased his hand under the hem of the dress, pressed his mouth to mine. Not here, I said, thinking only of him. I'd be fine doing that there, but he had a marriage, a reputation. I had neither. Let's go somewhere, I said into his ear. There was a hotel he knew, half a block away. Not the Ritz, but it would do. We raced up the stairs into the room. There, he threw me on the bed, had his way with me. When we were done, we lay in bed, breathing heavy, trying to catch our breath. Will was the first to speak. That was just. He was tongue-tied when we were through, but radiant, beaming. He tried again. That was amazing. You, he said, kneeling over me, hands on either side of my head, eyes on mine, are amazing. I winked, said, "You're not so bad yourself." He stared at me a while. I'd never been looked at like that by a man, like he couldn't get enough of me. He said that he needed this, more than I'd ever know, an escape from reality. My timing, he said, was impeccable. He'd been having a shitty day, a shitty week. This was perfect. You, he said, drinking me in with his eyes, are perfect. He listed for me the reasons why. My heart swelled as he did, though it was all skin deep. My hair, my smile, my eyes. And then, like that, I was kissing him again. He pushed himself from bed when he was through. I lay there, watched as he slipped back into a dress shirt and jeans. "You're leaving so soon?" I asked. He stood there at the end of the bed, watching me. He was apologetic. "I have a meeting. I'm going to be late as it is. You stay as long as you'd like," he said. "Take a nap, get some rest." As if that was some consolation prize, sleeping alone in a cheap hotel. He leaned over me before he left. He kissed my forehead, stroked my hair. He gazed into my eyes, said, "I'll see you soon." It wasn't a question. It was a promise. I smiled, said, "Of course you will. You're stuck with me, Will. I won't ever let you go." And he smiled and said that was exactly what he wanted to hear. I tried not to be jealous as he left. I wasn't the jealous type. Not until I met Will. And then I was. Though I never felt guilty for what happened between Will and me. He was mine. Sadie took him from me. I didn't owe her a thing. If anything, she owed me. Sadie. 2 times I circle the house. I make sure all the doors and windows are locked. I do it once, and then, because I can't be sure I got them all, I do it again. I pull the blinds, the curtains closed, wondering if it would be prudent to have a security system installed in the home. This evening, as promised, Will drove Imogen to the public safety building to speak with Officer Berg. I hoped Will would come home with news about the murder, something to settle me, but there was nothing to report. The police weren't any closer to solving the crime. I've seen statistics on murders. Something like 1/3 or more of murders become cold case files, leaving police departments mired in unsolved crimes. It's an epidemic. The number of murderers walking among us every day is frightening. They can be anywhere, and we'd never know. According to Will, Imogen had nothing to offer Officer Berg about last night. She was asleep, as I knew she'd been. When asked if she'd seen anything out of the ordinary over the last few weeks, She turned stiff and gray and said, "My mom hanging from the end of a fucking noose?" Officer Berg had no more questions for her after that. As I contemplate a third go-round of the windows and doors, Will calls to me from the top of the stairs, asks if I'm coming to bed any time soon. I tell him yes, I'm coming, as I give the front door a final tug. I leave on a living room lamp to give the pretense we're awake. I climb the stairs and settle into bed beside Will, but I can't sleep. All night I find myself lying in bed, thinking about what Officer Berg said, how the little Baines girl was the one to find Morgan dead. I wonder how well Tate knows this little girl. Tate and she are in class together, but that doesn't mean they're friends. I find that I'm unable to shake from my mind the image of the 6-year-old girl standing over her mother's lifeless body. I wonder if she was scared, if she screamed, if the killer lurked nearby, getting off on the sound of her scream. I wonder how long she waited for the ambulance to arrive, and if, in that time, she feared for her own life. I think of her, alone, finding her mother dead, in the same way that Imogen found her own mother dead. Not the same. No. Suicide and murder are two very different things. But still, it's unfathomable for me to think what these girls have seen in their short lives. Beside me, Will sleeps like a rock, but not me. Because as I lie there unsleeping, I start to wonder if the killer is still on the island with us, or if he's gone by now. I slip from bed at the thought of it, my heart gaining speed. I have to be sure the kids are okay. The dogs, on their own beds in the corner of the room, take note and follow along. I tell them to hush as Will rolls over in bed, pulling the sheet with him. On the wooden floors, my bare feet are cold, but it's too dark to feel around for slippers. I leave them behind. I step out of the bedroom, moving down the narrow hall. I go to Tate's room first. There, in the doorway, I pause. Tate sleeps with the bedroom door open, a nightlight plugged in to keep monsters at bay. His small body is set in the middle of the bed, a stuffed chihuahua held tightly between his arms. Peacefully he sleeps, his own dreams uninterrupted by thoughts of murder and death, unlike mine. I wonder what he dreams of. Maybe puppy dogs and ice cream. I wonder what Tate knows of death. I wonder what I knew of death when I was 7 years old, if I knew much of anything. I move on to Otto's room. There's a roof outside Otto's window, a single-story slate roof that hangs over the front porch. A series of climbable columns hold it upright. Getting in or out wouldn't be such a difficult task in the middle of the night. My feet instinctively pick up pace as I cross the hall, telling myself Otto is safe, that certainly an intruder wouldn't climb to the second floor to get in. But in that moment, I can't be so sure. I turn the handle and press the door silently open, terrified of what I'll find on the other side. The window open, the bed empty. But it's not the case. Otto is here. Otto is fine. I stand in the doorway, watching for a while. I take a step closer for a better look, holding my breath so I don't wake him. He looks peaceful, though his blanket has been kicked to the end of the bed and his pillow tossed to the floor. His head lies flat on the mattress. I reach for the blanket and draw it over him, remembering when he was young and would ask me to sleep with him. When I did, he'd toss a heavy arm across my neck and hold me that way, not letting go the entire night. He's grown up too fast. I wish for it back. I go to Imogen's room next. I set my hand on the handle and sluggishly turn, careful not to make any noise. But the handle doesn't turn. The door is locked from the inside. I can't check on her. I turn away from the door and inch down the stairs. The dogs follow on my heels, but I move far too slowly for their liking. At some point, they bypass me and dash down the rest of the steps,
cutting through the foyer for the back door, their nails click-clack on the wooden floors like typewriter keys. I pause before the front door and glance out the side light window. From this angle, I catch a glimpse of the Baineses' house. There's activity going on, even at this late hour. Light floods the inside of it, a handful of people milling about inside, police on a quest. I wonder what they'll find. The dogs whine at me from the kitchen, stealing my attention away from the window. They want to go outside. I follow them, opening the sliding glass door, and they go rushing out. They make a beeline for the corner of the yard, where they've recently begun digging divots in the grass. The incessant digging has become their latest compulsion, and also my pet peeve. I clap my hands together to get them to stop. I brew myself a cup of tea and sit down at the kitchen table. I look around for things to do. There's no point in going back to bed, because I know I won't sleep. There's nothing worse than lying in bed, restless, worrying about things I can't do anything about. On the edge of the table sits a book Will has been reading, a true crime novel with a bookmark thrust in the center of it. I take the book into the living room, turn on a lamp, and settle myself on Alice's marigold sofa to read. I spread an Afghan over my lap. I open the book. By accident, Will's bookmark comes tumbling out, falling to the floor beside my feet. Shit, I say, reaching down for the bookmark, feeling guilty that I've lost Will's page. But the guilt only lasts so long, before it's replaced with something else. Jealousy? Anger? Empathy? Or maybe surprise. Because the bookmark isn't the only thing that's fallen out of the pages of the book. Because there's also a photo of Erin, Will's first fiancée, the woman he was supposed to marry instead of me. My gasp is audible. My hand comes to a stop inches above her face, my heart hastening. Why is Will hiding a photograph of Erin inside this book? Why does Will still have this photograph at all? The photo is old, 20 years maybe. Erin looks to be about 18 or 19 in it. Her hair is wild, her smile carefree. I stare at the picture, into Erin's eyes. There's a pang of jealousy because of how beautiful she is, how magnetic. But how can I be jealous of a woman who is dead? Will and I had been dating for over a month before he mentioned her name. We were still in that completely smitten stage, when everything felt noteworthy and important. We'd talk on the phone for hours. I didn't have much to say about my past, and so instead I told him about my future, about all the things I planned to one day do. Will's future was undecided when we met, and so he told me about his past, about his childhood dog, about his stepfather's diagnosis with cancer, the fact that his mother had been married 3 times. And he told me about Erin, the woman he was supposed to marry, a woman he was engaged to for months before she died. Will cried openly when he told me about her. He held nothing back, and I loved him for it, because of his great capacity to love. In all my life, I didn't think I'd ever seen a grown man cry. At the time, the sadness of Will losing a fiancé only attracted me to him more. Will was broken, like a butterfly without wings. I wanted to be the one to heal him. It's been years since her name has come up. It's not as if we talk about her. But every now and then, another Erin is mentioned, and it gives us pause. The name alone carries so much weight. But why Will would dig this photograph out of God knows where and carry it around with him is beyond me. Why now, after all this time? My hand grazes the photograph, but I don't have it in me to pick it up. Not yet. I've only seen one other photograph of Erin before, one that Will showed to me years ago at my request. He didn't want to, but I insisted. I wanted to know what she looked like. When I asked to see a picture, he showed me with circumspection. He wasn't sure how I'd react. I tried to be poker-faced about it. but there was no denying the sharp pains I felt inside. She was breathtaking. I knew in that instant, Will only loved me because she was gone. I was his second pick. I brush my finger against Aaron's fair skin now. I can't be jealous. I simply can't. And I can't be mad. It would be insensitive of me to ask him to throw it away. But here I am, after all these years, feeling like I'm playing second fiddle to the memory of a woman who's dead. I reach for the photo and hold it in my hand this time. I won't let myself be a coward. I stare at her. There's something so childish about her face, so audacious and raw, that I feel the greatest need to scold her for whatever it is she's thinking as she makes a pouty face at the camera, one that is as provocative as it is bold. I jam the picture and the bookmark somewhere back inside the book, rise from the sofa, and bring the book to the kitchen table. I leave it there, having suddenly lost the desire to read. The dogs have begun to bark. I can't leave them outside, barking in the middle of the night. I open the slider and call to them, but they don't come. I'm forced outside into the backyard to get their attention. The patio is freezing cold on my bare feet, but that discomfort is secondary to what I feel inside as I get taken in, swallowed by the darkness. The kitchen light fades quickly behind me as the December night closes in. I can see nothing. If someone was there, standing in the darkness of our yard, I wouldn't know. An unwanted thought comes pummeling into me then. My saliva catches in my throat, and I choke. Dogs have adaptations that people don't have. They can see much better than humans in the dark. It makes me wonder what the dogs see that I can't, what they're barking at. I hiss out into the night, calling quietly for the girls. It's the middle of the night. I don't want to shout, but I'm too scared to go any farther outside than I already am. How do I know that Morgan Baines's killer isn't there? How do I know that the dogs aren't barking because there's a murderer in my yard? Backlit by the kitchen light, I'm a fish in a fishbowl. I can see nothing, but whoever is there, if anyone is there, can easily see me. Without thinking it through, I take a step suddenly back. The fear is overwhelming. There's the greatest need to run back into the kitchen, close and lock the door behind myself, pull the drapes shut. But would the dogs be able to fend off a killer all on their own? And then the dogs suddenly stop their barking, and I'm not sure what terrifies me more, the barking or the silence. My heart pounds harder, my skin prickles, a tingling sensation that runs up and down my arms. My imagination goes wild, wondering what horrible thing is standing in my yard. I can't stand here waiting to find out. I clap my hands, call to the dogs again. I hurry inside for their biscuits and shake the box frantically. This time, by the grace of God, they come. I open the box, spill a half-dozen treats on the kitchen floor before closing and locking the slider, pulling the drapes tightly closed. Back upstairs, I check again on the boys. They're just as I left them. But Imogen's door, this time as I pass by, is open an inch. It's no longer closed. It's no longer locked. The hallway is narrow and dark, with just enough light that I'm not blind. A faint glow from the lamp in the living room rises up to me. It helps me see. My eyes go to that 1-inch gap between Imogen's door and the frame. It wasn't like that the last time I was here. Imogen's room, like Otto's, faces onto the street. I go to her door and press on it, easing it open another inch or two, just enough so that I can see inside. She's lying there, on her bed, with her back to me. If she's faking sleep, she does so quite well. Her breathing is rhythmic and deep. I see the rise and fall of the sheet. Her curtains are open, moonlight streaming into the room. The window, like the door, is open an inch. The room is icy cold, but I don't risk stepping inside to close it. Back in our bedroom, I shake Will awake. I won't tell Will about Imogen because there's nothing really to say. For all I know, she was up using the bathroom. She got hot and opened her window. These are not crimes, though other questions nag at the back of my mind. Why didn't I hear a toilet flush? Why didn't I notice the chill from the bedroom the first time I passed by?
What is it? What's wrong?
Will asks, half asleep. As he rubs at his eyes, I say, I think there's something in the backyard.
Like what?
He asks, clearing his throat, his eyes drowsy and his voice heavy with sleep. I wait a beat before I tell him. I don't know, I say, leaning into him as I say it. Maybe a person?
A person?
Will asks, sitting quickly upright, and I tell him about what just happened, how there was something, or someone, in the backyard that spooked the dogs. My voice is tremulous when I speak. Will notices.
Did you see a person?
He asks, but I tell him no, that I didn't see anything at all, that I only knew something was there. A gut instinct. Will says compassionately, his hand reassuringly stroking mine,
You're really shaken up about it, aren't you?
He wraps both hands around mine, feeling the way they tremble in his. I tell him that I am. I think that he's going to get out of bed and go see for himself if there's someone in our backyard. But instead, he makes me second-guess myself. It isn't intentional, and he isn't trying to patronize me. Rather, he's the voice of reason as he asks,
But what about a coyote? A raccoon or a skunk? Are you sure it wasn't just some animals that got the dogs worked up?
It sounds so simple, so obvious as he says it. I wonder if he's right. It would explain why the dogs were so upset. Perhaps they sniffed out some wildlife roaming around our backyard. They're hunters. Naturally, they would have wanted to get at whatever was there. It's the far more logical thing to believe than that there was a killer traipsing through our backyard. What would a killer want with us? I shrug in the darkness. Maybe, I say, feeling foolish, but not entirely so. There was a murder just across the street from us last night, and the murderer hasn't been found. It's not so irrational to believe he's still nearby. Will tells me obligingly,
We could mention it to Officer Berg anyway in the morning. Ask him to look into it. If nothing else, ask if coyotes are a problem around here. It would be good to know anyway, to make sure we keep an eye on the dogs.
I feel grateful he humors me, but I tell him no. I'm sure you're right, I say, crawling back into bed beside him, knowing I still won't sleep. It probably was a coyote. I'm sorry I woke you. Go back to bed, I say. And he does, wrapping a heavy arm around me, protecting me from whatever lies on the other side of our door. Sadie. I come to when Will says my name. I must have spaced out. He's there beside me, giving me a look. A Will look, fraught with worry.
Where'd you go?
He asks as I look around, get my bearings. A sudden headache has nearly gotten the best of me, making me feel swimmy inside. I tell him, I don't know, not remembering what we were talking about before I spaced out. I look down to see that a button on my shirt has come undone, revealing the black of my bra beneath. I button back up, apologize to him for zoning out in the middle of our conversation. I'm just tired, I say, rubbing at my eyes, taking in the sight of Will before me, the kitchen around me.
You look tired,
Will agrees, and I feel the agitation brim inside. I glance past Will and into the backyard, expecting to see something out of place. Signs of a trespasser in our yard last night. There's nothing. But still, I prickle anyway. Remember what it felt like as I stood in the darkness, pleading for the dogs to come. The boys are at the table, eating the last of their breakfast. Will stands at the counter, filling a mug that he passes to me. I welcome the coffee into my hands and take a big gulp. I didn't sleep well, I say, not wanting to admit the truth, that I didn't sleep at all. Want to talk about it? He asks, though it doesn't seem like something that needs to be said. This is something he should know. A woman was murdered in her home across the street from us 2 nights ago. My eyes breeze past Tate at the table, and I tell him no, because this isn't a conversation Tate should hear. For as long as we can, I'd like to keep his childhood innocence alive. Do you have time for breakfast? Will asks. Not today, I say, looking at the clock, seeing that it's even later than I thought it was. I need to get going. I begin gathering my things, my bag and my coat, to go. Will's bag waits for him beside the table, and I wonder if he stuck his true crime novel inside the bag, the book with the photograph of Aaron hidden inside. I don't have the courage to tell Will I know about the photograph. I kiss Tate goodbye. I snatch the earbuds from Otto's ears to tell him to hurry. I drive to the ferry. Otto and I don't say much on the way there. We used to be closer than we are, but time and circumstance have pulled us apart. How many teenage boys, I ask myself, trying not to take it personally, are close with their mother? Few, if any. But Otto is a sensitive boy, different than the rest. He leaves the car with only a quick goodbye for me. I watch as he crosses the metal grate bridge and boards the ferry with the other early morning commuters. His heavy backpack is slung across his back. I don't see Imogen anywhere. It's 7:20 in the morning. Outside, it's raining. A mob of multicolored umbrellas makes its way down the street that leads to the ferry. 2 boys about Otto's age claw their way on board behind him, bypassing Otto in the entranceway, laughing. They're laughing at some inside joke, I assure myself, not at him. But my stomach churns just the same, and I think how lonely it must be in Otto's world, an outcast without any friends. There's plenty of seating inside the ferry where it's warm and dry, but Otto climbs all the way up to the upper deck, standing in the rain without an umbrella. I watch as deckhands raise the gangplank and untie the boat before it ventures off into the foggy sea, stealing Otto from me. Only then do I see Officer Berg staring at me. He stands on the other side of the street, just outside his Crown Victoria, leaned up against the passenger side door. In his hands are coffee and a cinnamon roll, just a stone's throw away from the stereotypical donut cops are notorious for eating, though slightly more refined. As he waves at me, I get the sense that he's been watching me the entire time, watching as I watch Otto leave. He tips his hat at me. I wave at him through the car window. What I usually do at this point in my drive is make a U-turn and go back up the hill the same way I came down. But I can't do that with the officer watching. And it doesn't matter anyway, because Officer Berg has abandoned his post and is walking across the street and toward me. He motions with the crank of a hand for me to open my window. I press the button and the window drops down. Beads of rain welcome themselves inside my car, gathering along the interior of the door. Officer Berg doesn't carry an umbrella. Rather, the hood of a rain jacket is thrust over his head. He doesn't appear to be bothered by the rain. He jams the last bite of his cinnamon roll into his mouth, chases it down with a swig of coffee, and says, "Morning, Dr. Faust." He has a kind face for a police officer, lacking the usual flintiness that I think of when I think of the police. There's something endearing about him, a bit of awkwardness and insecurity that I like. I tell him good morning. "What a day," he says, and I say, "Quite a doozy." The rain isn't expected to go on all day. The sun, however, won't make an appearance anytime soon. Where we live, just off the coast of Maine, the climate is tempered by the ocean. The temperatures aren't as bitter as they are in Chicago this time of year, though still, it's cold. What we've heard is that the bay has been known to freeze come wintertime, ferries forced to charge through ice floes to get people to and from the mainland. One winter, supposedly, the ferry got stuck, and passengers were made to walk across yards of ice to get to the shoreline before the Coast Guard came in with a cutter to chop it up. It's unsettling to think about. A bit suffocating, if I'm being honest. The idea of being trapped on the island, cordoned off from the rest of the world by a giant slab of ice.
"You're up early,"
Officer Berg says, and I reply, "As are you."
"Duty calls,"
he says, tapping at his badge. I reply, "Me too." Finger at the ready to hoist the window up so that I can leave. Joyce and Emma are expecting me, and if I'm not there soon, I'll never hear the end of it. Joyce is a stickler for punctuality. Officer Berg glances at his watch, makes an offhand guess that the clinic opens around 8:30. I say that it does. He asks,
"Have a moment to spare, Dr. Faust?"
I tell him a quick one. I pull my car closer to the curb and put it in park. Officer Berg rounds the front end of it and lets himself in through the passenger's side door. Officer Berg cuts straight to the chase.
"I finished speaking to your neighbors yesterday, asking them the same questions I asked of you and Mr. Faust,"
he tells me, and I gather from his tone that this isn't merely an update on the investigation, though what I want is an update on the investigation. I want Officer Berg to tell me that they're ready to make an arrest, so I can sleep better at night, knowing Morgan's killer is behind bars. Early this morning, before the kids were up, Will searched online for news about her murder. There was an article detailing how Morgan had been found dead in her home. There were facts in it that were new to Will and me. How, for example, the police found threatening notes in the Baineses' home, though they didn't say what the threats said. Overnight, the police released the little girl's 911 call. It was there online, an audio clip of the 6-year-old girl as she fought back tears, telling the operator on the other end of the line, "She won't wake up. Morgan won't wake up." In the article, she was never referred to by name, only ever as the 6-year-old girl, because minors are blessed with a certain anonymity adults don't have. Will and I lay in bed with the laptop between us, listening to the audio clip 3 times. It was gut-wrenching to hear. The little girl managed to remain relatively calm and composed as the dispatcher talked her through the next few minutes and sent help, keeping her on the line the entire time. But there was something about the audio clip that got under my skin, something I couldn't put my finger on. It pestered me nonetheless, and it wasn't until the 3rd go-round that I finally heard it. "She calls her mother Morgan?" I'd asked Will, because the little girl didn't say her mother wouldn't wake up. She said Morgan wouldn't wake up. "Why would she do that?" I asked. Will's reply was immediate. "Morgan is her stepmother," he said. Then he swallowed hard, tried not to cry. "Morgan was her stepmother, I mean." "Oh," I said. I don't know why this mattered, but it seemed it did. "Jeffrey was married before?" I asked. It's not always the case, of course. Children are born out of wedlock, but it was worth asking. "Yes," he said, but he said no more. I wondered about Jeffrey's first wife. I wondered who she was, if she lived here on the island with us. Will himself is the product of divorced parents. It's always been a sore subject with him. "How long were Jeffrey and Morgan married?" I asked, wondering what else she told him. "Just over a year." "They're newlyweds," I said. "They're nothing anymore, Sadie." Will corrected me again. "He's a widower. She's dead." We stopped talking after that. Together, in silence, we read on. I wonder now, as I sit in my car beside Officer Berg, about signs of forced entry, a broken window, a busted door jamb, or blood. Was there blood at the scene? Or defensive wounds, maybe, on Morgan's hands. Did she try to fight her intruder off? Or maybe the little girl saw the attacker, or heard her stepmother scream. I don't ask Officer Berg any of this. It's been over 24 hours since the poor woman was killed. The etched lines on his forehead are deeper today than they were before. The pressure of the investigation is weighing on him, and I realize then he's no closer to solving this crime than he was yesterday. My heart sinks. Instead, I ask, has Mr. Baines been located? And he tells me that he's on his way, though it's a 20-some-hour trip from Tokyo, with layovers at LAX and JFK. He won't be home until tonight. Have you found her cell phone? That might give you something to go on, I ask. He shakes his head. They've been looking, he says, but so far they can't find her phone.
There are ways to track a missing cell phone, but if the phone is off or the battery is dead, those won't work. Obtaining a warrant for records from a telecommunications company is tedious. It takes time, but we're working on it,
he tells me. Officer Berg shifts in the seat. He turns his body toward mine, knees now pointed in my direction. They bump awkwardly into the gear shift. There are raindrops on his coat and his hair. There's icing on his upper lip.
You told me yesterday that you and Mrs. Baines never met,
he says, and I have trouble snatching my eyes from the icing as I reply, that's right, we never met. There was a photograph online of the woman. According to the paper, she was 28 years old, 11 years younger than me. In the photo, she stood surrounded by her family, her happy husband on one side, stepdaughter the other, all of them dolled up in coordinating clothes and wreathed in smiles. She had a beautiful smile, a tad bit gummy, if anything, but otherwise lovely. Officer Berg unzips his rain jacket and reaches inside. He removes his tablet from an interior pocket, where there it stays dry. He taps on the screen, trawling for something. When he finds the spot, he clears his throat and reads my words back to me.
Yesterday you said, I just never found the time to stop by and introduce myself. Do you remember saying that?
He asks, and I tell him I do, though it sounds so flippant now, my words coming back to me this way. A bit merciless, if I'm being honest, seeing as the woman is now dead. I should have tacked on an empathetic addendum, such as, but I wish I had. Just a little something, so that my words didn't sound so callous.
The thing is, Dr. Faust, he begins, you said you didn't know Mrs. Baines, and yet it seems you did.
And though his tone is well-disposed, the intent of his words is not. He's just accused me of lying. I beg your pardon? I ask, taken completely aback.
It seems you did know Morgan Baines,
he says. The rain is coming down in torrents now, pounding on the roof of the car like mallets on tin cans. I think of Otto all alone on the upper deck of the ferry, getting pelted with rain. A knot forms in my throat because of it. I swallow it away. I force my window up to keep the rain at bay. I make sure to meet the officer's eye as I assert, unless a one-time wave out the window of a moving vehicle counts as a relationship, Officer Berg, I didn't know Morgan Baines. What makes you think that I did? I ask. And he explains again, at great length this time, how he canvassed the entire street, spoke to all the neighbors, asked them the same questions he asked Will and me. When he came to the home of George and Poppy Nilsson, they invited him into their kitchen for tea and ginger cookies. He tells me that he asked the Nilssons what they were doing the night Morgan died, same as he did Will and me. I wait to hear their reply, thinking Officer Berg is about to tell me how the older couple sat in their living room that night, watching out the window as a killer slipped from the cover of darkness and into the Baineses' home. But instead he says,
as you can expect, at 80-some years old, George and Poppy were asleep.
And I release my withheld breath. The Nilsons didn't see a thing. I don't understand, officer, I say, glancing at the time on the car's dash, knowing I'll need to leave soon. If the Nilsons were asleep, then what? Because clearly if they were asleep, then they saw and heard nothing.
I also asked the Nilsons if they'd seen anything out of the ordinary over the last few days. Strangers lurking about, unfamiliar cars parked along the street.
Yes, I say, nodding my head quickly, because he also asked this question of Will and me. And, I ask, trying to hurry things along so that I can get on to work.
Well, it just so happens that they did see something out of the ordinary. Something they haven't seen before, which is saying a lot, seeing as they've lived half their lives on that street.
And then he taps away at that tablet screen to find his interview with Mr. and Mrs. Nilson. He goes on to describe for me an afternoon just last week. It was Friday, the 1st of December. It was a clear day, the sky painted blue, not a cloud to be seen. The temperatures were cool, crisp, but nothing a heavy sweater or a light jacket wouldn't fix. George and Poppy had gone for an afternoon walk, Officer Berg says, and were headed back up the steep incline of our street. Once they reached the top, George stopped to catch his breath, pausing before the Baineses' home. Officer Berg goes on to tell me how there, Mr. Nilson rearranged the blanket on Poppy's lap so that she didn't catch a draft. As he did, something caught his attention. It was the sound of women hollering at one another, though what they were hollering about, he wasn't sure. Oh, how awful, I say. And he says it was, because poor George was really shaken up about it. He'd never heard anything like that before, and that's saying a lot for a man of his age. But what does this have to do with me? I ask, and he reaches again for the tablet.
George and Poppy stayed there in the street for a moment only. But that's all it took before the women stepped out from the shade of a tree and into view, and George could see for himself who they were.
Who? I ask, slightly breathless, and he waits a beat before he replies.
It was Mrs. Baines,
he says.
And you.
And then, from some recording app on his device, he plays for me the testimonial of Mr. Nilson, which states,
She was fightin' with the new doctor lady on the street. The both of them were hootin' and hollerin', mad as a hornet. Before I could intercede, the doctor lady grabbed a handful of Miss Morgan's hair right out of her head and left with it in her fist. Poppy and I turned and walked quickly home. Didn't want her to think we were snoopin', or she might do the same thing to us.
Officer Berg stops it there and turns to me, asking,
Does this sound to you like an altercation between two women who'd never met?
But I'm speechless. I can't reply. Why would George Nilson say such an awful thing about me? Officer Berg doesn't give me a chance to speak. He goes on without me. He asks,
Is it often, Dr. Faust, that you swipe handfuls of hair from women you don't know?
The answer, of course, is no. Though still, I can't find my voice to speak. He decides,
I'll take your silence as a no.
His hand falls to the door and he pushes it open against the weight of the wind.
I'll leave you to it,
he says,
so that you can get on with your day.
I never spoke to Morgan Baines, is what I manage to say just then before he leaves, though the words that emerge are limp. He shrugs.
All right then,
he says, stepping back out into the rain. He never said if he believed me. He didn't need to. Mouse. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Mouse. It wasn't her real name, but for as long as the girl could remember, her father had called her that. The girl didn't know why her father called her Mouse. She didn't ask. She worried that if she brought attention to it, he might stop using the nickname, and she didn't want him to do that. The girl liked that her father called her Mouse, because it was something special between her father and her, even if she didn't know why. Mouse spent a lot of time thinking about it. She had ideas about why her father called her by that nickname. For one, she had a soft spot for cheese. Sometimes when she pulled strands of mozzarella from her string cheese and laid them on her tongue to eat, she thought that maybe that was the reason he called her Mouse, because of how much she liked cheese. She wondered if her father thought she looked like a mouse. If, maybe, there were whiskers that grew along her upper lip, one so small even she couldn't see them, though her father could somehow see them. Mouse would go to the bathroom, climb up on the sink, press in closely to the mirror so she could search for whiskers. She even brought a magnifying glass along with her once, held it between her lip and her reflection. But she didn't see any whiskers there. Maybe, she decided, it had nothing to do with whiskers, but something to do with her brown hair, her big ears, her big teeth. But Mouse wasn't sure. Sometimes she thought it had to do with the way she looked, and then other times she thought it had nothing to do with the way she looked, but was something else instead, like the Salerno butter cookies she and her father ate after dinner sometimes. Maybe it was because of those cookies that he called her Mouse. Mouse loved her Salerno butter cookies more than any other kind of cookie, even more than homemade. She'd stack them up on her pinky, slide her finger through the center hole, gnaw her way down the side of the stack, just like a mouse gnawing its way through wood. Mouse ate her cookies at the dinner table, but one night, when her father had his back turned, taking the dishes to the sink to wash, she slipped an extra few in her pockets for a late-night snack, in case she or her teddy bear got hungry. Mouse excused herself from the table, tried sneaking up to her bedroom with the cookies in her pockets, though she knew that crammed there in her pockets, the cookies would quickly turn to crumbs. To Mouse, it didn't matter. The crumbs would taste just as good as the cookie had. But her father caught her red-handed trying to make off with the cookies. He didn't scold her. He hardly ever scolded her. There wasn't a need for Mouse to be scolded. Instead, he teased her for hoarding food, storing it somewhere in that bedroom of hers, like mice store food in the walls of people's homes. But somehow, Mouse didn't think that was why he called her Mouse. Because by then, she already was Mouse. Mouse had a vivid imagination. She loved to make stories up. She never wrote them down on paper, but put them in her head, where no one else could see. In her stories, there was a girl named Mouse who could do anything she wanted to, even cartwheels on the moon, if that was what she wanted to do, because Mouse didn't need silly things like oxygen or gravity. She was afraid of nothing, because she was immortal. No matter what she did, no harm could come to imaginary Mouse. Mouse loved to draw. Her bedroom walls were covered in pictures of her father and her teddy bears. Mouse spent her days playing pretend. Her bedroom, the only one on the second floor of the old home, was full of dolls, toys, and stuffed animals. Each animal had a name. Her favorite was a stuffed brown bear named Mr. Bear. Mouse had a dollhouse, a toy kitchen set with pretend pots and pans, and crates of plastic food. She had a tea set. Mouse loved to set her dolls and animals in a circle on her floor, on the edge of her striped rag rug, and serve them each a tiny mug of tea and a plastic donut. She would find a book on her shelf and read it aloud to her friends before tucking them into bed. But sometimes Mouse didn't play with her animals and dolls. Sometimes she stood on her bed and pretended the floor around her was hot lava oozing from the volcano at the other end of the room. She couldn't step on the floor for risk of death. Those days, Mouse would scramble from her bed to a desk, climbing to safety. She'd tread precariously across the top of the small white desk, the legs of it wobbling beneath her, threatening to break. Mouse wasn't a big girl, but the desk was old, fragile. It wasn't meant to hold a 6-year-old child. But it didn't matter, because soon enough, Mouse was clambering into a laundry basket full of dirty clothes on the bedroom floor. As she did, she took extra care not to step on the floor, breathing a sigh of relief when she was safely inside the basket, because even though the basket was on the floor, it was safe. The basket couldn't get swallowed up by lava because it was made of titanium, and Mouse knew that titanium wouldn't melt. She was a smart girl, smarter than any other girl her age that she knew. Inside the laundry basket, the girl rode the waves of the volcano until the lava itself cooled and crusted over, and the land was safe enough to walk on again. Only then did she venture out of the basket and go back to playing along the edge of the rag rug with Mr. Bear and her dolls. Sometimes Mouse thought that, her tendency to disappear to her bedroom, quiet as a church mouse, as her father put it, and play all day, was the reason he called her Mouse. It was hard to say, but one thing was certain. Mouse loved that name, until the day fake Mom arrived, and then she no longer did. Sadie. I'm sitting on the floor in the lobby of the clinic. Before me is an activity table, the kind meant to keep kids entertained while they wait. The dark carpet beneath me is thin and cheap. It's unraveling in spots, with stains that blend into the nylon, so you wouldn't see them unless you were as close to it as I am. I'm cross-legged on the floor, sitting on the side of the activity table that faces a shape sorter. I watch on as my hand drops a heart-shaped block into the appropriate opening. There's a girl on the other side of the table. At first glance, she looks to be about 4 years old. She wears a pair of crooked pigtails. Strands of blonde hair have come loose from the elastics. They fall to her face, hang into her eyes where she leaves them be, not bothering to shove them away. Her sweatshirt is red. Her shoes don't match. One is a black patent leather Mary Jane, and the other a black ballet flat. An easy enough mistake to make. My own legs have begun to ache. I unknot them, find a different position to sit in, one better suited for a 39-year-old woman. The waiting room chair catches my eye, but I can't rise from the floor and leave, not yet, because the little girl across the table is watching me expectantly. "Go," she says, grinning oddly, and I ask, "Go where?" Though my voice is strangled when I speak, I clear my throat, try again. "Go where?" I ask, this time sounding more like myself. On the floor, my body is stiff. My legs hurt. My head hurts. I'm hot. I didn't catch a wink of sleep last night, and am paying for it today. I'm tired and disoriented. This morning's conversation with Officer Berg has rattled my nerves, made a bad day even worse. "Go," the girl says again. When I stare at her, doing nothing, she says, "It's your turn," pronouncing none of the R's, but turning them to W's instead. "My turn?" I ask, taken aback, and she says to me, "Yeah, you're the wed, remember?" Except she doesn't say red, she says wed. Wed, remember? I shake my head. I must not have been paying attention because I don't remember. Because I don't know what she's talking about until she points it out for me. The red beads at the top of the roller coaster table, the ones that go up and down the red wire hills, around the red corkscrew turns. "Oh," I say, reaching out to touch the red wooden beads before me. "Okay, what should I do with the red?" I ask the girl, her nose oozing snot, eyes a bit glazed over, as if febrile. And I don't have to think hard to know why she's here. She's my patient. She's come to see me. She coughs hard, forgetting to cover her mouth. The little ones always do. "You do it like this," she says as she takes her dirty, germy hand and grasps a train of yellow beads with it, driving the beads over the yellow hill and around the yellow corkscrew turns. "You do it like that," she says, when the beads finally reach the other end and she lets go of them. Her hands fall to her hips as she stares at me, again expectantly. I smile at the girl as I start to move the red beads. But before they've gone far, I hear, "Dr. Faust," hissed at me from behind. It's a woman's voice, clearly annoyed. "What are you doing down there, Dr. Faust?" I turn to see Joyce standing behind me. Her posture is straight, her expression firm. She tells me that my 11 o'clock appointment is here, waiting for me in exam room 3. I rise slowly to standing, shake out my stiff legs. I have no idea why I thought it would be a good idea to get down on the ground and play with the little girl. I tell her I have to get back to work. I say that maybe we can play again later, and she smiles shyly at me. She wasn't shy before, but she's shy now. She's changed. And I think it has something to do with my height. Now that I'm standing, I'm no longer 3 feet tall like her. I'm different. She rushes to her mama's side, wraps her arms around her mother's knees. I say to her mother, "What a sweet girl," and her mother thanks me for playing with her. Around me, the waiting room is crawling with patients. I follow Joyce through the lobby doors and down the hall. But once there, I head the other way from the exam room, going to the kitchen instead, where I help myself to a sip of water from the water cooler, taking a moment to catch my breath. I'm tired. I'm hungry. My head still hurts. Joyce follows me into the kitchen. She gives me this look, like I have some nerve to drink water at a time like this, when we have a patient waiting. I can see it in her eyes every time she looks at me. Joyce doesn't like me. I don't know why Joyce doesn't like me. There's nothing I've done that would make her not like me. I tell myself it has nothing to do with what happened back in Chicago, that there's no way she can know about that. No, that stayed there, because I resigned. It was the only way a claim of negligence didn't end my medical career. But whether I'd practice emergency medicine again, I didn't know. It was a blot on my confidence, if not my resume. I tell Joyce that I'll be right there, but she stands watching in teal-blue scrubs and nursing clogs, with her hands on her hips. She pouts, and only then do I take note of the clock on the wall behind her, where red numbers inform me that it's 1:15 in the afternoon. "Oh," I say, though that can't be. I couldn't possibly have fallen that far behind schedule. My bedside manner is decent enough. I've been known to go on a tad too long with patients, but not like this. I glance down at my watch, sure that it's slow, that my watch is to blame for my falling behind schedule. But the time on my watch mirrors the time on the clock. I feel a frustration start to well inside of me. Emma has mistakenly scheduled too many patients in not enough time, so that I'll spend the rest of the day scrambling to catch up, and we'll pay for it, the whole lot of us, Joyce, Emma, the patients, and me. But mainly me. It's a short drive home. The entirety of the island is only about a mile by a mile and a half wide, which means that on a bad day such as this, I don't have time to decompress before I arrive home. I drive slowly, taking my time, needing an extra lap around the block to catch my breath before I pull into my own driveway. This far north in the world, night falls early. The sun begins to set at just past 4 o'clock, leaving us with only 9 hours of daylight this time of year. The rest of the day, various shades of twilight and dark. The sky is dark now. I don't know most of my neighbors. Some I've seen in passing, but most I've never seen, because it's late fall, early winter, the time of year people have a tendency to hide indoors. The home next door to ours is a summer property only, someone's second home. It's unoccupied this time of year. The owners, Will learned and told to me, moved to the mainland as soon as fall comes, leaving their home abandoned for Old Man Winter. Which makes me think now that a home like that could be vulnerable to break-ins. making for an easy place for a killer to hide. As I go by it, the house is dark, as it always is, until just after 7 o'clock when a light flicks on. The light is set on a timer. It goes off near midnight. The timer is meant to serve as a deterrent for burglars, and yet so predictable, it's not. I go on. I bypass my own home and head up the hill. The Baines' house is dark as I drive past. Across the street, at the home of the Nilsons, a light is on, the soft glow of it just barely breaking through the periphery of the heavy drapes. I pause before the home, car idling, my eyes set on the picture window in front. There's a car in the drive, Mr. Nilson's rusty sedan. Puffs of smoke spew from the chimney and into the winter night. Someone is home. I have half a mind to pull into the drive, park the car, knock on the front door, and ask about what Officer Berg told me, how Mr. Nilson claimed he saw me arguing with Morgan in the days before she died. But I also have enough self-awareness to know that if I do, it might come off as brash, threatening even, and that's not the message I want to send. I make my way around the block before going home. Moments later, I stand alone in the kitchen, peeking beneath the lid of a skillet to see what Will's cooking tonight. Pork chops. It smells divine. I stand with my shoes still on my feet, a bag slung across me. The bag is heavy. The strap burrows deeply into my skin, though I hardly feel the weight of it, because it's my stomach that hurts the most. I'm hungry, completely famished, my day getting away from me so that I never had time for lunch. Without a word, Will slips silently into the kitchen and curls up behind me. He nestles his chin onto my shoulder. He slips his warm hands beneath the waistline of my shirt, wrapping them around me. A single thumb sweeps up and down my navel, strumming me like a guitar. I feel myself tense up at Will's touch. "How was your day?" he asks. I think back to the days when Will's arms around me made me feel safe, invulnerable, and loved. For a moment, I want nothing more than to turn and face him, to unload about the dreary workday, the run-in with Officer Berg. I know just exactly what would happen if I did. Will would stroke my hair before lifting the heavy work bag from my shoulder and setting it to the ground. He'd say something empathetic, like, "That sounds rough," as he poured me a glass of wine. He wouldn't attempt to fix things for me as other men might do. Instead, he'd lead me to the single spindleback chair pressed against a kitchen wall and hand me the wine. He'd drop to the kitchen floor before me and remove my shoes, massage my feet, and he'd listen. But I don't tell Will about my day, because I can't. Because there on the countertop sits his true crime novel, and in an instant, last night comes tumbling back to me all over again. From where I stand, I see the edge of Aaron's photograph jutting out from the pages of the book, just a couple of millimeters of blue trim. And even though I can't see it, I still imagine the blue eyes, blonde hair, rounded shoulders, the willowy woman who stands with her hands on her hips, pouting at the camera, baiting whoever's on the other side of it. "What's wrong?" Will asks, and though I hesitate, thinking I might just say nothing and leave the room, too exhausted for this conversation right now, I say, "I started reading your book last night, when I couldn't sleep," motioning to it there on the countertop. Will doesn't pick up the innuendo. He draws away from me and begins tending to dinner while asking, "Oh yeah? What do you think of it so far?" with his side now turned toward me. "Well," I say, hesitating, "I didn't actually have a chance to read it. I opened it up, and Aaron's picture fell out." Feeling shamefaced for admitting this, as if I've done something wrong. Only then does he put the tongs down and turn to me. "Sadie," he says, reaching for me, and I say, "It's fine, really, it is," trying my hardest to be diplomatic, because for heaven's sake, Aaron is dead. I can't be outwardly angry or jealous that Will's been carrying her photograph around after all this time. That just wouldn't feel right. Besides, there's no reason for me to be concerned. I, too, had a high school sweetheart once. We broke up when he went off to college. He didn't die, but we severed ties just the same. I never think of him. If I were to pass him on the street, I wouldn't know. Will married me, I remind myself. He has children with me. I look down at my hand. It doesn't matter that the ring I wear once belonged to her. As a family heirloom, Will's mother refused to let Aaron be buried with it. He was honest when he gave it to me. He came clean, told me what the ring had been through and where it had been. I promised at the time to wear the ring in both his grandmother's and in Aaron's honor. It's just, I say, staring at the book as if I can see straight through the cover to what's inside. I never knew you carried her picture around with you, that you still thought about her. I didn't. Listen, he says, reaching for my hands. I don't pull back, though that's exactly what I want to do. I want to be hurt. I am hurt. But I try to be compassionate. Yes, I have a photograph of her still. I came across it in some of my stuff when I was unpacking. I didn't know what to do with it, so I stuck it in the book. But it's not what you think. It's just that I realized recently that it will be 20 years next month. 20 years since Aaron died. That's all. I don't think about her hardly ever, Sadie. But it got me thinking, and not in a mournful way. More in a, holy shit, 20 years sort of way. He pauses, runs his hands through his hair, thinks his next words through before he speaks. 20 years ago, I was a different man. I wasn't even a man, he says. I was a boy. The odds that Aaron and I would have actually gone through with it and gotten married aren't great. Sooner or later, we would have realized how dumb we were, how naive. What we had was just young love between two stupid kids. What you and I have, he says, tapping my chest and then his in turn. And I have to look away, because his stare is so intense it gets inside of me. This, Sadie, this is marriage. And then he draws me in and wraps his arms around me. And for just this once, I let him. He presses his lips to my ear and whispers, "Whether you believe me or not, there are times I thank God it happened this way. Because if it didn't, I might have never met you." There's nothing to say to that. It's not as if I, too, can say that I'm glad she's dead. What kind of person would that make me? After a minute, I pull back. Will goes back to the stove. He reaches for the tongs, flips over the pork chops in the frying pan. I tell him that I'm running upstairs to change. In the living room, Tate sits playing with Legos on the nicked-up coffee table. I say hello, and he rises from the floor and squeezes me tight, calling out, "Mommy's home!" He asks me to play with him, and I promise, "After dinner, Mommy's going to go change." But before I can go, he pulls on my hand, calling out, "Statue game! Statue game!" I don't know what he means by this, statue game. But I'm too tired for him to be pulling on me. He doesn't mean for it to be, but his tugging is rough. It hurts my hand. "Tate," I say, "be gentle," as I withdraw my hand from his and see him pout. "I want to play the statue game," he whines. But instead I say, "We'll do Legos. After dinner, I promise." Seeing the castle he's already begun to create, complete with a tower and gatehouse. It's impressive. A mini figure sits at the top of the tower, keeping watch over the land, while 3 more figures stand on the coffee table, ready to attack. "You did that all by yourself?" I ask, and Tate tells me he did, beaming proudly as I disappear up the stairs to change. It's dim in the house. Aside from the shortage of windows, and therefore a scarcity of natural lighting, the The house is coated with a dated wooden paneling, which makes everything dark, gloomy. It does nothing to bolster our moods, especially on days like this, which are depressing enough as is. Upstairs, I find Otto's bedroom door pulled to. He's there, inside, as he always is, listening to music and doing homework. I rap on the door and call out a quick hello. He says back, "Hi." I wonder how Otto's commute was to school, if he wore wet clothes all day from the rain-drenched ferry ride to the school bus, waiting on the other side, if he sat with anyone at lunch. I could ask him, but the truth is I'd rather not know the answer. As they say, ignorance is bliss. Imogen's door is open a smidge. I peek in, but she's not there. I head to Will's and my bedroom. There, I stare at my tired reflection in the floor-length mirror, the weary eyes, the poplin shirt, the skirt. My makeup has nearly worn away. My skin is washed out, more gray than anything else. Or maybe it's just the lighting. Crow's feet sneak from the edges of my eyes. My laugh lines become more prominent each day. The joys of aging. I'm pleased to see my hair starting to grow back to its usual length, after an impulsive chop, one of those regrettable haircuts I hated. All I'd ever gotten were the dead ends trimmed, but then one day my longtime stylist went and sheared off 4 inches or more. I stared at her aghast when she was through, eyeing the clumps of hair on her salon floor. "What?" she'd asked, as wide-eyed as me. "That's what you said you wanted, Sadie." I told her it was fine. It's hair. It grows back. I didn't want her to feel bad for what she'd done. And it is only hair. It does grow back. But if we hadn't moved when we did, I would have been on the hunt for a new stylist. I yank the high heels from my feet and stare at the blisters on my skin. I step from my skirt, tossing it into the laundry basket. After sinking my feet into a pair of warm socks, my legs into a pair of comfy pajama pants, I head back downstairs, checking the thermostat on the way down. This old home is either icy cold or burning hot, but never anything in between. The furnace can no longer distribute heat properly. I turn the heat up a notch. Will is still in the kitchen when I arrive, putting away the rest of the dinner prep. He slips the flour and cornstarch in a cabinet, sets the dirty skillet in the sink. He calls the boys for dinner. Moments later, we sit at the kitchen table to eat. Will has served the pork chops with a side of spinach couscous tonight, his culinary skills easily trumping mine. "Where's Imogen?" I ask, and Will tells me she's with a friend, studying for a Spanish quiz. She'll be home by 7. I roll my eyes, mutter, "Don't hold your breath." Because Imogen rarely, if ever, does as she says. Only sometimes does she eat dinner with us. When she does, she saunters into the kitchen 5 minutes later than the rest of us, because she can. Because we're not going to nag her about it. She knows that if she wants to eat the dinner Will's made, she eats with us, or she doesn't eat at all. Though still, when she does eat with us, she comes late and leaves early to exercise her autonomy. Tonight, however, she's a no-show, and I wonder if she's really studying with a friend, or if she's doing something else, like hanging out at the abandoned military fortification at the far end of the island, where kids have been rumored to drink, do drugs, have sex. I put it out of my mind for now. Instead, I ask Otto about his day. He shrugs and says, "Okay, I guess." Will asks, "How was the science test?" Inquiring about things like static and kinetic friction, and asking him, "Did you remember what they mean?" Otto says he did, he thinks. Will reaches over, ruffles his hair, and says, "Attaboy, the studying helped." I watch as a dark thatch of hair falls into Otto's eyes. His hair has grown too long, so that it's shaggy and unkempt. It hides his eyes. Otto's eyes are hazel, like Will's, and can turn on a dime from a warm brown to a sky blue, though I can't see which tonight. Dinner conversation consists mostly of Tate's day at school, though half the class was apparently absent, because half of the parents have the good sense not to send their children to school when there is a murderer on the loose. Though Tate doesn't know this. I watch as Otto, across from me, slices through the pork chop with a steak knife. There's a crudeness about the way he holds the knife, about the way he cuts his meat with it. The pork is succulent. It's cooked to perfection. My own knife slices right through. But still, Otto goes after his full tilt, as if it's overcooked, tough and rubbery, nearly impossible to get through with the serrated knife edge, which it's not. There's something about the knife in his hand that makes me lose my appetite. "Aren't you hungry?" Will asks, seeing that I'm not eating. I don't answer his question. I reach for my fork instead. I set a bite of pork in my mouth. The memories come rushing back to me, and I find that I can hardly chew. But still I do chew, because Will is watching me, as is Tate. Tate, who doesn't like pork chops, though we have a 3-bite rule in our home. 3 bites, and then you can be through. He's only had 1. But Otto, on the other hand, eats voraciously, sawing through the meat like a lumberjack with a log. I'd never thought much about knives before. They were just part of the flatware. Not until the day Will and I walked into the principal's office at Otto's public high school in Chicago. And there he sat in a chair, back to us, handcuffs on his wrists. It was alarming to see, my son with his hands bound behind him like a common criminal. Will had received a call from the principal that there was a problem at school, something we needed to discuss. I cut short my shift in the ER. As I drove to the school alone with plans to meet Will there, my mind went to a failing grade, or the overlooked signs of a learning disability we didn't yet know about. Perhaps Otto was dyslexic. The idea of Otto struggling with something, with anything, saddened me. I wanted to help. I walked straight past the police cruiser parked outside. I didn't think anything of it. But then, at the sight of Otto there in the chair, in handcuffs, the mama bear in me reared up at once. I don't think I've ever been so angry in my entire life. "Take those off of him this minute," I demanded. "You have no right," I said. But whether the police officer did or didn't, I didn't know. He stood just feet shy of Otto, looking down on the boy, whose eyes sat glued to the floor, head slumped forward, arms awkwardly tethered together behind him so that he couldn't sit all the way back. Otto looked so small in the chair, helpless and frail. At 14, he had yet to experience the same growth spurt that other boys his age already had. He stood a head shorter than most of them, and twice as thin. Though Will and I were right there with him, he was alone, completely alone. Anyone could see that. It made my heart break for him. The school principal sat on the other side of a large desk, looking grim. "Mr. and Mrs. Faust," he said, rising to his feet and extending a hand in greeting, a hand which Will and I both ignored. "Doctor," I amended. The police officer smirked. The evidence bag on the corner of the principal's desk, I soon learned, contained a knife. And not just any knife, but an 8-inch chef's knife from Will's prized set, stolen that morning from the block of them that sat on the corner of the kitchen counter. The principal explained to Will and me that Otto brought the knife to school, hidden in his backpack. Fortunately, the principal said, one of the students saw and had the good sense to inform a teacher, and the local police were called in to apprehend Otto before any damage could be done. As the principal spoke, I could think only one thing. How humiliating it would have been for Otto to be handcuffed in front of his peers, to be removed from his classroom by the local police, because never once did I think it was possible that Otto brought a knife to school, or that he threatened children with it. This was a mistake only, a horrible mistake for which Will and I would seek retribution for our son and his marred reputation. Otto was quiet, kind.
Not ostentatiously happy, but happy. He had friends. A handful only, but friends nonetheless. He was always very rule-abiding, never once getting into trouble at school. There had never been a detention, a note sent home, a phone call with a teacher. There was no need for any of these things. And so, I easily reasoned, there was no way Otto had done something as delinquent as bring a knife to school. Upon closer examination of the knife itself, Will recognized it as his own. He tried to downplay the situation. It's a popular knife set. I bet many people have it. And yet no one could dispute the look of recognition that crossed his face, the look of shock and horror. There, in the principal's office, Otto began to cry. "What did you think you were doing?" Will asked him gently, a hand on Otto's shoulder, massaging it. "You're better than that, buddy," he said. "You're smarter than that." By then, they were both crying. I was the only one whose eyes remained dry. Otto confessed to us then in not quite so many words, his voice hard to hear at times through the gasping sobs, that the previous spring, he'd become the target of teenage bullying. He thought it would go away on its own, but the situation had only become more exacerbated when he returned to school that August. What Otto told us was that some of the more popular boys in school claimed he was making eyes at another kid in his class. A boy. Rumors circulated quickly, and before long, not a day went by that Otto wasn't called a homo, a queer, a fairy, a fag. "Stupid faggot," they'd say. "Die, faggot, die." Otto went on, rambling off the epithets his classmates used. Only when Otto paused for breath did the principal ask who specifically said these things, and whether there were witnesses to Otto's claims, or if this was simply a matter of he said, she said, so to speak. There was the clear sense that the principal didn't believe him. Otto went on. He told us how the smack talk was only part of it, because there was also the physical abuse, the threats, being cornered in the boys' bathroom or shoved into lockers, the cyberbullying, the photos they'd taken of him, heinously photoshopped to their liking, and shared far and wide. This broke my heart and made me angry with good reason. I wanted to find the boys who had done this to Otto and wring their little necks. My blood pressure spiked. There was a pounding in my head, my chest, as my hand fell to the back of Otto's chair to steady myself. "What will happen to those boys?" I'd asked, demanding. "Certainly they'll be punished for what they've done. They can't get away with this." His reply was limp. "If Otto would tell us who did this, I could talk to them," he said. A look crossed Otto's face. He would never tell on these kids, because if he did, life would suddenly be even more insufferable than it already was. "Why didn't you tell us?" Will asked, dropping down beside Otto so that he could look him straight in the eye. Otto looked at him, head shaking, and asserted, "I'm not gay, Dad." As if it would matter if he were. "I'm not gay," he maintained, losing any lingering traces of composure. But that wasn't the question Will had asked, because things like that, sexual orientation, didn't matter to Will or me. "Why didn't you tell us you were being bullied?" Will clarified then. And that was when Otto said he did. He did tell. He told me. In that moment, my heart sank so low it slipped right out of me. Violence throughout the city was on a rise. That meant more and more patients showing up in my emergency room, with bloodied bodies and gunshot wounds. My everyday routine started to resemble the sensationalist portrayal of ERs you see on TV. And not merely all fevers and broken bones. Add to that the fact that we'd been understaffed. Back in those days, my 12-hour shifts looked more like 15, and it was a constant marathon, during which there was little time to empty my bladder or eat. I was in a fog when I was home, tired and sleep-deprived. I forgot things. A dental cleaning, to pick up a gallon of milk on the way home from work. Had Otto told me he was being bullied, and I'd dismissed it? Or had I been so lost in thought that I didn't hear him at all? Will's eyes had turned to mine then, inquiring in that single incredulous stare whether I had known. I shrugged my shoulders and shook my head, made him believe that Otto hadn't told me, because maybe he had and maybe he hadn't. I didn't know. "What made you think it was okay to take a knife to school?" Will had asked Otto then, and I tried to imagine the logic that went through his mind that morning when deciding to take the knife. Would there be legal recourse for what he had done, or would a slap on the wrist suffice? How could I possibly stand to send him back to the classroom when this was through? "What did you think you were going to do with it, buddy?" Will asked, meaning the knife, and I braced myself, not sure I was ready to hear his reply. Otto gazed over a shoulder at me then, and whispered, his voice breathy from crying, "It was Mom's idea." I blanched at his words, turning all shades of white because of the preposterousness of the statement. A bold-faced lie. It was Mom's idea to take the knife to school, to scare them with. Otto lied, his eyes dropping to the floor, while Will, the police officer, and I watched on. "She's the one who put it in my backpack," he said under his breath, and I gasped, knowing immediately why he said it. I was the one who always had his back. We're cut from the same cloth, Otto and me. He's a mama's boy. He's always been. He thought I would protect him from this, that if I could take the blame for what he'd done, he'd get off scot-free. But he didn't pause to think of the ramifications it might have on my reputation, on my career, on me. I was heartbroken for Otto, but now I was also angry. Until that moment, I didn't know he was being picked on at school, and far be it from me to suggest he bring a knife, to school to threaten teenage boys with, much less slip it inside his backpack. How did he possibly think anyone would fall for that lie? "That's ridiculous, Otto," I breathed out, as all eyes in the room moved in unison to mine. "How could you say that?" I asked, my own eyes starting to well with tears. I pressed a finger to his chest. I whispered, "You did this, Otto. You." And he winced in the chair, as if he'd been slapped. He turned his back to me, and once again began to cry. Soon after, we took Otto home, having been informed that there would be an expulsion hearing before the board to see if Otto could return to school. We didn't wait for an answer. I could never send Otto back there again. Later that night, Will asked me in private, "Don't you think you were too harsh on him?" And there it was, the first rift in our marriage. Until that moment, there'd been no breaches in our relationship, no gaps, none that I knew about, at least. Will and I were like diamonds, I thought, able to withstand the crushing pressures of marriage and family life. I felt sorry for the way things had unfolded in the principal's office. There was an awful pain in the pit of my stomach, knowing that Otto had been enduring the bullying and abuse for so long, and we didn't know. I felt sad it had come to this, that my son thought taking a knife to school was his only option. But I was angry that he tried to lay the blame for it on me. I told Will no, I didn't think I was too harsh on Otto, and he said, "He's just a boy, Sadie. He made a mistake." But some mistakes, I soon came to learn, couldn't so easily be forgiven. Because it wasn't 2 weeks later that I discovered Will was having an affair, that he'd been having an affair for quite some time. Next came the news of Alice's death. I wasn't sure, but Will was. It was time to leave. "Happenstance," he called it. "Everything happens for a reason," he said. Will promised me we could be happy in Maine, that we just needed to leave behind everything that happened in Chicago and start fresh. Though, of course, it struck me as ironic that our happiness came at Alice's expense. As we sit now at the table, eating the last of our dinner, I find myself staring out the dark window above the kitchen sink, thinking about Imogen and the Baines family, about Officer Berg's accusation this morning. I wonder if we can ever be happy here, or if bad luck is destined to follow us wherever we go. Camille. After that first time together, my meetups with Will became a regular thing. There were other hotel rooms, ones that became more fancy the more I begged. I didn't like the hotels he first took me to. They were dank, dingy, cheap. The rooms had stuffy smells to them. The sheets were scratchy and thin. They had stains on them. I heard people on the other side of the walls. They heard me. I deserved more than that. I was too good for budget hotels, for the criticism of a minimally paid staff. I was special and deserved to be treated as such. Will should have known that by then. I dropped a hint one afternoon. "I've always dreamed of seeing the inside of the Waldorf," I said. "The Waldorf?" he asked, standing before me, laughing at my suggestion. We were deep in the alcove of an apartment complex where no one could see us. We never talked about his marriage. It was one of those things that's just there. One of those things you don't want to believe is there. Like death, aliens, malaria. "The Waldorf Astoria?" he asked when I suggested it. "You know that's like $400 a night, maybe more." I asked, pouting. "Am I not worth that to you?" As it turned out, I was. Because within an hour's time, we had a room on the 10th floor, champagne compliments of room service. "There's nothing," Will said as he opened the door to the lavish hotel suite and let me in, "that I wouldn't do for you." In the room, there was a fireplace, a terrace, a minibar, a fancy bathtub where I could soak, staring out at the views of the city from the luxury of a bubble bath. The hotel staff referred to us as Mr. and Mrs. Faust. "Enjoy your stay, Mr. and Mrs. Faust." I imagined a world where I was Mrs. Faust, where I lived in Will's home with him, where I carried and raised his babies. It was a good life. But I didn't ever want to be mistaken for Sadie. I was so much better than Sadie. Will meant what he said, that there was nothing he wouldn't do for me. He proved it time and again. He showered me with sweet nothings. He wrote me love notes. He bought me things. When no one was there, he brought me to his home. It was far different than the gloomy apartment where Sadie and I used to live, that 2-bedroom in Uptown where drunks and bums hung around, accosting us for money when we stepped outside. Not that we had any to spare. Even if I did, I wasn't about to share. I'm not known for my generosity. But Sadie was, always digging away in her purse, and they clung to her, the drunks and the bums did, like lice to hair. They tried the same with me. I told them to fuck off. Inside Will and Sadie's home, I ran my hands across the arm of a leather sofa, fondled glass vases and candelabras and such, all clearly expensive. The Sadie I once knew could never afford these things. A doctor's salary came with all the perks. Will led the way to the bedroom. I followed along. There was a picture of Sadie and him on a bedside table, a wedding picture. It was charming, really. In the picture, they were standing in the center of a street. They were sharply in focus, while the rest of the picture gradually blurred. The trees canopied over them, full of springtime blooms. They weren't facing the camera, smiling cheesy grins at some photographer's request like most brides and grooms do. Instead, they were leaned into each other, kissing. Her eyes were closed, while his watched her. He stared at her like she was the most beautiful woman in the world. His hand was wrapped around the small of her back, hers pressed to his chest. There was a spray of rice in the air, for prosperity, fertility, and good fortune. Will caught me looking at the picture. To save face, I said, "Your wife's pretty," as if I'd never seen her before. But Sadie was a far cry from pretty. She was ordinary at best. He wore a hangdog look, said, "I think so." I told myself he had to say that it wouldn't be right for him to say anything else. But he didn't mean it. He came to me, ran his hands through my hair, kissed me deeply. "You're beautiful," he said, the superlative form of pretty, which meant I was prettier than her. Will led me to the bed, tossed pillows to the ground. "Don't you think your wife will mind?" I asked as I sat on the edge of the bed. I have little moral compass. I'm sure that much is clear. I didn't mind, but I thought maybe he did. Will's smile was mischievous. He came to me, slipped a hand up my skirt, said, "I hope she does." We didn't talk about his wife anymore after that. What I'd come to learn was that Will was a ladies' man before he got married, a philanderer, the kind of man who thought he'd never settle down. As they say, old habits die hard. It was something Sadie tried to keep in check. But try as we might, we can't change people. So she kept a tight rein on him instead, same as she once did me. Long ago, my lighters, my smokes would disappear if she found them. Locks would change when I'd forget to close the apartment door behind myself. She was quite the disciplinarian, quite the despot. I could see in his eyes the way she enfeebled him, the way she emasculated him. I, on the other hand, made him feel like a man. Sadie. It's 7:30. Imogen still isn't home. Will doesn't seem worried, not even when I press him on it, asking who she's studying with and where the friend lives. "I know you want to believe the best in her, Will, but come on," I say to him. "We both know she's not studying Spanish." Will shrugs and tells me, "She's just being a teenager, Sadie." "A delinquent teenager," I retort, my face expressionless. Otto, at 14, is a teenager too. But it's a school night, and he's at home with us, as he should be. Will wipes down the table from dinner and tosses the dirty dish rag into the sink. He turns to me, smiling his magnanimous smile, and says, "I was a delinquent teenager once, and look how I turned out. She'll be fine." As Otto comes into the room with his geometry folder. Will and Otto spread out at the kitchen table to work on homework. Tate turns on the living room TV and settles in, snuggled up under an Afghan, to watch a cartoon. I carry my glass of wine upstairs. A long soak in a warm bath is what I have in mind. But at the top of the steps, I find myself drawn not to the master bathroom, but instead to Imogen's room. It's dark when I enter. I press my palm against the door, opening it wide. I ignore a sign on the door that tells me to keep out. I let myself into the room, feeling the wall for a light switch and turning it on. The room becomes visible, and I discover a jumble of dark clothing strewn across the floor, enough of it that I have to move it to avoid stepping on it. The room smells of incense. The box of sticks lies there on Imogen's desk, beside a coiled snake-shaped holder. The sticks go inside the snake's mouth, the smell still potent enough that I wonder if she was here, after school, burning incense in her room, before she disappeared to wherever she is. The desk is wooden and old. Imogen has carved words into the wood with the sharp edge of some sort of blade. They're not nice words. Indeed, they're angry words. "Fuck you. I hate you." I take a swig of my wine before setting the glass on the desktop. I trace my finger across the wooden trenches, wondering if this is the same handwriting that was left on my car window. I wish, in retrospect, that I had thought to take a photo of my car window before blasting that word away with the defrost. Then I could compare the handwriting, see if the shape of the letters is the same. Then I'd know. This is the first time I've stepped all the way inside Imogen's room. I didn't come with the intent of snooping.
But this is my family's home now. It feels within my right to snoop. Will wouldn't like it. I just barely make out his and Otto's muffled voices coming from the kitchen. They have no idea where I am. I look inside the desk drawers first. It's just what you'd expect to find in a desk drawer. Pens, paper, paper clips. I stand on the desk chair, running my hands blindly along the bookshelf above the desk, coming up with only a palmful of dust. I ease myself back down to the floor. I leave my wine where it is. I go to the bedside table, pull on the drawer knob. I sift through random things. A child's rosary, wadded up tissues, a bookmark, a condom. I reach for the condom, hold it in my hand a moment, debate whether to tell Will. Imogen is 16. 16-year-olds these days have sex. But a condom at least tells me Imogen is being smart about the choices she makes. She's being safe. I can't fault her for that. If we were on better terms, I'd have a conversation with her, woman to woman. But we're not. Regardless, an appointment with a gynecologist isn't out of the question, now that she's of a certain age. That might be a better way to handle things. I put the condom back. Then I find a photograph. It's a photograph of a man, I can tell, from the body shape and what's left of the hair, that which hasn't been scuffed off in apparent anger. But the man's face, on the other hand, has been obliterated like a scratch-off lottery ticket, scored with the edge of a coin. I wonder who the man is. I wonder how Imogen knows him, and what made Imogen so angry that she felt the need to do this. I drop to my hands and knees beside the bed. I look beneath, before foraging in the pockets of the misplaced clothing. I rise to my feet and go to the closet, sliding the door open. I reach in, feeling blindly for the light string and giving it a pull. I don't want Will to know I'm nosing around in Imogen's room. I hold my breath, listen for noises coming from downstairs, but all that I hear is Tate's cartoon on the TV, the sound of his innocent laugh. If only he'd stay this age forever. Will and Otto are quiet, and I envision them folded over notebooks on the kitchen table, lost in thought. Not so long after what happened with Otto, I read an article about how to best snoop in your teen's room, the places to look. Not the obvious spots like desk drawers, but instead, secret pockets in the lining of coats, inside the electrical sockets, in false-bottomed soda cans. What we were to look for wasn't so obvious either, but rather cleaning supplies, plastic bags, over-the-counter medicine, all of which were easily misused by teens. I never actually snooped through Otto's room. I didn't need to. What happened with him was one and done. Otto had learned his lesson. We talked about it. It would never happen again. But Imogen is a closed book to me. She hardly speaks, not more than a sentence at best, and even that is never forthcoming. I know nothing about her, about who she's having sex with. And does she have sex here, in this room, when Will and I are gone, or does she sneak out the bedroom window at night? About those girls she smokes cigarettes with? About what she does in these missing hours that she's not with us? Will and I should have a better handle on these things. We shouldn't be so uninformed. It's irresponsible that we are. But every time I've broached the subject with Will, who is Imogen really? He puts me off, saying that we can't push too hard, that she'll open up to us when she's ready. I can't wait anymore. I search the closet. I find the letter in the pocket of a charcoal sweatshirt. It really isn't hard to find. I check the shoeboxes first, the back corners of the closet where only dust resides, and then onto the clothing. It's on the fourth or fifth try that my hand folds around something, and I pull it out of a pocket to see. It's paper, folded many, many times, so that it's small, no more than an inch tall by an inch wide, and thick. I bring it out of the closet. I gently unfold it. "Please don't be mad," is scrawled on the page, the ink pale, like maybe the sweatshirt was run through the washing machine with it. But it's there, and visible, written in print, far more masculine than my own spidery script, which leads me to believe it was written by a man's hand, which I could have guessed anyway from the content of the note. You know as well as I do how hard this is for me. It's nothing you did. It doesn't mean I don't love you, but I can't keep living this double life. From downstairs, the front door suddenly opens. The door slams closed. Imogen is home. Inside my chest, my heart begins to hammer. Will's voice greets her, more cordial than I wish he would be. He asks if she's hungry, if she wants him to warm her up some dinner, which goes against the rules we laid down for her, that she eats dinner with us, or she doesn't eat our dinner at all. I wish Will wouldn't be so obliging, but it's the way Will is, always eager to please. Imogen's replies are short, brute. No, no, as her voice drifts toward the steps. I react, moving quickly. I refold the note and jam it back into the sweatshirt pocket, tousling the clothes into place. I pull the string light and slide the door closed, hurrying from the room, remembering at the last minute to turn the bedroom light off, to pull the door closed just so, as it was when I found it, open a smidge. I don't have time to double-check that everything is as I found it. I pray that it is. Our paths cross in the stairwell, and I offer a tight smile, but say nothing. Mouse. Once upon a time, there was an old house. Everything about the house was old. The windows, the appliances, and especially the steps in the house were old, because anytime anyone walked on them, they groaned like old people sometimes groan. Mouse wasn't sure why the steps did that. She knew a lot of things, but she didn't know anything about how treads and risers rubbed together, grinding against nails and screws on the other side, somewhere below the steps where she couldn't see. All she knew was that the steps made a noise. All of them did, but especially the last step, which made the most noise of all. Mouse thought she knew something about those steps that no one else did. She thought it hurt for them to be stepped on, and that was the reason they groaned and pulled back from underfoot whenever she did, though Mouse only weighed 46 pounds and couldn't hurt a fly if she tried. It made Mouse think of the old people across the street, the ones who moved like everything hurt, who groaned just like the stairs sometimes groaned. Mouse was sensitive in a way other people weren't. It worried her to walk on that last stair. And so, just as she was careful not to step on caterpillars and roly-polies when she walked down the street, Mouse took extra care to step over that last tread, though she was a little girl, and her stride was not wide. Her father tried to fix the stairs. He was always getting worked up about them, swearing under his breath about the incessant, infuriating squeak. "Then why don't you just step over it?" the girl asked her father. Because Mouse's father was a tall man, his stride much wider than hers. He could have easily walked right over that last stair without putting weight on it. But he was also an impatient man, the kind who always wanted things just so. Her father wasn't cut out for doing chores around the house. He was much better suited for sitting behind a desk, drinking coffee, jabbering into the phone. Mouse would sit on the other side of the door when he did that and listen. She wasn't allowed to interrupt, but if she stayed real quiet, she could hear what he had to say, the way his voice changed when he was on that phone with a customer. Mouse's father was a handsome man. He had hair that was a dark chestnut brown. His eyes were big, round, always watching. He was quiet most of the time, except for when he walked, because he was a big man and his footsteps were heavy. Mouse could hear him coming from a mile away. He was a good father. He took Mouse outside and played catch with her. He taught her things about bird nests and how the rabbits hid their babies in holes in the ground. Mouse's father always knew where they were, and he'd go to the holes, lift up the clumps of grass and fur on top, and let Mouse take a peek. One day, when he'd had enough of that squeaky stair, Mouse's father gathered his toolbox from the garage and climbed the steps. With a hammer, he drove nails into the tread, clamping it down to the wood on the other side. Then he grabbed a handful of finishing nails. He tapped them into the tread, reattaching it to the riser beneath. He stood back proudly to examine his handiwork. But Mouse's father had never been much of a handyman. He should have known that no matter what he did, he would never be able to fix the step, because even after all his hard work, the stair continued to make noise. In time, Mouse came to depend on that sound. She would lie in bed, staring up at the light that hung from her ceiling, heart beating hard, unable to sleep. There, she would listen for that last step to bellow out a warning for her, letting her know someone was coming up the stairs for her room, giving her a head start to hide. Sadie. I watch from bed as Will changes out of his clothes and into a pair of pajama pants, dropping his clothes into the hamper on the floor. He stands for a second at the window, looking out onto the street beneath. "What is it?" I ask, sitting upright in bed. Something has caught Will's eye and drawn him there, to the window. He stands contemplatively. The boys are both asleep, the house remarkably quiet. "There's a light on," Will tells me, and I ask, "Where?" He says, "Morgan's house." This doesn't surprise me. As far as I know, the house is still a crime scene. I'd have to imagine it takes days for forensics to process things, before some bioremediation service gets called in to scrub blood and other bodily fluids from inside the home. Soon, Will and I will watch on as people in yellow splash suits with some sort of breathing apparatus affixed to their heads move in and out, taking blood-stained items away. I wonder again about the violence that happened there that night, about the bloodshed. How many blood-stained items will they have to take away? "There's a car in the drive," Will tells me, but before I have a chance to reply, he says, "Jeffrey's car. He must be home from Tokyo." He stands motionless before the window for another minute or two. I rise from bed, leaving the warmth of the blankets. The house is cold tonight. I go to the window and stand beside Will, our elbows touching. I look out, see the same thing he sees. A shadowy SUV parked in the driveway, beside a police cruiser, both of them illuminated by a porch light. As we watch on, the front door of the home opens. An officer steps out first, then ushers Jeffrey through the door. Jeffrey must be a foot taller than the policeman. He pauses in the open doorway for a last look inside. In his hands, he carries luggage. He steps from the home, passing the officer by. The officer closes the door and locks it behind them. The officer has met him here, I think, and kept an eye on the crime scene, while Mr. Baines packed up a few personal things. Under his breath, Will murmurs, "This is all so surreal." I lay a hand on his arm, the closest I come to consoling him. "It's awful," I say, because it is. No one, but especially not a young woman, should have to die like this. "You heard about the memorial service?" Will asks me, though his eyes don't stray from the window. "What memorial service?" I ask, because I didn't hear about a memorial service. "There's a memorial service," Will tells me, "tomorrow, for Morgan, at the Methodist Church. There are 2 churches on the island. The other one is Catholic. I overheard people talking about it at school pickup. I checked and found the obituary online, the notice of the memorial service. I assume there will be a funeral eventually, but," he says, leaving that there, and I easily deduce that the body is still being held by the morgue, and will be until the investigation is through. Formalities like a funeral and a wake will have to wait until the murderer is caught. In the interim, a memorial service will have to do. Tomorrow I work. but depending on what time the memorial service is, I can go with Will after. I know he'll want to go. Will and Morgan were friends, after all, and though our relationship has been rocky of late, it would be lonely for him, I think, walking into that memorial service all alone. I can do this for him. And besides, selfishly, I'd like to get a good look at Jeffrey Baines up close. I work until 6 tomorrow, I say. We'll go together, as soon as I finish up. Maybe Otto can keep an eye on Tate, I say. It would be a quick trip. I can't imagine us staying long. We'd pay our respects and then leave.
We're not going to the memorial service,
Will says. His words are conclusive. I'm taken aback, because this isn't what I expect him to say. Why not? I ask.
It feels presumptuous to go. You didn't know her at all, and I didn't know her that well.
I start to explain that a memorial service isn't exactly the type of thing that one needs an invitation to attend. But I stop, because I can see Will has already made up his mind. I ask instead, do you think he did it? I keep my eyes trained to Jeffrey Baines on the other side of the window. I have to crane my neck a bit to see, as the Baines' house isn't directly across the street. I watch as Jeffrey and the officer exchange words in the driveway, before parting ways and heading for their own cars. When Will doesn't answer my question, I hear myself mutter, "It's always the husband." This time, his reply is quick.
He was out of the country, Sadie. Why would you think he had anything to do with this?
I tell him, just because he was out of the country doesn't mean he couldn't have paid someone else to kill his wife. Because, on the contrary, being out of the country at the time of his wife's murder provided him with the perfect alibi. Will must see the logic in this. There's a small, almost imperceptible nod of the head before he asks, backtracking.
What's that supposed to mean anyway? About it always being the husband?
I shrug and tell him I don't know. It's just, if you watch the news long enough, that's the way it seems to be. Unhappy husbands kill their wives. My gaze stays on the window, watching as, on the other side of the street, Jeffrey Baines pops the trunk of his SUV and tosses the luggage in. His posture is vertical. There's something supercilious about the way he stands. He doesn't sag at the shoulders. He doesn't convulse and sob like men who have lost their wives are supposed to do. As far as I can tell, he doesn't shed a single tear. Camille. I was addicted. I couldn't get enough of him. I watched him. I mirrored him. I followed his routine. I knew where his boys went to school, which coffee shops he patronized, what he ate for lunch. I'd go there, get the same thing, sit at the same table after he'd left, forge conversations with him in my mind, pretend we were together when we weren't. I thought of him all day. I thought of him all night. If I'd have had my way, he'd be with me all the time. But I couldn't be that woman, that obsessed, hung-up woman. I had to keep my cool. I worked hard to make sure our run-ins seemed more like chance encounters than they were. Take, for example, the time we crossed paths in Old Town. I stepped from a building to find him on the other side of it, surrounded by pedestrian traffic, another cog in the machine. I called to him. He took a look, smiled. He came to me.
"What are you doing here? What's this place?"
he asked of the building behind me. His embrace was swift. Blink, and you might miss it. I looked at the building behind me, read the sign. I told him, "Buddhist meditation."
"Buddhist meditation?"
he asked. His laugh was light.
"I learn something new about you every day," he said. "I never took you for the meditation type."
I wasn't. I'm not. I hadn't come for Buddhist meditation, but for him. Days before, I'd gotten a peek at his calendar, saw a reservation for lunch at a restaurant 3 doors down. I chose any old building nearby, waited in the foyer for him to pass by.
I stepped from the building when I saw him, called to him, and he came. A chance encounter that was anything but. Some days I found myself standing outside his home. I'd be there when he left for work, hidden by the chaos of the city, just another face in the crowd. I'd watch as he pushed his way through the building's glass door, as he blended in with the rush of commuters on the street. From his building, Will would walk 3 blocks. There, he'd slip down the subway steps, catch the red line north to Howard, where he'd transfer to the purple line, as would I, 20 paces behind. If only he'd have turned and looked, he would have seen me there. The college campus where Will worked was ostentatious. White brick buildings sat covered with ivy, beside glitzy archways. It was thick with people, students with backpacks on, racing to class. One morning, I followed Will down a sidewalk. I kept just the right distance, close but not too close. I didn't want to lose him, but I couldn't risk being seen. Most people aren't patient enough for this kind of pursuit. The trick is to fit in, to look like everyone else, and so that was what I did. All at once, a voice called for him. "Hey, Professor Faust!" I looked up. It was a girl, a woman, who stood nearly as tall as him, her coat fitted and tight. There was a beanie on her head, flashy, red. Strands of unnatural blonde fell from beneath the hat, draped across her shoulders and back. Her jeans were tight, too, hugging her curves before meeting with the shaft of a tall brown boot. Will and she stood closely. In the center, their bodies nearly touched. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but the tones of their voices, the body language, said it all. Her hand brushed against his arm. He said something to her, and they both doubled over in laughter. She had her hand on his arm. I heard her then. She said to him, "Stop it, Professor. You're killing me." She couldn't stop laughing. He watched her laugh. It wasn't the hideous way most people laugh, mouths wide, nostrils flaring. There was something delicate about it, something graceful and lovely. He leaned in close, whispered into her ear. As he did, the green-eyed monster grabbed a hold of me. There's a saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Which is why I took the time to get to know her. Her name was Carrie Lammer, a second-year pre-law student with aspirations of becoming an environmental lawyer. She was in Will's class, that one in the front row whose hand shot up every time he asked a question, the one who lingered after class, who bantered about poaching and human encroachment, as if they were something worth discussing, the one who stood too close when they thought they were alone, who leaned in, who confessed, such a damn tragedy about the mountain gorilla, wanting him to console her. One afternoon, I caught her as she was making her way out of the lecture hall. I brushed up beside her, said, "That class, it's killing me." I carried the class textbook in my hands, the one I spent $40 on just to make believe I was in the same class as her, just another student in Professor Faust's Global Public Health course. "I'm in over my head," I told her. "I can't keep up." "But you," I said, praising her to high heaven. I told her how smart she was, how there was nothing she didn't know. "How do you do it?" I asked. "You must study all the time." "Not really," she said, beaming. She shrugged, told me, "I don't know. This stuff just comes easily for me. Some people say I must have a photographic memory." "You're Carrie, aren't you? Carrie Lammer?" I asked, letting it go to her head, this idea that she was somebody special, that she was known. She reached out a hand. I took it, told her I could really use some help if she had time. Carrie agreed to tutor me, for a fee. We met twice, there in some little tea shop just off campus where we drank herbal tea. I learned that she was from the suburbs of Boston. She described it for me, this place where she grew up. The narrow streets, the ocean views, the charming buildings.
She told me about her family, her older brothers, both collegiate swimmers for some top-ranked college, though she, oddly enough, couldn't swim. But there were many things she could do, all of which she listed for me. She was a runner, a mountain climber, a downhill skier. She spoke 3 languages and had an uncanny ability to touch her tongue to her nose. She showed me. She spoke with a classic Boston accent. People loved to hear it. Just the sound of her voice drew people to her. It lured them in. It didn't matter what she had to say. It was the accent they liked. She let that go to her head, as she let many things go to her head. Carrie's favorite color was red. She knit the beanie herself. She painted landscapes, wrote poetry, wished her name was something like Wren or Meadow or Clover. She was your quintessential right brain type, an idealist, a wishful thinker. I saw Will and her together many times after that. The odds of running into someone on a campus that size are small, which is how I knew that she sought him out, that she knew where he'd be and when. She put herself there, made him think it was kismet that made them keep running into each other instead of what it really was, a trap. I'm not insecure. I don't have an inferiority complex. She was no prettier than me, no better. This was plain and simple jealousy. Everyone gets jealous. Babies get jealous. Dogs do too. Dogs are territorial, the way they stand guard on their toys, their beds, their owners. They don't let anyone touch what's theirs. They get angry and aggressive when you do. They snarl, they bite. They maul people in their sleep. Anything to protect their belongings. I didn't have a choice about what happened next. I had to protect what was mine. Sadie. Later that night, I awaken from a dream. I come slowly to, and find Will sitting in the slip-covered chair in the corner of the room, hiding among the shadows. I just barely make out the outline of him, the blackened curve of his silhouette, and the faint glow off the whites of his eyes as he sits there, watching me. I lie in bed a while, too drowsy and disoriented to ask him what he's doing, to suggest that he come back to bed with me. I stretch in bed. I roll over onto my other side, dragging the blanket with me, turning my back toward Will in the chair. He'll come to bed when he's ready. I fold myself into the fetal position. I pull my knees into me, press them into my abdomen. I brush against something in the bed. Will's dense memory foam pillow, I assume, but soon feel the swell of a vertebrae, the convexity of a shoulder blade instead. Beside me, Will is shirtless, his skin clammy and warm to the touch. His hair falls sideways, down his neck, pooling on the mattress. Will is in bed with me. Will is not in the chair in the corner of the room. Someone else is here. Someone else is watching us sleep. I bolt upright in bed. My eyes fight to adjust to the blackness of the room. My heart is in my throat. I can hardly speak. Who's there? I ask. But there's a bulge in my throat, and all that comes out is a gasp. I reach a hand to the bedside table, make an effort to turn the knob on the lamp. But before I can, her voice comes to me, quietly and measured, the words chosen carefully. I wouldn't do that if I was you. Imogen rises from the chair. She comes to me, sets herself gingerly on the edge of my bed. What are you doing here? Do you need something? I ask, trying not to let on to my own state of alarm. But it can't so easily be disguised. My panic is transparent. There should be relief in seeing that it's Imogen, not an intruder, but one of our own. But there's no relief in it. Imogen doesn't belong in my bedroom this late at night, lingering in the darkness. I search Imogen with my eyes, looking for a reason as to why she's here, looking for a weapon. Though the thought alone makes me sick, the idea of Imogen sneaking into our room with the intent of hurting us. Is something wrong? I ask. Something you want to talk about? Always a heavy sleeper, Will doesn't budge. You had no right, she scolds, quietly seething, to come into my room. There's a sudden tightness in my chest. My gut instinct is to lie. I wasn't in your room, Imogen, I whisper back. And it's in my best interest now to keep quiet, because I don't want Will to know that I was there. That instead of bathing, I went through the drawers in Imogen's bedroom, the pockets of her clothing. An invasion of privacy, Will would say, not taking kindly to my searching through her things. You're a liar, Imogen speaks through her teeth now, as I swear, I'm not. Honestly, Imogen, I wasn't in your room. Her next words come as a punch to the gut. Then what was your wine doing there? She asks. My face flames, and I know that I've been caught. I picture it, clear as day, setting the glass of Cabernet on the desktop as I canvassed her room. And then, later, fleeing in a hurry, leaving the wine behind. How could I have been so stupid? Oh, I say, straining for a lie. But a lie doesn't come. Not a credible enough one to share, anyway. And so I don't try. I've never been a very good liar. If you ever, she begins. But it's also where she ends, words cutting off abruptly, leaving it for me to figure out what comes next. Imogen rises from the edge of the bed. Her sudden height gives her an advantage. She towers over me, stealing the breath from my lungs. Imogen isn't a big girl. She's thin, but she has great height, which must have come from her father's side, since Alice was petite. She's taller than I ever realized, now that she's standing so closely beside me. She leans down and breathes into my ear. Stay the fuck out of my room, giving me a slight shove for good measure. And then she goes. She steals away from the bedroom, her feet noiseless on the wooden floors, as they must have been when she let herself into our room. I lie in bed, sleepless and alert, listening vigilantly for her to return. How long it goes on this way, I don't know. Until eventually I give in to my drowsiness and slip back to my dream. Sadie. I go during my lunch break. I try to be subtle about it, slipping out the door when I think no one is watching. But Joyce spots me anyway and asks, "Taking off on us again?" with an edge to her voice that suggests she doesn't approve of me leaving. I'm just grabbing a quick lunch, I tell her, though I'm not sure why I lie, when the truth might have been better. Joyce asks, "When can we expect you back?" And I tell her, "In an hour." She grunts at that and says, "I'll see it when I believe it," which is by no means a fair assessment of me, that I let my lunch breaks drag on longer than the allotted hour. But there's no point in arguing. I go anyway, still anxious about finding Imogen in our bedroom last night. She must have known as soon as she found my wineglass that I'd been in her room. She could have come right then and told me. But she didn't. Instead, she waited hours, until I was dead asleep, to tell me. She wanted to scare me. That was her intent. Imogen isn't some ingenious child. She's quite cunning. I find my car in the parking lot and drive. I tried to talk myself out of going to the memorial service. At first, I thought that there was really no reason to go, other than my desire to see Jeffrey Baines. We've lived in our home for a little while now, and in that time, I've never gotten a good look at the man. But I can't shake the idea that he killed his wife. For my safety and the safety of my family, I need to know who he is. I need to know who my neighbors are. I need to know if we're safe with this man living just across the street from us. The Methodist church is white with a tall steeple, a sharply honed spire. 4 modest stained glass windows line each side of the building. The church is small, your archetypical provincial church. Matching evergreen wreaths hang from nails on the double doors, adorned with red bows. The scene is charming. The small lot is jammed with cars. I park on the street, follow others inside the building. The memorial service is being held in the fellowship hall. 10 or 15 round tables fill the space, covered in white linens. There's a banquet table at the front of the room, and on it, trays of cookies. I walk with purpose. I have as much right to be here as anyone else, no matter what Will said. A woman I've never seen before reaches out to shake my hand as I step into the room. She thanks me for coming. There's a handkerchief crumpled in her hand. She's been crying. She tells me she is Morgan's mother. She asks who I am. Sadie, I say, a neighbor, followed with deference by, I'm so sorry for your loss. The woman is older than me by 20 or 30 years. Her hair is gray, her skin a road map of wrinkles. She's trim, dressed in a black dress that goes just past her knees. Her hand is cold, and as she shakes mine, I feel the handkerchief press between our hands. It was sweet of you, she says, to come. It makes me happy, knowing my Morgan had friends. I blanch at that, because of course we weren't friends. But that's something her grieving mother needn't know. She was a lovely woman, I say, for lack of anything better to say. Jeffrey stands 5 feet back, speaking with an older couple. Truth be told, he looks bored. He displays none of the same grief that Morgan's mother openly displays. He doesn't cry. It's a masculine thing, not crying. That I understand. And grief can manifest itself in many ways, aside from crying. Anger, disbelief. But I see none of this in Jeffrey, as he pats the old man on the back, unleashes a laugh. I've never been this close to him before. I've never gotten a good look at him until now. Jeffrey is a polished man, tall and refined, with a suave thatch of dark hair that combs up and backward. His features are dark, his eyes hidden behind a pair of bold, thick-rimmed glasses. His suit is black. It's been tailored for him. He's quite handsome. The older couple moves on. I tell Morgan's mother once more how sorry I am and step past her. I move to Jeffrey. He takes my hand into his. His handshake is firm, his hand tepid. Jeffrey Baines, he says, holding my stare, and I tell him who I am, how my husband and I live with our family just across the street from him. Of course, Jeffrey says, though I doubt he's ever paid attention to the goings-on across the street. He strikes me as one of those savvy businessmen who know how to work a room, adept at the fine art of schmoozing. On the surface, he's charming. But under, there's more that I can't see. He tells me, Morgan was thrilled to have new blood on the street. She would have appreciated your being here, Sandy, he says. And I correct him and say, Sadie. Yes, that's right, Sadie, he says, trying it on for size. He's self-deprecating as a means of apology. I was never any good with names, he says, as he lets go of my hand, and I draw it back, folding my hands together before me. Most people aren't, I tell him. This must be a very hard time for you, I say, rather than the standard, I'm so sorry for your loss. That feels commonplace, a sentiment that's being echoed over and over again around the room. Your daughter, she must be devastated, I say, my body language trying its best to be sympathetic. I drop my head, furrow my eyebrows. I can't imagine what she must be going through. But Jeffrey's response is unexpected. I'm afraid she and Morgan were never close, is what he says. The upshot of divorce, I suppose, he tells me, making light of it, de-emphasizing the fact that his daughter and wife didn't get along. No woman would ever outshine her mother, he says, and I reply, oh, because I can think of nothing else to say. If Will and I were ever to divorce and he to remarry, I'd hope the boys would love me more than their stepmother. And yet, Morgan was murdered. She's dead. The little girl found her. The nonchalance surprises me. Is she here? I ask. Your daughter? He tells me no. His daughter is in school. It's odd,
The fact that she's at school while her stepmother is being mourned? My surprise is visible. He explains, "She was sick earlier this year. Pneumonia that landed her in the hospital on IV antibiotics. Her mother and I would hate for her to miss any more school." I'm not sure his explanation makes it better. "It's so hard to get caught up," is all I can come up with in a pinch. Jeffrey thanks me for coming. He says, "Help yourself to cookies," before looking past me to the next in line. I go to the cookie table. I help myself to one and find a table to sit. It's awkward sitting alone in a room where nearly no one is alone. Everyone has come with someone else. Everyone but me. I wish that Will were here. He should have come. Many of the people in the room cry, quiet, suppressed cries. Only Morgan's mother is unreserved about her grief. Two women brush up behind me just then. They ask if the vacant seats at the table are being saved. "No," I tell them. "Please, help yourself." And they do. One of the women asks, "Were you a friend of Morgan?" She has to lean in toward me because it's loud in the room. A wave of relief washes over me. I'm no longer alone. I say, "Neighbors. And you?" as I scoot my folding chair closer. They've left empty seats between themselves and me, which is socially appropriate, and yet it makes it hard to hear. One of the women tells me that they're old friends of Patty's, Morgan's mother. They tell me their names, Karen and Susan, and I tell them mine. "Poor Patty is just a wreck," Karen says, "as you can imagine." I tell her how unfathomable this all is. We sigh and discuss how children are supposed to lose their parents first, and not the other way around. The way it's happened with Morgan goes against the natural order of things. I think of Otto and Tate, if anything bad were to ever happen to either of them. I can't imagine a world in which Will and I don't die first. I don't want to imagine a world like that, where they're gone and I'm left behind. "And not just once, but twice," Susan says. The other nods grimly. I bob my head along with them, but I don't know what they mean by this. I'm only half listening. My attention is focused on Jeffrey Baines and the way he greets mourners as they come by. There's a smile on his face as he receives people, reaching that warm hand out to shake theirs. The smile is unbecoming for the occasion. His wife was just murdered. He shouldn't be smiling. If nothing else, he should make an effort to appear sad. I start to wonder if Jeffrey and Morgan argued, or if it was indifference that did them in. Indifference, a sentiment even worse than hate. I wonder if she did something to upset him, or if he simply wanted her dead, the disillusion of their marriage without a nasty battle. Or maybe it was about money, a life insurance policy to be paid out. "Patty was never the same after that," Susan is saying. My eyes go to her as Karen replies, "I don't know what she'll do now, how she'll get through. Losing one child is bad enough, but losing two? It's unthinkable," Susan says. She reaches into her handbag for a tissue. She's begun to cry. She reminisces on how distraught Patty was the first time this happened, how weeks went by that she couldn't get out of bed, how she lost weight because of it. Far too much for a woman who doesn't have any extra weight to spare. I look at the woman, Patty, standing at the head of the receiving line. She is gaunt. "This will ruin," Karen begins. But before she can finish, a woman sweeps in through the door, making her way toward Jeffrey. As she does, the smile disappears from his face. "Oh," I hear Karen say under her breath. "Oh my, Susan, look who's here." We all look. The woman is tall like Jeffrey. She's thin, dressed shamelessly in red, while nearly everyone else in the room is in dark or muted tones. Her hair is long and dark. It falls down her back over a red top that's floral and drapey, and has a notched neckline that reveals a hint of cleavage. Her pants are tight. Over her arm hangs a winter coat. She stops just short of Jeffrey and says something to him.
He attempts to take her by the arm, to lead her from the room, but she'll have no part of that. She pulls sharply back. He leans into her, says something quietly. She puts her hands on her hips, takes on a defensive posture, pouts. "Who's that?" I ask, unable to take my eyes off the woman. They tell me, "This is Courtney, Jeffrey's first wife." "I can't believe that she would show up here, of all places," Susan says. "Maybe she just wanted to pay her respects," Karen suggests. Susan harumphs. "Highly doubtful." "I take it the marriage didn't end on friendly terms," I say, though it doesn't need to be said. What marriage ends amicably? The ladies exchange a look before they tell me. "I thought it was common knowledge," Susan says. "I thought everyone knew." "Knew what?" I ask. And they shift seats, getting rid of the empty one in between, and tell me how Jeffrey was married to Courtney when he and Morgan met, that their marriage started as an affair. Morgan was his mistress, they confess, whispering that word, mistress, as if it's dirty, a bad word. Jeffrey and Morgan worked together. She was his administrative assistant, his secretary, as cliché as that sounds. They met, they fell in love, Susan says. The way Morgan's mother told it to them, Jeffrey and his then-wife Courtney had been at each other's throats for a long time. Morgan wasn't the one to break up their marriage. It was already broken. Their marriage had always been volatile, two like-minded people who constantly clashed. What Morgan told her in the early days of their affair was that Jeffrey and Courtney could both be stubborn and hot-headed, overwhelmingly type A. Morgan's demeanor, on the other hand, was the better fit for Jeffrey. I turn back to Jeffrey and his ex. The exchange is heated and brief. She says something curt, then turns and leaves. I think that's it then. That's all. I watch as Jeffrey turns to the next in line. He forces a smile and reaches out his hand. The ladies beside me go back to their gossip. I listen in, but my eyes stay on Jeffrey. Susan and Karen are talking about Morgan and Jeffrey, about their marriage, true love, I hear. Though from the expression on his face, detached, dispassionate, I don't see it. But maybe this is a form of self-preservation. He'll cry later, in private, once the rest of us are gone. "There's no stopping true love," Karen says. A thought runs through my mind just then. There is one way to stop it. Susan asks if anyone wants more cookies. Karen says yes. Susan leaves and returns with a plate of them for us to share. They return to their conversation about Patty, decide to start up a meal train for her to be sure she eats. If no one is cooking for her, it's liable, in her grief, that Patty won't eat. This worries them. Karen thinks aloud about what she'll make. She has a pot pie recipe she's been wanting to try, but she also knows that Patty is quite keen on lasagna. Only I am still watching, as Jeffrey, a minute later, excuses himself and slips from the room. I push my chair back and stand. The legs of the chair skid across the floor, and the ladies look sharply at me, surprised by my sudden movement. "Any idea where the restroom is?" I ask, incanting. "Nature calls." Karen tells me. The hallway is relatively quiet. Though not a large building by any means, there are a handful of halls, which lessen in people the farther I go. I turn left and right, the halls becoming vacant before I come to a dead end. I find myself backtracking to where I began. The lobby, when I reach it, is empty. Everyone is inside the fellowship hall. There are two doors before me, one for the sanctuary and one to go outside. I draw open the doors to the sanctuary by an inch or two, just enough to see inside. The sanctuary is small, poorly lit, cast in shadows. The only light comes from the 4 stained glass windows on either side of the room. A cross hangs above the pulpit, looking out at the columns of rigid pews. I think that the sanctuary is empty. I don't see them at first. I'm about to leave, thinking they're outside, considering the possibility that they're not together at all.
that she's left the building and he's in the restroom. But then it's the movement I see. Her hands rise up sharply as she shoves him. They're tucked in the far corner of the room. Courtney has Jeffrey backed against a wall. He reaches out to stroke her hair, but she pushes him away again, hard enough that this time he cradles his hand against himself, as if injured. The ex-wife slaps Jeffrey across the face just then. I flinch, drawing back from the doorway like I'm the one who's been hit. His head turns sharply to the right, then comes back to center. I hold my breath, and it's only because she raises her voice then that I hear her, these words louder than all the rest. "I'm not sorry for what I did," she confesses. "She took everything from me, Jeff, every damn thing, and she left me with nothing. You can't blame me for trying to take back what's mine." She waits a beat before she adds on, "I'm not sorry she's dead." Jeffrey grabs a hold of her wrist. Their eyes bore into each other. Their mouths move, but they're quiet now, voices muted. I can't hear what they say, but I can imagine, and what I imagine is hateful and barbed. I take a careful step into the room. I hold my breath, sharpen my focus, try desperately to home in on what they say. At first, I just barely make out phrases like, "won't tell," and "never know." A fan has kicked on in the room. Their voices are muted by the sound of blowing air. It doesn't go on long, 30 seconds maybe. 30 seconds of the conversation I miss. But then the fan quiets down, and their voices rise. Their words come back to me. "What you did," he breathes out, shaking his head. "I wasn't thinking," she admits. "My temper got the best of me, Jeff. I was angry," she says. "You can't blame me for being angry." She's crying now, but it's more whimpering than anything. A soft cry that produces no tears. It's manipulative. She's trying to elicit sympathy. I can't tear my eyes away. He's quiet for a minute. They're both quiet. He says to her, voice light as a feather, "I've always hated to see you cry." He softens. They both do. He strokes her hair for a second time. This time, she leans into his touch. She doesn't push him away. She steps closer to him. His arms encircle the small of her back. He draws her into him. She wraps her arms around his neck, her head falling to his shoulder. For an instant, she's demure. They stand at nearly the same height. I can't help but watch as they embrace. Because what was savage and cutthroat only seconds ago is now somehow strangely sweet. The ping of my phone startles me. I pull sharply back, dropping the door. It clicks loudly shut, and for a split second my knees lock, a deer in headlights. I hear movement on the other side of the sanctuary door. They're coming. I get a hold of myself. I walk quickly through the double church doors and outside into the bitter December day. When my feet reach the church steps, I begin to run. I can't let Jeffrey or his ex-wife know it was me. I dash for my car parked on the street. I open the door and quickly get in, eyes locked on the church doors to see if anyone has followed me out. I lock the car doors, grateful for the mechanical click that says I'm tucked safely inside. Only then do I peer down at my phone screen. It's a text message from Joyce. I check the time on my phone. It's been over an hour since I left. 64 minutes, to be precise. Joyce is counting them all. "You're late," she says. "Your patients are waiting for you." My eyes rise back up to the church doors to see Jeffrey Baines's ex-wife, not 20 seconds later, step circumspectly outside. She looks left and then right before jogging down the church steps, pressing the plackets of a black and white houndstooth coat together to stave off the cold. My eyes follow her to her car, a red Jeep parked just down the street. She tugs open the door and slides inside, slamming the door shut behind herself. I glance back at the church to see Jeffrey standing in the open doorway, watching as she leaves. Sadie.
There's a cargo van in the drive when I get home that night. I pull up beside it, park my car behind Will's. I read the lettering on the van, relieved Will is having the furnace replaced. I go to the front door. The house is at first quiet when I step in. The furnace is kept in the dingy basement. The men are down there. I see only Tate at the coffee table with his Legos. He waves at me, and I step out of my shoes, leaving them by the door. I go to Tate and give him a kiss on the head. "How was your—" I begin. But before I get the rest of the words out, the sound of angry voices rises through the floorboards to us, though I can't make out what they say. Tate and I exchange a look, and I tell him, "I'll be right back." When he makes an effort to follow, I say firmly, "Stay here," not knowing what I'll find in the basement when I go down. I step carefully down the roughened wooden steps to see what's the matter. I'm nervous as I do, thinking only of some strange man in our home, some strange man who neither Will nor I know. My next thought is, how do we know that this furnace man is not a murderer? It doesn't feel far-fetched, considering what's happened to Morgan. The basement is sparse. The walls and the floor are concrete. It's harshly lit, only a series of bare bulbs. As I approach the bottom step, I'm afraid of what I'll find. The furnace man hurting Will. My heartbeats pick up speed. I curse myself for not having thought to bring something down to protect myself with. To protect Will. But my purse is still with me, and inside it, my phone. That's something. I could call for help if need be. I reach inside, take a hold of my phone in my hand. My feet reach the final step. I cautiously turn. It's not as I expect. Will has the furnace man pressed into the basement wall. He stands inches from him in a way that can only be viewed as threatening. Will doesn't hold him there. It's not physical, not yet. But from his proximity to the man, it's apparent he can't leave. The man, in contrast, stands complacently back, as Will calls him a parasite, an opportunist. Will is red in the face because of it, the veins of his neck enlarged. He steps somehow even closer to the man, so that the man flinches. Will stabs a finger into his chest. A second later, he grabs the man by the shirt collar and chides, "I should call the BBB and report you, just because you're the only fucking furnace." "Will," I say sternly then. It's so unlike Will to be profane. It's also so unlike Will to be physical. I've never seen this side of Will. "Stop it, Will," I demand, asking, "What in the world's gotten into you?" Will stands down, only because I am here. His eyes drop to the ground. He doesn't have to tell me what's happened. I know by context clues. This man is the only furnace man on the island. Because of it, his prices are high. Will doesn't like that. But that's no excuse. As Will takes a step back, the furnace man quickly gathers up his tools and flees. We don't speak. We don't mention it again all night. The next morning, I wrap the towel around myself as I step from the shower. Will stands staring at his reflection in the fogged-up mirror above the sink. The silver along the edge of it is tarnished by time. The bathroom, like everything else in the house, is suffocating and small. I stare at Will staring at his own reflection in the mirror. He catches me. Our eyes meet. "How long do you think you'll keep ignoring me like this?" he asks, referring to our silence in the aftermath of his blow-up with the furnace man. In the end, the man had left without doing a thing, and so the house is still uncomfortable. The furnace has begun to rattle, too. Soon it will be dead. I've been waiting for Will to apologize for his behavior, or at least acknowledge that it was wrong. I understand why he'd have been upset. What I don't understand is the overreaction. Will's response was over the top, completely irrational, and so unlike Will. But what Will is expecting, I think, is that I'll just sweep it under the rug and move on. Instead, I say, "I've never seen you like that, over a silly little thing like the cost of a furnace." Will is visibly hurt by my words. He draws in a breath,
says woundedly, "You know how hard I try to take care of this family, Sadie. This family means everything to me. I won't let anyone take advantage of us like that." When he says it like this, I see it differently. And soon I am the one apologizing. He does so much to care for us. I should only be thankful that Will had done his research, that he wasn't willing to let the furnace man price gouge us like that. Will was protecting our finances, our family. That's money that could otherwise be spent on groceries, on the kids' college education funds. I'm so grateful he had both the knowledge and the intrepidity to protect us. If it had been me, I would have unknowingly thrown hundreds of dollars away. "You're right," I tell him. "You're absolutely right. I'm so sorry," I say. "It's okay," he says, and I can see in his demeanor that he forgives me. Let's just forget it happened. And like that, it's forgotten. Will still doesn't know that I went to the memorial service yesterday. I can't bring myself to tell him, because he thought we shouldn't go. I don't want him to be mad that I went. But I can't stop thinking about the strange exchange I witnessed in the church sanctuary between Jeffrey and his ex-wife. I wish I could talk to Will about it, tell him what I saw. After she left the memorial service, I followed the ex-wife in my car. I did a U-turn in the street, tailing the red Jeep by 30 feet as she drove the 3 blocks to the ferry. If Courtney knew I was there, following her, there was no reaction. I sat, idling in the street for 10 minutes or so. She sat in her car, on the phone the whole while. When the ferry arrived, she pulled her car onto the ship. Moments later, she disappeared out to sea. She was gone. And yet she stayed with me, in my mind. She's with me still. I can't stop thinking about her, about Jeffrey, about their altercation, about their embrace. I'm also thinking about Imogen, about her silhouette in the corner of my bedroom at night. Will runs his fingers through his hair, his version of a comb. I hear his voice, talking over the sound of the bathroom fan. He's telling me that this evening he's taking Tate to a Legos event at the public library. They're going with another boy from school, one of Tate's playdate buddies. Him and his mother. Jessica is her name. One Will casually drops in the middle of the conversation. And it's the casualness of it, the familiarity of her name, that rubs me the wrong way, makes me forget for just this moment about Jeffrey and his ex, about Imogen. For years, Will has been the scheduler of playdates for our boys. Before, it never bothered me. If anything, I felt grateful Will picked up the task in my absence. After school, the boys' classmates and their mothers would come around to the condo when I was at work. What I imagined was the boys disappearing down the hall to play, while Will and some woman I didn't know sat around my kitchen table, hobnobbing about the other mothers at the elementary school. I never saw these women. I never wondered what they looked like. But everything is different since the affair. Now I find myself overthinking these things. "Just the 4 of you?" I ask. He tells me yes, just the 4 of them. "But there will be other people there, Sadie," he says, trying to be reassuring, and yet it comes off as sarcastic. "It's not like it's a private event just for us." "Of course," I say. "What will you be doing there?" I ask, lightening my tone, trying not to sound like a harpy, because I know how much Tate loves Legos. Will tells me that they'll be building something from those tiny bricks I find scattered all over the house, erecting rides and machines that move. Tate can't wait. And besides, he says, turning away from the mirror to face me, it might do Otto and Imogen, and you, some good. A few hours alone. Bonding time, he calls it. And I harumph at that, knowing there will be no bonding between Otto, Imogen, and me tonight. I step past him. I move from the bathroom and into the adjoining bedroom. Will follows along. He sits on the edge of the bed, pulling on a pair of socks as I get dressed. The days are getting colder. The coldness leaks into the clinic through the doors and windows. The walls are porous, the doors to the clinic always opening and closing.
Every time a patient walks in or out, the cold air comes with them. I dig into a heaping pile of laundry, searching for a brown cardigan, one of those versatile things that go with nearly everything. The sweater isn't mine. It belonged to Alice. It was in the home when we arrived. The sweater is well-loved, worn, which is half the reason I like it. It's slightly misshapen, covered in pills, with a wide, ribbed shawl collar, and big apron pockets I can sink my hands into. 4 faux shell buttons line the front of it. It's close-fitting, because Alice was smaller than me. "Have you seen my sweater?" I ask. "What sweater?" Will asks. "The brown one," I say. "The cardigan? The one that was Alice's." Will says he hasn't seen it. He doesn't like the sweater. He always thought it was odd that I laid claim to the sweater in the first place. "Where'd you get that?" he asked the first time I appeared with it on. "The closet, upstairs," I said. "It must have been your sister's." "Really?" he asked. "You don't think that's kind of, I don't know, morbid, wearing a dead person's clothes?" But before I could respond, Tate was asking what morbid meant, and I left the room to avoid that conversation, leaving it to Will to explain. Now I find another sweater in the laundry to wear, and slip it over the blouse. Will sits, watching until I'm through getting dressed. Then he rises from the bed and comes to me. He wraps his arms around my waist and tells me not to worry about Jessica. He leans in, whispers into my ear. "She doesn't stand a chance next to you." Making a poor attempt at humor, telling me that Jessica is a hag, that she bathes infrequently, that half of her teeth are missing, that spit comes flying out of her mouth when she talks. I force a smile. "She sounds lovely," I say. Though still, I wonder why they have to drive together, why they can't just meet at the library. Will leans farther into me, breathes into my ear. "Maybe after the Legos event, after the kids are in bed, you and I can have some bonding time too." And then he kisses me. Will and I haven't been intimate since the affair, because every time he touches me, all I can think of is her, and I bristle as a result, nipping any suggestion of intimacy in the bud. I couldn't stake my life on it, but I was sure she was a student, some 18 or 19-year-old girl. She wore lipstick, that I knew. Hot pink lipstick and underwear that was flimsy and small, leaving it in my bedroom when she left, which meant that she had the audacity to not only sleep with a married man, but to parade around sans underwear. 2 things I would never do. I often wondered if she called him Professor, or if to her he was always Will, or maybe Professor Faust. But I doubted that somehow. That seemed far too formal for a man you're sleeping with, even if he is 20 years your senior, a father of 2, with traces of gray in his hair. I thought a lot about audacious young women, about what one might look like. Pixie cuts came to mind, as did low-cut blouses, midriff bared, shorts so short the pockets hung out from below, fishnet stockings, combat boots, dyed hair. But maybe I was wrong about that. Maybe she was a self-deprecating young woman, shy, lacking in self-respect. Maybe the marginal attention of a married man was all she had going for her. Or maybe she and Will had a connection that went beyond sex and to a like-minded desire to save the world. In which case, I think she did call him Professor Faust. I never asked Will what she looked like. I did, and at the same time didn't, want to know. In the end, I decided that ignorance is bliss, and never asked. He would have just lied anyway, and told me there wasn't another woman, that it was only me. If it wasn't for the boys, our marriage may have ended in divorce after the affair. I'd suggested it once, that maybe Will and I would be better off if we got a divorce, that the boys would be better off. God, no, Will told me when I suggested it. "No, Sadie, no. You said that would never happen to us, that we'd be together forever, that you would never let me go." If I said that, I didn't remember. Either way, that's the type of ridiculous nonsense people say when they're falling in love. It doesn't pass muster in a marriage. There's a small part of me that blamed myself for the affair, that believed I'd been the one to push Will into the arms of another woman because of who I am. I blamed my career, which requires that I be detached. That detachment, the absence of an emotional involvement, works its way into our marriage at times. Intimacy and vulnerability aren't my strong suit, nor have they ever been. Will thought he could change me. Turns out he was wrong. Sadie. When I pull into the clinic parking lot, I'm grateful to find it empty. Joyce and Emma will be here soon, but for now, it's only me. My tires skid on the pavement as I make a sharp left turn into my spot, searching the adjacent street for signs of high beams. I step from the car and make my way across the parking lot. This early in the day, the world is asphyxiated by fog. The air around me is murky, like soup. I can't see what's 5 feet in front of me. My lungs are heavy, and suddenly I don't know for certain if I'm alone, or if there's someone out there in the fog, watching me, standing just beyond those 5 feet where I can't see. A chill creeps up my spine, and I shiver. I find myself jogging to the door, plunging the key into the lock to let myself in. I push the door closed behind me and turn the deadbolt before making my way inside. I move down the narrow hall and to the reception area, Emma's domain. Before I arrived, there was another doctor in my place, a longtime resident of the island who went on maternity leave and never came back. Joyce and Emma often stand and pass baby photos around and lament how much they miss having Amanda here. They hold me responsible for her leave, as if it's my fault she had that baby and decided to give motherhood a go. What I've come to discover is that the island residents don't take well to newcomers. Not unless you're a child like Tate or gregarious like Will. It takes a rare breed to choose to live on an island, isolated from the rest of the world. Many of the residents who aren't retired have simply chosen seclusion as a way of life. They're self-reliant, autonomous, and also insular, moody, obstinate, and aloof. Many are artists. The town is littered with pottery shops and galleries because of them, making it cultured, but also pretentious. That said, community is important because of the isolation that comes with island living. The difference between them and me is that they chose to be here. I run a hand along the wall, feeling for the light switch. The lights above me come to life with a hum. There on the wall before me sits a large dry erase calendar, Dr. Sanders and my work schedule, Emma's brainchild. The schedule is arbitrary and irregular. Dr. Sanders and I are not slated to work the same days from week to week. If there's any method to the madness, I can't see it. I go to the calendar. The ink is smudged, but still I see what it is that I'm looking for. My name, Faust, written under the date December 1st. The same day Mr. Nilsson supposedly saw Morgan Baines and me arguing. The same day Mr. Nilsson says I savagely tore a handful of hair from the woman's head. According to Emma's calendar, on December 1st, I was scheduled to work a shift that spanned 9 hours, from 8 in the morning to 5 that night. In which case, I was here at the clinic when Mr. Nilsson swears I was outside the Baineses' home. I find my phone in my bag and snap a photo of it for proof. I sit down at the L-shaped desk. There are notes stuck to it. A reminder for Emma to order more printer ink, for Dr. Sanders to call a patient back with test results. One of our patients is missing her doll. Her mother's phone number is on the desk, with a request to call if the doll is found. The computer password is there too. I revive the computer. Our files are stored on medical software. I don't know for certain that Mr. Nilsson is a patient of the clinic, but nearly everyone on this island is. There are any number of eye disorders that affect the elderly, from presbyopia to cataracts and glaucoma, all the way to macular degeneration, one of the leading causes of blindness in older adults. It's possible Mr. Nilsson suffers from one of these, and that's the reason he thought he saw me with Mrs. Baines, because he couldn't see. Or maybe he's begun to exhibit the early signs of Alzheimer's disease and was confused. I opened the computer program. I searched for the medical records of George Nilsson, and sure enough, they're there. I'm quite certain this violates HIPAA laws, and yet I do it regardless, even though I'm not Mr. Nilsson's physician. I scan his medical records. I come to discover that he's diabetic, that he takes insulin, his cholesterol is high, he takes statins to keep it in check. His pulse and blood pressure are fine for a man his age, though he suffers from kyphosis, which I already knew. Mr. Nilsson is a hunchback. It's painful and disfiguring, an offshoot of osteoporosis, seen far more often in women than men. None of this interests me. What I find surprising is that Mr. Nilsson's vision is fine. Dr. Sanders notes no concerns about Mr. Nilsson's cognitive abilities. As far as I can tell, he's of sound mind. His mental facilities aren't failing him, and he's not going blind, which takes me right back to where I began. Why did Mr. Nilsson lie? I closed the program. I moved the mouse to the internet, double-clicking. It opens before me. I type in a name, Courtney Baines, and only as I press enter does it occur to me to wonder if she's still a Baines, or if, after the divorce, she reverted to a maiden name. Or maybe she's remarried. But there's no time to find out. From down the hall, the back door opens. I have just enough time to X out of the internet and step back from the desk before Joyce appears. "Dr. Faust," she says, far too much animosity in her tone for 8 o'clock in the morning. "You're here," she tells me, as if this is something I don't already know. "The door was locked. I didn't think anyone was here." "I'm here," I say, more perky than I mean to be. "Wanted to get a head start on the day," I explain, realizing she's as easily put off when I'm early as when I'm late. I can do no right in her eyes. Mouse. Once upon a time, there was a woman. Her name was Fake Mom. That wasn't her real name, of course, but that was what Mouse called her, though only ever behind her back. Fake Mom was pretty. She had nice skin, long brown hair, and a big, easy smile. She wore nice clothes, like collared shirts and sparkly tops, which she'd tuck into the waistband of her jeans so that it didn't look sloppy, like when Mouse wore jeans. She always looked put together, in a way that Mouse did not. She always looked nice. Mouse and her father didn't wear nice clothes, except for when it was Christmas, or when her father was going to work. Mouse didn't think nice clothes were comfortable. They made it hard to move. They made her arms and legs feel stiff. Mouse didn't know about Fake Mom until the night she arrived. Her father had never mentioned her, and so Mouse got to thinking he probably met Fake Mom that very day he brought her home. But Mouse didn't ask, and her father didn't say. The night she arrived, Mouse's father came into the house the same way he always did when he'd been gone. Mouse's father usually worked from their home, in the room they called his office. He had another office in a big building somewhere else that Mouse saw once, but he didn't go there every day like other dads she knew did when they went to work. Instead, he stayed home, in the room with the door closed, talking to customers nearly all day on the phone. But sometimes he had to go to his other office, like he had the day he brought Fake Mom home with him. And sometimes he had to go away. Then he'd be gone for days. The night that Fake Mom came home, he stepped into the house alone. He set his briefcase beside the door, hung his coat on the hook. He thanked the older couple across the street for keeping an eye on her. He walked them to the door with Mouse trailing behind. Mouse and her father watched them make their way slowly across the street and back home. It looked like it was hard. It looked like it hurt. Mouse didn't think that she ever wanted to get old. When they were gone, her father shut the door. He turned to Mouse. He told her he had a surprise for her, that she should close her eyes. Mouse was sure her surprise was a puppy, the one she had been begging for since the day they walked past it in the pet shop window, big and fluffy and white. Her father had said no at the time, that a puppy was too much work. But maybe he had changed his mind. He did that sometimes when she really wanted something, because Mouse was a good girl. He didn't spoil her, but he did like knowing she was happy, and a puppy would make her very, very happy. Mouse pressed her hands to her eyes. For whatever reason, she held her breath. She listened intently for the sound of yaps and whimpers coming from the other end of the room where her father was standing. But there were no yaps or whimpers. What she heard instead was the sound of the front door opening and then closing again. Mouse knew why. Her father had gone outside, back to his car to collect the puppy. Because it wasn't like the puppy was hiding in his briefcase. It was still in the car, where he had left it so he could surprise her with it. As she waited, a grin spread across Mouse's face. Her knees shook in excitement. She could hardly contain herself. Mouse heard the door close, her father clear his voice. He was eager when he spoke. He said to Mouse, "Open your eyes." And before she ever laid eyes on him, she knew that he was smiling too. Mouse's eyes flung open, and without meaning to, her hand shot to her mouth. She gasped, because it wasn't a puppy she saw standing before her in her own living room. It was a woman. The woman's thin hand was holding Mouse's father's hand, fingers spliced together, in that same way Mouse had seen men and women do it on TV. The woman was smiling widely at Mouse, her mouth big and beautiful. She said hello to the girl, her voice somehow as pretty as her face was. Mouse said nothing back. The woman let go of Mouse's father's hand. She came forward, bent down to the girl's height. The woman extended that same thin hand to Mouse, but Mouse didn't know what to do with it, so she just stared down at the bony hand, doing nothing. Mouse noticed then how the air was different that night, more dense, harder to breathe. Her father told her, "Now go on, don't be rude, say hello, shake her hand." And Mouse did, mumbling a feeble hello and slipping her tiny hand inside the woman's hand. Mouse's father turned and hurried back outside. The woman followed behind. Mouse watched on silently, staring through the window as her father unloaded bags of the woman's things from his trunk. So many things, Mouse didn't know what to make of it all. When they came back inside, the woman slipped a candy bar out from the inside of her purse and handed it to the girl. "Your father says chocolate is your favorite," she said. And it was, second only to Salerno butter cookies. But chocolate was also a sorry consolation prize for a puppy. She would have rather had a puppy, but she knew better than to say that. Mouse thought about asking the woman when she was going to leave, but she knew better than to ask that, too. And so she took the candy bar from the woman's hand. She held it in her sweaty hands, feeling it go limp in her grip as the chocolate started to melt. She didn't eat it. She wasn't hungry, though she hadn't had dinner yet. She had no appetite. Among the woman's many belongings was a dog crate. That got the girl's attention. It was a good-sized cage. Right away, Mouse tried to imagine what kind of dog it might hold, a collie or a basset hound or a beagle. She stared out the window as her father continued to bring things in, wondering when the dog would come. "Where's your dog?" the girl asked after her father had finished unloading the car and come back inside, locking up behind himself. But the woman shook her head and told the girl sadly that she didn't have a dog anymore, that her dog had just very recently died. "Then why do you have a dog crate?" she asked, but her father said, "That's enough, Mouse, don't be rude," because they could both see that talking about the dead dog made the woman sad. "Mouse?" the woman asked. And if Mouse didn't know any better,
She'd have thought the woman laughed. That's some nickname for a little girl. But that was all she said. Some nickname. She didn't say if she liked it or not. They ate dinner and watched TV from the sofa. But instead of sharing the sofa with her father, as she always did, Mouse sat in a chair on the other side of the room, from which she could hardly see the TV. It didn't matter anyway. She didn't like what they were watching. Mouse and her father always watched sports, but instead they had on some show where grown-ups talked too much and said stuff that made the woman and her father laugh, but not Mouse. Mouse didn't laugh, because it wasn't funny. All the while, the woman sat on the sofa by Mouse's father instead. When Mouse dared to look over, they were sitting close, holding hands like they had when she first arrived. It made Mouse feel strange inside. She tried not to look, but her eyes kept going back there, to their hands. When the woman excused herself to go clean up for bed, her father leaned in close and told the girl that it would be nice for her to call this woman Mom. He said he knew it might be strange for a while, that if she didn't want to, it was okay, but maybe she could work her way up to it in time, her father suggested. The girl always tried to do everything she could to please her father, because she loved him very much. She didn't want to call this strange woman Mom. Not now. Not ever. But she knew better than to argue with her father. It would hurt his feelings if she did, and she didn't ever want to hurt his feelings. The girl already had a mother, and this was not her. But if her father wanted her to, she would call this woman Mom. To her face, anyway, and to her father's face. But in her own head, she would call this woman Fake Mom. That was what the girl decided. Mouse was a smart girl. She liked to read. She knew things that other girls her age didn't know, like why bananas are curved, and that slugs have 4 noses, and that the ostrich is the world's biggest bird. Mouse loved animals. She always wanted a puppy, but she never got a puppy. Instead, she got something else. Because after Fake Mom arrived, her father let her pick out a guinea pig. He did it because he thought it would make her happy. They went to the pet store together. The minute she laid eyes on her guinea pig, Mouse was in love. It wasn't the same as a puppy, but it was something special still. Mouse's father thought that they should name him Bert, after his favorite baseball player, Bert Campaneris. And Mouse said yes to that, because she didn't have another name in mind. And because she wanted to make her father happy. Mouse's father bought her a book about guinea pigs, too. The night she brought Bert home, Mouse climbed into bed, under the covers, and read the book from end to end. She wanted to be informed. Mouse learned things about guinea pigs that she never knew, like what they eat and what every single squeak and squeal means. She learned that guinea pigs aren't related to pigs at all, and they don't come from the country of Guinea, but from somewhere high in the Andes Mountains, which are in South America. She asked her father for a map to see where South America was. He dug one out of an old National Geographic magazine in the basement, one that had been Mouse's grandfather's magazine. Her father had tried to throw the magazines away when her grandfather died, but Mouse wouldn't let him. She thought they were fascinating. Mouse put the map on her bedroom wall with Scotch tape. She stood on her bed and found the Andes Mountains on that map, drew a big circle around them with a purple pen. She pointed at the circle on her map and told her guinea pig, in his cage on the floor beside her bed, that was where he came from, though she knew her guinea pig hadn't come from the Andes Mountains at all. He had come from a pet store. Fake Mom was always calling Bert a pig. Unlike Mouse, she didn't read the book on guinea pigs. She didn't understand that Bert was a rodent, not a pig, that he wasn't even related to pigs. She didn't know that he only got that name because he squeaked like a pig, and because once upon a time, someone thought that he looked like a pig, though he didn't. Not at all. That someone, in Mouse's opinion, was wrong. Mouse stood in the living room and told Fake Mom all that. She didn't mean to sound like a know-it-all, but Mouse knew a lot of things.
She knew big words and could find faraway places on a map, and could say a few words in French and Chinese. Sometimes she got so excited she couldn't help sharing it all, because she didn't know what a girl her age was supposed to know and not know, and so she just said what she knew. This was one of those times. But this time, when she did, Fake Mom blinked hard. She stared at Mouse, saying nothing, with a frown on her face and a deep wrinkle forming between her eyes as wide as a river. But Mouse's father said something. He ruffled Mouse's hair, beamed proudly at her, and asked if there was anything in the whole wide world that she didn't know. Mouse smiled back, and she shrugged. There were things she didn't know, of course. She didn't know where babies came from, and why there were bullies at school, and why people died. But she didn't say that, because she knew her father didn't really want to know. He was being rhetorical, which was another one of those big words she knew. Mouse's father looked at Fake Mom and asked, "She's really something, isn't she?" Fake Mom said, "She sure is. She's unbelievable." But Fake Mom didn't smile the same way her father had. Not a fake smile, not any kind of smile. Mouse wasn't sure what to make of that word, unbelievable, because unbelievable could mean different things. The moment passed. Mouse thought the whole conversation about rodents and pigs was through. But later that night, when her father wasn't looking, Fake Mom got down into Mouse's face and told her if she ever made her look stupid again in front of her father, there would be hell to pay. Fake Mom's face got all red. She bared her teeth like a dog does when it's mad. A vein stuck out of her forehead. It throbbed. Fake Mom spit when she spoke, like she was so mad she couldn't stop herself from spitting, like she was spitting mad. She spit on Mouse's face, but Mouse didn't dare raise a hand to wipe it away. Mouse tried to take a step back, away from Fake Mom, but Fake Mom was holding on too tightly to Mouse's wrist. Mouse couldn't get away, because Fake Mom wouldn't let go. They heard Mouse's father coming down the hallway. Fake Mom let go of Mouse's wrist quickly. She stood straight up, fluffed her hair, ran her hands over her shirt to smooth it down. Her face went back to its normal shade, and on her lips came a smile. And not just any smile, but one that was radiant. She went to Mouse's father, leaned in close, and kissed him. "How are my favorite ladies doing?" he asked as he kissed her back. Fake Mom said they were fine. Mouse mumbled something along the same lines, though no one heard because they were too busy kissing. Mouse told her real mom about Fake Mom. She sat down across from her on the edge of the red rag rug and poured them both cups of pretend tea. There, as they drank their tea and nibbled cookies, she told her how she didn't like Fake Mom much, how sometimes Fake Mom made Mouse feel like a stranger in her own home, how being in the same room with Fake Mom gave Mouse a tummy ache. Mouse's real mom told her not to worry. She told her that Mouse was a good girl, and that only good things happened to good girls. "I'll never let anything bad happen to you," her real mom said. Mouse knew how much her father liked Fake Mom. She could see it in the way he looked at her, how happy she made him. It made Mouse feel sick to her stomach, because Fake Mom brought out a kind of happy that Mouse never could, even though they were happy before Fake Mom came. If her father liked having Fake Mom around, she might stay forever. Mouse didn't want that to happen, because Fake Mom made her uncomfortable sometimes, and other times, scared. Now, when Mouse wrote stories in her head, she started making up stories about bad things happening to an imaginary woman named Fake Mom. Sometimes she fell down those squeaky steps and hit her head. Sometimes she got buried in one of the rabbit holes beneath the clumps of fur and hair and couldn't get out. And sometimes she was just gone, and Mouse didn't care how or why. Sadie. That evening, there's a bite to the air. The temperatures are plunging quickly. I pull my car from the parking lot and head home, remembering that Will and Tate are off playing with Legos tonight. The idea of it concerns me, of Will not being around to act as a buffer between Imogen and me. I try not to let it get the best of me as I drive home. I am a big girl. I can take care of this myself. And besides, Will and I are Imogen's guardians. It's our legal obligation to take care of her until she turns 18. If I want to search through her things, it's very much in my right to do so. That said, there are questions I have that I'd like answers to. Namely, who is the man in the photograph that had his face scratched off at Imogen's hand? Is he the same man who wrote the note to Imogen, the one I found in the pocket of her sweatshirt? A Dear John note, I took it to be. His reference to a double life leads me to believe that Imogen was the other woman, that he was married, maybe, and broke her heart. But who is he? I pull into the drive and put the car in park. I look around before I step from the safety of the locked car to be sure that I'm alone. But it's dark out, nearly black. Can I really be sure? I move quickly from the car. I scurry into the safety of my home, where I close and lock the door behind myself. I tug on it twice to be sure it's closed tight. I move into the kitchen. A casserole awaits me on the stovetop when I step inside, a piece of foil folded over the top of it to keep it warm. A post-it note on top. XO, it reads, signed, Will. The dogs are the only ones waiting in the kitchen for me, staring at me with their matching snaggle teeth, begging to be let outside. I open the back door for them. They make a beeline to the corner of the yard to dig. I climb the creaky steps to find Imogen's bedroom door closed, the lock on it undoubtedly turned so that I couldn't get in if I wanted to. Except that when I look, there's a new lock on the door, a whole system, complete with padlock, that slips over the door handle. The door now locks from the outside in. Imogen must have installed this herself to keep me out. Rock bands, the likes of Korn and Drowning Pool, lash out over the Bluetooth speaker, volume turned all the way up so that there's no misinterpreting the song's lyrics. Dead bodies, a recurring theme. The profanity is atrocious, hate spewing through the speakers and into our home. But Tate isn't around to hear it, and so this time I let it be. I go to Otto's door, rap lightly, and call out over the sound of Imogen's noise. I'm home. He opens the door for me. I look at Otto, seeing the way that he looks more and more like Will each day. Now that he's older, the angles of his face are sharp. There is no more baby fat to soften the edges. He's getting taller all the time, finally enjoying that growth spurt that has for so long bypassed him, keeping him small, while the other boys in school grew tall. If not now, then soon he'll rival their height. Otto is handsome, like Will. In no time at all, he'll be making girls swoon. He just doesn't know it yet. How was your day? I ask him, and he shrugs and says, fine, I guess. It's an indecisive reply. I take it as an opportunity. You guess? I ask, wanting more, to know how his day really went, if he's getting along with the other kids at school, if he likes his teachers, if he's making friends. When he says nothing, I prod. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate it? It's silly, one of those things doctors say when they're trying to gauge a patient's pain. Otto shrugs again and tells me his day was a 6, which ranks as moderate, decent, an okay day. Homework? I ask. Some. Need any help? He shakes his head. He can do it himself. As I make my way to Will's and my bedroom to change, I catch sight of a light drifting from beneath the doorway that leads to the third-floor attic. The light in the attic is on, which it never is, because it's where Alice killed herself. I ask the boys never to go up there. I didn't think it was a place any of us needed to be. The boys know that Alice gave us the house. They don't know how she died. They don't know that one day, Alice slipped a noose around her neck, securing the other end of it to the ceiling's support beam, stepping from the stool. What I know as a physician is that, after the noose tightened around her neck and she was suspended, supported only by her jaw and her neck, she would have struggled for air against the weight of her own body. It would have taken minutes for her to lose consciousness. It would have been extremely painful. And even when she finally did lose consciousness, her body would have continued to thrash about, taking much longer for her to die, up to 20 minutes, if not more. Not a pleasant way to go. It's hard for Will to talk about Alice. This I can understand. After my father passed, it was hard for me to talk about him. My memory isn't the best, but what sticks with me most is when I was around 11 years old, when my father and I lived just outside of Chicago, and he worked for a department store in the city. Dad rode the train downtown every day, back then. I was old enough to keep watch over myself by then, a latchkey kid. I went to school and I came home. No one had to tell me to do my homework. I was responsible enough for that. I made and ate my own dinner. I did my dishes. I went to bed at a reasonable time. Most nights, Dad would have a beer or two on the train ride home, stopping at the bar after he'd departed the train, not getting home until after I was asleep. I'd hear him, stumbling around the house, knocking things over, and the next morning there'd be a mess for me to clean. I put myself through college. I lived alone in a single dorm, followed by a small apartment. I tried living with a roommate once. It didn't work for me. The roommate I had was careless and irresponsible, among other things. She was also manipulative, a complete kleptomaniac. She took phone messages for me that I never received. She made a mess of our apartment. She ate my food. She stole money from my wallet, checks from my checkbook. She used my credit card to buy herself things. She denied doing it, of course, but I'd look at my bank statements later and find checks made out to places like hair salons, department stores, cash. When I asked the bank to produce the processed checks for me, I could clearly see that the handwriting on them was not mine. I could have pressed charges. For whatever reason, I chose not to. She wore my clothes without asking. She brought them back wrinkled and dirty, sometimes stained, reeking of cigarette smoke. I'd find them hanging in my closet like that. When I asked her about it, she'd gaze at my filthy clothing and say, "You think I actually wore that ugly shirt of yours?" Because on top of everything else, she was mean. I put a lock on my bedroom door. That didn't stop her. Somehow she still found a way in. I'd come home from a night out to find my door open, my things rifled through. I didn't want to live like that. I offered to move out, to let her keep our place. She was angry to the point of being combative. Something about her scared me. She couldn't afford the unit all on her own, she told me, seething. She got in my face, told me I was crazy, that I was a psychopath. I held my ground. I didn't flinch. I said calmly, "I could say the same about you." In the end, she was the one to leave. That was best, seeing as I'd recently met Will and needed a place where we could hang out. Even after I had my suspicions that she was still letting herself in, going through my things. She'd given me her key back, but that didn't mean she hadn't taken it to the hardware store first and made a copy of it to keep. In time, I had the locks changed. That, I told myself, would have to stop her. If I thought she was still coming in, it was only my paranoia speaking. Still, that wasn't the end of her. Because I saw her some 6 months ago or so, when I passed her on the street, not far from Will's and my home. She looked the same to me, strutting her stuff down Harrison, just as arrogant as she'd always been. I ducked away when I saw her, slipped down another street. It was just after graduation when Will and I met, at the engagement party of a friend. Will and I have different versions of the time we met. What I know is that he came up to me at the party, handsome and gregarious as ever, thrust out a hand and said, "Hey there, I think I've seen you before." What I remember is feeling awkward and insecure that night, the awkwardness abating ever so slightly with the cheesy pickup line.
He hadn't, of course, seen me before. It was a come-on, and it worked. We spent the rest of the night intertwined on the dance floor, my insecurities lessening the more I had to drink. We'd been dating only a couple of months when Will suggested he move into my apartment with me. Why he was single, I didn't know. Why he chose me over all the other beautiful women in the city of Chicago, I also didn't know. But for whatever reason, he insisted he couldn't stand to be away from me. He wanted to be with me all the time. It was a romantic notion. No one had ever made me feel as desired as Will did back then. But it made sense financially, too. I was finishing up my residency and Will his PhD. Only one of us was earning an income, albeit a small one, most of which went to repay med school debt. But still, I didn't mind covering the rent. I liked having Will with me all the time. I could do that for him. Not long after, Will and I got married. Shortly after that, Dad died, taken from this world of his own volition, cirrhosis of the liver. We had Otto, and then, years later, Tate. And now I find myself living in Maine. To say I wasn't completely bowled over when word arrived that Will's sister had left us a home and a child would be a lie. Will always knew about the fibromyalgia, but we learned about the suicide from the executor of the estate. I didn't think any good could come from our moving to Maine, but Will disagreed. The months before had been merciless and unsparing. First, Otto's expulsion, followed immediately by the discovery of Will's affair. It wasn't days after that a patient of mine died on the table. I'd had patients die before, but this one nearly wrecked me. He'd had a pericardiocentesis done, a relatively safe and routine procedure where fluid is aspirated from the sac that surrounds a person's heart. When I looked back at my medical notes, the procedure was well warranted. The patient was suffering from a condition known as cardiac tamponade, where the accumulation of fluid puts excessive pressure on the heart, stopping it from functioning properly. Cardiac tamponade can be lethal unless some of the fluid is drained. I'd done the procedure before, many times. There'd never been a problem. But this time, I didn't do the procedure. Because, according to my colleagues, I walked out of the room just as the patient went into cardiac arrest, forcing a resident to perform the pericardiocentesis without me. The patient on the table was dying, and without the procedure, he would have died. But the procedure was done incorrectly. The needle punctured the patient's heart, so that he died anyhow. They found me later, upstairs on the hospital's rooftop, perched on the edge of the 14-story building, legs dangling over the edge, where some claimed I was about to jump. But I wasn't suicidal. Things were bad, but they weren't that bad. I blamed Otto's expulsion and the affair for it, for wreaking havoc on my emotions and mind. A nervous breakdown, claimed the rumors circulating throughout the hospital. The buzz was that I had had a nervous breakdown in the ER, marched myself up to the 14th floor, prepared to jump. I'd blacked out, is what happened. When all was said and done, I didn't remember any of it. It's a period of my life that's gone. What I remember is examining my patient, and then coming to in a different room, except by then I was the one spread out on a table, hidden beneath a sheet. When I later heard that my patient died at the hands of a less experienced doctor, I cried. I'm not one to cry, but that time I couldn't keep it inside. The triggers of a nervous breakdown were there, a period of stress that hadn't been dealt with, feeling disoriented, worthless, unable to sleep. The next day, the head of the department put me on forced medical leave. He subtly suggested a psych eval. I said thanks, but no thanks. Instead, I chose to resign. I couldn't go back there ever again. When we arrived in Maine, Will and I found the four-square farmhouse in quite a state. The step stool was still in the attic, along with 3 feet of rope, snipped at the end, while the rest remained bound to some sort of exposed support beam that cut across the ceiling. Anything within reach of Alice's thrashing body had been knocked over, implying death hadn't been a breeze. I make my way to the attic door and pull it open. From up above, a light glows. I climb the steps 2 at a time, as beneath my feet, they creak. The attic is an unfinished space, complete with wooden beams, a plank cork flooring, wads of fluffy pink insulation scattered here and there, like clouds. The light comes from a single exposed bulb on the ceiling, which someone, whoever was here, has forgotten to turn off. A string dangles beneath. A chimney wrapped in exposed brick runs through the center of the room, venting outside. There's a window that faces onto the street. It's so dark outside tonight, there's nothing to see. Sheets of paper catch my eye. They're on the floor with a pencil, one I recognize right away as one of Otto's graphite drawing pencils, the ones Will and I got for him, the ones he never lets Tate use. They're expensive, and also Otto's prized possession, though I haven't seen him use them in months. Since all that happened in Chicago with him, he hasn't been drawing. I'm stricken with 2 things. Disappointment, for one, that Otto would disobey me and come into the attic when I said not to. But also relief that Otto is drawing again, the first step, perhaps, in a return to normalcy. Maybe Will is right. Maybe if we give it time, we can find happiness here. I make my way to the sheets of paper. They're on the floor. The window is open an inch, crisp December air coming in, making the paper move. I bend at the knees to retrieve it, expecting to see the big anime eyes of Asa and Ken staring back at me. The characters from Otto's graphic novel, his work in progress. The barbed lines of hair, the sad, disproportionate eyes. The pencil, sitting inches from the paper, is cracked in half. The end of it is worn down and blunt, which isn't like Otto. He's always taken such great care of these pencils. I reach for that, too, and stand upright, before looking at the image before me. When I do, I gasp, a hand going involuntarily to my mouth. It's not Asa and Ken I see. Instead, angry, incomplete lines that stop and go. Something dismembered on the page. A body, I assume. A round object at the end of the sheet that I take for a head. The long, limb-like shapes for arms and legs. At the top of the drawing are stars, a crescent-shaped moon. Night. There's another figure on the page, a woman, by the looks of it, from the long, scraggly hair, the lines that jut out of her circular head. In her hand, she holds something with a keen edge that drips with something else. Blood, I can only assume, though the drawing is in black and white, no telling red. The eyes of this figure are mad, while the decapitated head nearby cries, big shaded blobs of tears that tear a hole in the page. I suck in my breath and hold it there. A pain settles in my chest. My arms and legs go momentarily numb. The same image is replicated on all 3 sheets of paper. There's nothing different about them, nothing that I can see. The drawings are Otto's, I tell myself at first, because Otto is the artist in the family, the only one of us who draws. But this is far too primitive, far too rudimentary to be Otto's. Otto can draw much better than this. But Tate is a happy boy, an obedient boy. He wouldn't have come into the attic if I told him not to. And besides, Tate doesn't draw such violent, murderous images. He could never visualize such things, much less depict them on paper. Tate doesn't know what murder is. He doesn't know that people die. I go back to Otto. These drawings belong to Otto. Unless, I think, drawing in a deep breath and holding it there, they belong to Imogen? Because Imogen is an angry girl. Imogen knows what murder is. She knows that people die. She's seen it with her own eyes. But what would she be doing with Otto's pencils and paper? I close the window and turn my back to it. There's a vintage dollhouse on the opposite wall. It catches my eye. I first found it the same day we arrived, thinking it might have belonged to Imogen when she was a child. It's a charming green cottage with 4 rooms, an expansive attic, a slender staircase running up the center of it. The details of it are impeccable. Miniature window boxes and curtains, tiny lamps and chandeliers, bedding, a parlor table, even a green doghouse to match the home, complete with a miniature dog. That first day, I dusted the house out of respect for Alice, laid the family in their beds to sleep, until there might be grandchildren to play with it. It wasn't the type of thing Tate would use. I go to it now, certain I'll find the family fast asleep where I left them. Except that I don't, because someone has been up here in the attic, coloring pictures, opening windows, meddling with things. Because things in the dollhouse are not how I put them. Inside the dollhouse, I see that the little girl has risen from bed. She no longer lies in the second-floor bedroom's canopy bed, but is on the floor of the room. The father is no longer in his bed either. He's disappeared. I glance around, finding him nowhere. Only the mother is there, sleeping soundly in the sleigh bed on the first floor. At the foot of the bed lies a miniature knife, no bigger than the pad of a thumb. There's a box beside the dollhouse, chock full of accessories. The lid of it is closed, but the latch is unfastened. I open it up and have a look, searching inside the box for the father, but finding him nowhere. I give up my search. I pull the string, and the attic goes black. As I travel down the steps with a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach, it dawns on me. The house is quiet. Imogen has turned her offensive music off. When I reach the second-story landing, I see her standing in her doorway, backlit by the bedroom light. Her eyes are accusatory. She doesn't ask, and yet I read it in her expression. She wants to know what I was doing in the attic. There was a light on, I explain, waiting a beat before I ask, "Was it you? Were you up there, Imogen?" She snorts. "You're an idiot if you think I'd ever go back up there," she says. I mull that over. She could be lying. Imogen strikes me as a masterful liar. She leans against the doorframe, crosses her arms. "Do you know, Sadie," she says, looking pleased with herself, and I realize that she's never called me by name before. What a person looks like when they die? Suffice to say, I do. I've seen plenty of fatalities in my life. But the question on Imogen's tongue leaves me at a loss for words. Imogen doesn't want an answer. It's for shock value. She's trying to intimidate me. She goes on to describe in disturbing detail the way Alice looked the day she found her, hanging in the attic from a rope. Imogen had been at school that day. She took the ferry home as usual, came into a quiet house to discover what Alice had done. There were claw marks on her neck, she says, raking her own violet fingernails down her pale neckline. Her fucking tongue was purple. It got stuck, hanging out of her mouth, clamped between her teeth, like this, she says, as she sticks her own tongue out at me and bites down, hard. I've seen victims of strangulation before. I know how the capillaries on the face break, how the eyes become bloodshot from the accumulation of blood behind them. As an emergency medicine physician, I've been trained to look for this in victims of domestic violence, for signs of strangulation. But I imagine that, for a 16-year-old girl, seeing your mother in this state would be traumatizing. She nearly bit the fucking thing off, Imogen says about Alice's tongue. She begins to laugh then, this ill-timed, uncontrollable laugh that gets to me. Imogen stands 3 feet away, devoid of emotion, other than this unseemly, gleeful display. "Wanna see?" she asks, though I don't know what she means by this. "See what?" I ask carefully, and she says, "What she did with her tongue?" I don't want to see.
but she shows me anyway. A photograph of her dead mother. It's there on her cell phone. She forces the phone into my hands. The color drains from my face. Before the police arrived that dreadful day, Imogen had the audacity to take a picture on her phone. Alice, dressed in a pale pink tunic sweater and leggings, hangs from a noose. Her head is tilted, the rope boring into her neck. Her body is limp, arms at her sides, legs unbending. Storage boxes surround her, ones that were once piled 2 or 3 high, but now lie on their sides, contents falling out. A lamp is on the ground, colored glass scattered at random. A telescope, once used to stare at the sky out through the attic window, perhaps, is also on its side. Everything, presumably, knocked violently over as Alice died. The step stool she used to climb up into the gallows stands 4 feet away, upright. I think of what Alice must have gone through as she climbed the 3 steps to her death, as she slipped her head into the knot. The ceilings of the attic are not high. Alice would have had to measure the rope in advance to be certain that when she stepped off the stool, her feet would not touch the ground. She dropped by only a couple of inches at best. The fall was small. Her neck wouldn't have broken from the height, which means that death was painful and slow. The evidence of that is there, in the picture. The broken lamp, the claw marks, the nearly severed tongue. "Why'd you take this?" I ask, trying to remain calm. I don't want to give her what she wants. She shrugs her shoulders, asks with a blatant disregard for her mother's life, "Why the hell not?" I hide my shock as Imogen takes the phone and turns slowly from me. She goes back into her room, leaving me shaken. I pray that Otto, in his own room just next door, has his earbuds in. I pray that he didn't hear that awful exchange. I retreat to the bedroom, where I change into my pajamas and stand at the window, waiting for Will to come home. I stare into the home next door. There's a light on inside, the very same light that goes on at 7 and off near midnight each night. No one lives in that home this time of year, and I think of it, empty on the inside, for months on end. What's to keep a person from letting themselves inside? When a car pulls into the drive, I can't help but watch. The inside of the car becomes flooded with light as the door opens. Tate and his friend are buckled in the back seat, Will in the front, beside a woman who is most definitely not a toothless hag, but rather a shadowy brunette whom I can't fully see. Tate is bubbly, bouncy when they step inside the house. He runs up the stairs to greet me. He proudly announces, "You came to see me at school today," as he bursts through the bedroom door in his Star Wars hoodie and a pair of knit pants. These pants, like all the others, are too short for him, exposing ankles. Will and I can't keep up. There's a hole in the toe of his sock. Will, half a step behind him, turns to me and asks, "You did?" But I shake my head at Will. "I didn't," I say, not knowing what Tate means by this. My eyes go to Tate's, and I say, "I was at work today, Tate. I wasn't at your school." "Yes, you were," he says, on the verge of getting upset. I play along, only to appease him. "Well, what was I doing?" I ask him. "What did I say?" "You didn't say anything," he says, and I ask, "Don't you think if I was at your school today, I would have said something to you?" Tate explains that I stood on the other side of the playground fence, watching the kids at recess. I asked what I had on, and he tells me my black coat and my black hat, which is exactly what I would be wearing. It's what he's used to seeing me in, but there's hardly a woman in town who doesn't wear a black coat and hat. "I think maybe that was someone else's mommy, Tate," I say, but he just stares, saying nothing. I find the idea of any woman standing on the periphery of the playground watching kids play a bit unnerving. I wonder how secure the school is, especially when the kids are at recess. How many teachers are on recess duty? Is the fence locked, Or can anyone open the gate and step right in? The school seems easy enough to contain when the kids are indoors, but outdoors is a different matter. Will ruffles his hair, says to him, "I think it's about time we get that vision of yours checked." I reroute the conversation. "What's this you've got?" I ask. In his hands, Tate proudly totes a mini figure he assembled himself at the library event. He shows it to me before climbing onto the bed to kiss me goodnight at Will's request. Will ushers him to his own bedroom, where he reads Tate a story and tucks him into bed, snug as a bug in a rug. On the way back to our bedroom, Will stops by Otto's and Imogen's bedrooms to say goodnight. "You didn't eat the casserole," Will says seconds later, after he returns to our bedroom. He's concerned, and I tell him I wasn't hungry. "You feeling okay?" he asks, running a warm hand the length of my hair, and I shake my head and tell him no. I think what it would feel like to lean into him, to let his strong arms envelop me, to be vulnerable for once, to fall to pieces before him and let him pick them up. "How safe is Tate's elementary school?" I ask instead. He assures me it's safe. "It was probably just some mother dropping off a forgotten lunch," he says. "It's not like Tate is the most observant kid, Sadie. I'm the only dad at school pickup, and still, every day he has trouble finding me in the crowd." "You're sure?" I ask, trying not to let my imagination get the best of me. Besides, there's something less disconcerting about it because she was a woman. If she had been a man, watching kids play on a playground, I would already be perusing the internet by now, trying to determine how many registered sex offenders live on the island with us. He tells me, "I'm sure." I slide the drawings I found in the attic to him. He takes a look at them and believes right away that they're Otto's. Unlike me, Will seems sure. "Why not Imogen?" I ask, wishing they could belong to Imogen. "Because Otto," he tells me unquestioningly, "is our artist. Remember Occam's razor?" he says, reminding me of the belief that states the easiest explanation is most often right. "But why?" I ask, meaning why would Otto draw like this? At first, he denies the gravity of the situation, saying, "It's a form of self-expression, Sadie. This is natural for a child in pain." But that alone is disconcerting, because it's not natural for a child to be in pain. "You think he's being bullied?" I ask. But Will only shrugs his shoulders and says he doesn't know. But he'll call the school in the morning. He'll find out. "We need to talk to Otto about this," I tell him. But Will says, "Let me do some investigating first. The more we know, the better prepared we'll be." I say okay. I trust his instinct. I tell him, "I think it would be good for Imogen to speak with someone." "What do you mean?" he asks, taken aback, though I'm not sure why. Will isn't averse to therapy, though she is his niece by blood, not mine. This is for him to decide. "Like a psychiatrist?" he asks. I tell him yes. She's getting worse. She must be harboring so much inside of her. Anger, grief. I think it would be good for her to speak with someone, I say, telling him about our conversation this evening, though I don't tell him what I saw on Imogen's phone. He doesn't need to know I saw a picture of his dead sister. I say only that Imogen described for me in detail what Alice looked like when she found her. "Sounds to me like she's opening up to you, Sadie," he says. But I have a hard time believing it. I tell him therapy would be better, with someone trained to deal with suicide survivors. Not me. "Will?" I ask, my mind going elsewhere, to a thought I had earlier tonight as I stared out the window toward the home next door. "What?" he asks. "The vacant house next door. Do you think the police searched it when they were canvassing the neighborhood?" The look he gives me is confused. "I don't know," he says. "Why do you ask?" "Just seems an empty home would be an easy place for a killer to hide." "Sadie," he says, in a way that's both patronizing and reassuring at the same time, "I'm sure there isn't a killer living next door to us."
How can you be so sure? I ask. We'd know, wouldn't we? Something would look off. Lights on, windows broken. We'd hear something. But that house hasn't changed in all the time we've been here. I let myself believe him, because it's the only way I'll ever be able to sleep tonight. Camille. There were nights I went to Will's condo that I stood alone in the street, watching from outside. But Will and Sadie lived up too high. It was hard to see inside from the street. And so one night, I helped myself to the fire escape. I dressed in all black, scrambled up 6 flights like a cat burglar in the night. On the 6th floor, I sat on the steel platform, just outside his kitchen window. I looked in, but it was dark inside their home, the dead of night, hard to see much of anything. And so I sat a while, wishing Will would wake up, that he would come to me. I lit up a smoke while I waited. I flicked the lighter a while, watched the flame burst from the end of the wick. I dragged my finger through the flame, wanting it to hurt, but it didn't hurt. I just wanted to feel something, anything, pain. All I felt was empty inside. I let the flame burn for a while. I let the lighter get all heated up. I pressed it to my palm and held it there before drawing it away, smiling at my handiwork. An angry round burn on the palm of my hand smiled back at me. I got to my feet. I wiggled my sleeping legs to get the blood back to flowing. Pins and needles stabbed at me. The city around me was bedazzling. There were lights everywhere. In the distance, streets buzzed, buildings gleamed. I stayed there all night. Will never came for me. Because our life together wasn't always sunshine and rainbows. We had good days, we had bad. There were days when we were a match made in heaven. There were days we were incompatible, completely out of sync. Our time spent together, no matter how good or bad it may have been, came with the realization that he would never know me as he knew Sadie. Because what the other woman gets is another woman's table scraps, never the full meal. Moments with Will were hidden, rushed. I learned to steal my time wisely with Will, to make moments happen. I went to him in his classroom once, let myself inside the room when it was empty, took him by surprise. He was standing at his desk when I came in. I closed and locked the door behind myself, went to him. I hitched my dress up to my waistline, shimmied onto his desk, parted my legs, let him see for himself that I had nothing on underneath. Will stared down there a moment too long, eyes wide, mouth agape. "You can't be serious," Will said. "You want to do this here?" he asked. "Of course I do," I told him. "Right here?" he asked again, bearing down on the desk to be sure it could hold the both of us. "Is that a problem, Professor?" I asked, spreading my legs wider. There was a twinkle to his eye. He grinned like the Cheshire Cat. "No," he said to me. "It's not a problem." I bounded from the desktop when we were through, let the dress fall back down my thighs, said my goodbyes. I tried not to think about where he would go from there. It's not easy being the other woman. The only thing there is for us is disdain, never sympathy. No one feels sorry for us. Instead, they judge. We're written off as selfish, scheming, shrewd, when all we're guilty of is falling in love. People forget we're human, that we have feelings too. Sometimes when Will pressed his lips to mine, it was magnetic and electric, a current that charged through both of us. His kiss was often impassioned, fiery, but sometimes not. Sometimes it was cold, and I would think that was it, the end of our affair. I was wrong, because that's the way it is with relationships sometimes. They ebb and they flow. One day I found myself speaking to a shrink about it. I was sitting on a swivel chair. The room I was in was tall, with floor-to-ceiling windows. Heavy gray drapes bordered the windows, stretched from ceiling to floor. There was a vase of flowers on a coffee table between us, oversized like everything else in the room. Next to the vase were 2 glasses of water, one for her and one for me. My eyes circled the room, went searching for a clock. Instead, they found shelves of books on mental illness, emotional intelligence, mind games, graduate school diplomas. "Tell me," the shrink said, "what's been happening?" That was where the conversation began. I shifted in the chair, adjusted my shirt. I cleared my throat, fought for my voice. "Everything all right?" the shrink asked, watching as I shifted in the chair, as if getting comfortable in my own skin. I told her everything was all right. I wasn't shy. I never am. I kicked my feet up on an ottoman, told the woman before me, "I've been sleeping with a married man." She was heavier set, one of those women who carry the weight in their face. There was no change in expression, other than a slight lift to the left eyebrow. Her brows were thick, heavy. Her lips parted. "Oh?" she asked, showing no emotion at what I'd said. "Tell me about him. How did you meet?" I told her everything there was to tell about Will. I smiled as I did, reliving each moment one at a time. The day we met beneath the tracks, his hand on my wrist, saving my life. Coffee in the coffee shop, us leaned up against a building, Will's voice in my ear, his hand on my thigh. But then my mood turned sour. I reached for a tissue, blotted my eyes. I went on, telling her how hard it was being that other woman, how lonely, how I didn't have the promise of daily contact, no check-in phone calls, no late-night confessions as we drifted to sleep. There was no one to talk to about my feelings. Alone, I tried not to ruminate on it, but there are only so many times you can be called by another woman's name and not get a complex. She encouraged me to end the affair. "But he says he loves me," I told her. "A man who is willing to cheat on his wife," she said, "will often make promises to you that he can't keep. When he tells you he loves you, it's a form of entrapment. Cheating spouses are masters at manipulation," she said. "He may tell you things to keep you from ending the affair. He has both a wife and a lover on the side. He has no incentive to change." It wasn't her intent, but I found relief in that. Will had no reason to leave me. Will would never leave me. Sadie. I lay there half asleep, shaken from a dream. In the dream, I was lying in a bed that wasn't mine, staring up at a ceiling that was also not mine. The ceiling above me was a tray ceiling, with a fan that dropped from the center of it. The blades of the fan were shaped like palm leaves. I'd never seen it before. The bed sagged in the middle, so that there was a trench my body slipped easily into, making it hard to move. I lay in the strange bed, trapped in the crevasse. It happened so fast, there wasn't time to wonder where I was, to worry about it, only to realize that I was not in my own bed. I reached a hand across either side of it, feeling for Will, but the bed was empty, other than me. My own body was cocooned in a blanket beneath the quilt, and I lay there, watching the inert fan above me, illuminated only by a streak of moonlight that came through the window. It was hot in the bed. I wished that the fan would move, that it would send a rush of air to my body to cool me off. And then suddenly I was no longer in the bed. I was standing beside it, watching myself sleep. The room around me became distorted. The colors began to fade. All at once, everything was monochrome. The walls of the room warped to odd shapes, trapezoids and parallelograms. It was no longer square. I felt a headache coming on. In my dream, I forced my eyes closed to stop the room from changing shapes. When I opened them again, I was in my own bed, with an image of Morgan Baines in my mind. I'd been dreaming about her. I can't remember the details of it, but I know for certain that she was there. Before he left the bedroom a while ago, Will kissed me.
He offered to drive the boys to school so that I could sleep in.
"You had trouble sleeping last night,"
he said, and I wasn't sure if it was a question or a statement. I didn't have trouble sleeping per se, but my dreams were so vivid I must have tossed and turned in my sleep. Will kissed me on the head. He wished me a good day, and he left. Downstairs now, I hear the rustle of breakfast being served, of backpacks being packed. The front door opens, and they're gone. Only then do I sit upright in bed. As I do, I see my nightgown lying at the end of it, no longer on me. I rise to my feet, the covers sliding from my body. I discover that I'm naked. The realization of it startles me. My hand goes inadvertently to my chest. I'm not averse to sleeping nude. It was the way Will and I often slept before the boys started toddling into our room when they were young. But it's not something I've often done since. The idea of sleeping naked when there are kids in my home embarrasses me. What if Otto had seen me like this? Or worse yet, Imogen? The thought of Imogen suddenly gives me pause, because I heard Will and the boys leave. But I never heard Imogen leave. I tell myself that Will wouldn't leave before she did. He would have made sure she was gone first, headed to school. Imogen doesn't always make her comings and goings known, which tells me now that she's not here, that she slipped out quietly, long before Will and the boys did. There's dried sweat beneath my arms and between my legs, a result of the inequitable heat in the old home. I remember how hot I was in my dream. I must have whipped off the nightgown unconsciously. I find clothes in the dresser drawer, running tights and a long-sleeved shirt that I slip on. As I do, another thought comes to me, about Imogen. What if, like me, Will only assumed she'd gone to school, because of her tendency to slip in and out unnoticed? My fear of Imogen colors my judgment, and I find myself wondering, is she still home? Are Imogen and I the only ones here? I cautiously leave the bedroom. Imogen's door is closed, the padlock on the new locking mechanism securely fastened, which tells me she's not there in her room, because she couldn't lock it if she was inside. The purpose of the lock? To keep me out. It seems like an innocuous enough thing, but at second glance, I wonder if it would as easily lock someone in as lock someone out. I call out to Imogen as I make my way down the steps, just to be sure. Downstairs, her shoes and her backpack are gone, as is her jacket. Will has left breakfast for me on the counter, and an empty mug for coffee. I fill the coffee mug and take it and my crepes to the table to eat. Only there do I see that Will has left his book behind, the true crime novel. He's finished it, I assume, and left it for me to read. I reach for the book and slide it toward myself. But it isn't the book that I'm thinking about. Not really. It's the photograph inside, that of his former fiancée. I take the book into my hands, take a deep breath, and leaf through the pages, expecting Aaron's photo to fall out. When it doesn't, I leaf through again, a second and a third time. I set the book down. I look up and sigh. Will has taken the photograph. He's taken the photograph and left the book for me. Where has Will put the photograph? I can't ask Will. To bring Aaron up again would be in poor taste. I can't possibly nag him over and over again about his dead fiancée. She was long gone before I arrived. But the fact that he hangs on to her photograph after all these years is hard to stomach. Will grew up on the Atlantic coast, not far from where we now live. He transferred colleges during his sophomore and junior years, leaving the East Coast for a school in Chicago. Between Aaron's death and his stepfather's, Will told me he couldn't stand to stay out east anymore. He had to leave. Shortly after he did, his mother married for the third time, far too soon, in Will's opinion. She's the kind of woman who can't ever be alone, and moved south. His brother joined the Peace Corps and now lives in Cameroon. Then Alice died. Will doesn't have family on the East Coast anymore. Erin and Will were high school sweethearts. He never used that term when he told me about her, because it was too sentimental, too endearing. But they were high school sweethearts. Erin was 19 when she died. He'd just turned 20. They'd been together since they were 15 and 16. The way Will tells it, Erin, home from college for Christmas break, Will went to community college those first 2 years, had been missing overnight by the time her body was found. She was supposed to pick him up at 6 for dinner, but she never showed. By 6:30, Will was getting worried. Near 7, he called her parents, her friends, in quick succession. No one knew where she was. Around 8 o'clock, Erin's parents made a call to the police, but Erin had only been gone 2 hours at that point, and the police weren't quick to issue a search. It was winter. It had snowed and the roads were slick. Accidents were plenty. The police had their work cut out for them that night. In the meantime, the police suggested Will and her parents keep calling around, checking out any place Erin was liable to be, which was ridiculous since a winter weather warning had been issued, urging drivers to stay off the roads that night. The route Erin often took to Will's was hilly and meandering, covered in a thin layer of ice and snow that wrapped around a large pond. It was off the beaten path, a scenic route best avoided when the weather took a turn for the worse, as it had that night. But Erin was always foolhardy, not the type, according to Will, that you could tell what to do. At just 32 degrees, the pond where they later found her hadn't had a chance to freeze through. It couldn't bear the weight of the car when Erin hit a patch of ice and went soaring off the road. That night, Will looked everywhere for Erin: the gym, the library, the studio where she danced. He drove every route he could possibly think of to get from Erin's house to his. But it was dark out, and the pond was only a black abyss. It wasn't until early morning that a jogger spied the car's fender, sticking out of the ice and snow. Erin's parents were notified first. By the time Will heard the news, more than 12 hours had passed since she hadn't shown up for their date. Her parents were devastated, as was a little sister, only 9 years old when she died. As was Will. I pushed the book away from me. I don't have the stomach to read it, because I can't see the book without thinking of the photo that was once tucked inside. Where is he keeping Erin's photograph, I wonder? But at the same time comes another thought. Why do I care? Will married me. We have children together. He loves me. I leave my breakfast dishes where they are. I step from the kitchen, slip into a windproof jacket that hangs from a hallway hook. I need to go for a run, to blow off steam. I head out onto the street. The skies this morning are gray, the ground moist from an early rainfall that's drifted somewhere out to sea. I see the rain in the distance. Streaks of it hover beneath the base of the clouds. The world looks hopeless and bleak. By the end of the day, forecasters predict the rain will turn to snow. I jog down the street. It's a rare day off work. What I have in mind for it is a jog, followed by a quiet morning alone. Otto and Tate have gone to school, Will to work. Will has no doubt caught the ferry by now, getting shuttled to the mainland. There he'll catch a bus to campus, where he'll rivet 19-year-olds about alternative energy sources and bioremediation for half the day, before gathering Tate from school and coming home. I jog down the hill. I take the street that follows the perimeter of the island, moving past oceanfront properties. They're not lavish, not by any means. Rather, they're well-worn, lived in for generations, easily 100 years old. Breezy cottages, rough around the edges, hidden amid the ample trees. It's a 5-mile loop around the island. The landscape isn't manicured. It's far more rural than that, with long stretches of backwoods and public beaches that are not only rugged and seaweed-swept, but eerily vacant this time of year. I run fast. I have so much on my mind. I find myself thinking about Imogen, about Erin, about Jeffrey Baines and his ex-wife,
hiding in the church's sanctuary. What were they talking about, I wonder? And where is Aaron's photograph? Has Will hidden it from me? Or is he using it as a bookmark in his next novel? Is it something as auspicious as that? I pass cliffs that inhabit the east side of the island. They're precarious and steep, jutting out and over the Atlantic. I try not to think about Aaron. As I watch, the ocean's waves come crashing furiously into the rocks. All at once, a flock of migrating birds moves past me in a deranged mass as they do this time of year. The sudden movement of them startles me, and I scream. Dozens, if not hundreds, of black birds pulsate as if one, and then flee. The ocean is tempestuous this morning. The wind blows across it, sending the waves crashing to shore. Angry whitecaps assail the rocky shoreline, throwing upward a 10 or 20-foot spray. I imagine the waters this time of year are icy, the depth of the ocean deep. I pause in my run to stretch. I reach down to touch my toes, loosening my hamstrings. The world around me is so quiet, it's unsettling. The only sound I hear is that of the wind slipping around me, whispering into my ear. All at once, I'm startled by words that get carried to me on the jet stream. I hate you. You're a loser. Die, die, die. I jolt upright, scanning the horizon for the source of the noise. But I see nothing. No one. And yet, I can't shake the idea that someone is out there, that someone is watching me. A chill goes dashing up my spine. My hands start to shake. I call out a feeble, "Hello?" But no one replies. I look around, see nothing in the distance, no one hiding behind the corners of homes or the trunks of trees. The beach is without people, the windows and doors of the homes shut tight, as they should be on a day like this. It's my imagination only. No one is here. No one is speaking to me. What I hear is the rustle of the wind. My mind has mistaken the wind for words. I continue on my run. By the time I reach the fringes of town, a quintessential small town with the Methodist church, an inn, a post office, and a handful of places to eat, including a seasonal ice cream shop, boarded up with panels of plywood this time of year. It's begun to rain. What starts as a drizzle soon comes down in sheets. I run as fast as my legs will carry me, ducking into a cafe to wait the storm out. I swing open the door and scurry in, dripping wet. I've never been here before. This cafe is rustic and provincial, the kind of place where old men spend the day, drinking coffee, grumbling about local politics and weather. The cafe door doesn't have a chance to close before I overhear a woman ask, "Did anyone go to the memorial service for Morgan?" This woman sits on a wobbly, broken-spindled chair in the center of the restaurant, eating from a plate of bacon and eggs. "Poor Jeffrey," she says, shaking her head mournfully. "He must be devastated." She reaches for a carton of creamer and douses her coffee with it. "It's all so awful," another woman replies. They sit, a troupe of middle-aged women, at a long laminated table beside the window of the restaurant. "So unspeakable," the same woman says. I tell the hostess I need a table for one, by the window. A waitress stops by and asks what she can get for me, and I tell her coffee, please. The ladies at the table go on. I listen. "I heard them talking about it on the news this morning," someone says. "What did they say?" another asks. "Police have been speaking to a person of interest." Jeffrey, I tell myself, is the person of interest. "I heard she got stabbed," I overhear just then, and my stomach lurches at the word. My hand falls to my own abdomen, thinking what it would feel like when the knife punctured the skin, when it slipped inside her organs. The next voice is incredulous. "How do they know that?" the woman asks, slamming her mug too hard to the table, and the ladies leap, including me. "Police haven't released any information yet." The first voice again. Well, now they have. That's what the coroner said. The coroner said she was stabbed. 5 times, they said on the news. Once in the chest, twice in the back, and the face. The face? Someone asks, aghast. My hand rises up to my cheek, feeling the insubstantiality of it. The thin skin, the hard bones. Nowhere for the blade of the knife to go. How awful! The women wonder aloud what it would feel like to be stabbed, if Morgan felt the pain straight away, or not until the first signs of blood. Or maybe it happened so fast, a woman guesses, the repeated thrust in and out of her, that she didn't have time to feel a thing, because she was already dead. What I know as a physician is that if the weapon hit a major artery on the way in, Morgan Baines would have passed mercifully quick. But if it didn't, though she may have been incapacitated, death by exsanguination, bleeding out, would have taken longer. And, once the shock of it wore off, it would have been painful. For her sake, I hope Morgan's assailant hit a major artery. I hope it was quick. There were no signs of forced entry, no broken windows, no busted door. Maybe Morgan opened the door for him. Maybe she never locked it in the first place, someone chirps. Maybe she was expecting him, she says. And a discussion follows about how most murder victims know their assailant. Someone quotes a statistic saying how random crime is relatively rare. Getting stabbed in the face, that sounds personal to me. My mind goes to the ex, Courtney. Courtney had reason to want Morgan dead. I think of her proclamation, "I'm not sorry for what I did." What did she mean by that? The killer must have known Jeffrey was gone, one of the ladies speculates. Jeffrey travels often. From what I hear, he's almost always gone. If it isn't Tokyo, then it's Frankfurt or Toronto. Maybe Morgan was seeing someone else. Maybe she had a boyfriend. The incredulous voice returns just then. It's all hearsay, all rumor, she says, admonishing the other women for gossiping this way about a dead woman. Someone quickly contradicts. Pamela, the woman says, tone antagonistic. It's not hearsay. It was on the news. They said on the news that Morgan had a boyfriend? Pamela asks. Well, no, not that. But they said that she was stabbed. I wonder if Will knows any of this. A knife, they said. And I find this omniscient they starting to wear on my nerves. Who is they? That's what they said was the murder weapon. Can you imagine? The woman asks, as she latches down on the handle of a butter knife and hoists it indecorously over her head, makes believe she's stabbing the woman next to her with the blunt edge of the knife. The ladies admonish her. Jackie, they say, stop it. What in the world's gotten into you? A woman was killed. That's what they say, the woman named Jackie continues. Just stating the facts, ladies. According to coroner reports, it was a boning knife by the shape and length of the wound, narrow and curved, about 6 inches long, though that's just speculation because Morgan's killer didn't leave it behind. He took it with him and probably tossed it out to sea. Sitting there in the cafe, I imagine the angry, tempestuous waves I saw on my run. I think of all the people who ride the ferry to and from the mainland, day after day after day, sitting at the top of it with over 3 miles of seawater with which to dispose of a murder weapon. So much latitude, so much leeway. Everyone's so wrapped up in themselves, not paying attention to what others around them are doing. The current of the Atlantic sweeps upward along the coast and toward Nova Scotia. From there, it's Europe-bound. There's little chance a knife would wash ashore on the coast of Maine if the killer tossed it out to sea. I leave my coffee where it is when I go. I didn't drink a drop of it. Camille. I've always hated the ocean. But somehow I convinced myself to follow him there, because wherever Will was where I wanted to be. I found a place to stay, an empty house near his. The house was teensy, tiny, pathetic, with sheets that hung from furniture, making everything ghost-like. I walked through the inside of the house, looked everything over. I sat on their chairs. I lay on the beds, just like Goldilocks. One was too big, too small, but one was just right. I opened and closed dresser drawers, saw nearly nothing inside, forgotten things only, like socks, dental floss, toothpicks. I turned the faucets. Nothing came out. The pipes were empty. The toilet was, too. The cupboards, the refrigerator, were nearly bare. The only thing there was a box of baking soda. The house was cold. In that house, my existential crises were frequent. I found myself stuck inside, killing time, wondering why. I was trapped in darkness, feeling like I didn't exist, feeling like I shouldn't exist. I thought that maybe I'd be better off dead. I thought about ways to end my life. It wouldn't be the first time. I'd tried before, would have done it too, if I hadn't been interrupted. It's only a matter of time until I try again. Some nights I left that house, stood in the street, watching Will through the window of his own home. Most nights the porch light was on, a beacon for Sadie when she wasn't there. It pissed me off. He loved Sadie more than he loved me. I hated Sadie for it. I screamed at her. I wanted to kill her. I wanted her dead. But it wasn't as easy as that. As I stood in the street, I watched smoke come gushing from the chimney and into the night, gray against the navy sky. There were lamps on inside the home. A yellow glow filled the window, where the curtains were parted in a perfect V. Everything about it read like a damn greeting card. One night, I stood watching through that window. For a second, I closed my eyes. I imagined myself on the other side of it, with him. In my mind, I grappled with his sweater. He tugged at my hair. He pressed his mouth to mine. It was wild and fierce. He bit my lip. I tasted blood. But then the rev of a car engine roused me. I opened my eyes, saw the car come chugging up the street, the little engine that could. I stepped out of the way, dropped down into the ditch where the driver wouldn't see me lurking in the shadows. The car passed slowly by. Puffs of smoke sputtered from the back end of it. I think I can. I think I can. I watched as Will knelt in the room inside his house. He wore a sweater that night, gray, the kind with a half zip. He wore jeans. He wore shoes. He was playing with his kid, the little one, on their knees in the middle of the room. The stupid kid. He was smiling. He was happy as a damn clam. He took the kid by the hand. Together they rose from the floor, went to the window. They stood, looking out into the night. I could see them, but they couldn't see me. I could see everything on the inside because of how dark it was outside. The fire in the fireplace, the vase on the mantel, the painting on the wall. They were waiting for Sadie to come home. I told myself he wasn't trying to ditch me when he came to this island. He had no choice but to go. Just like a larva has no choice but to turn into a flea. Just then, another car came passing by. But this time, I didn't move. I tried not to be a nuisance, but some days I couldn't help myself. I left messages on Sadie's car window. I sat on the hood of her car, chain-smoked my way through a pack of cigarettes, before some old hag tried to tell me I couldn't smoke there, that I had to smoke somewhere else. I didn't like being told what to do. I told her, this is a free country. I can smoke wherever the hell I want. I called her things. A biddy, an old bag. She threatened to tell on me. I let myself into their home one day when no one was there. Getting inside was easy.
If you watch anyone long enough, you know. The passwords, the pins, they're all the same. And they're all there in the paperwork that gets tossed in the trash. Someone's birth date, the last 4 digits of a social security number on a tax form, a pay stub. I hid out of sight, watched Will's car as it pulled away, before I went to the garage keypad, plugged some code in. I got it on the 3rd try. From there, the door to the house unlocked. I turned the knob, let myself in. The dogs didn't bark when I stepped inside. Some guard dogs they are. They scurried over, sniffed my hand. They licked me. I petted their heads, told them to go lie down, and they did. I stepped out of my shoes, made my way around the kitchen first, tinkering with things, touching things. I was hungry. I opened the refrigerator door, found something inside, sat at the table to eat. I pretended this was my home. I kicked my feet up on another chair, reached for a days-old newspaper. I sat a while, reading obsolete headlines as I ate. I glanced across the table, imagined Will eating with me, imagined I wasn't alone. "How was your day?" I asked Will, but before he could reply, the phone rang. The sound of it was unexpected. I startled, bounding from my chair to answer the phone, feeling aggrieved that someone would call in the middle of Will's and my dinner together. I lifted the receiver from the cradle, pressed it to my ear. "Hello?" I asked. It was an old rotary phone, the kind no one in the world still used. "Is this Mrs. Faust?" he asked. The voice belonged to a man. He was chipper. I didn't miss a beat. "This is she," I said, leaning my back against the countertop, grinning. "This is Sadie Faust," I said. He was from the cable company, calling to see if Will and I wanted to upgrade our cable package. His voice was persuasive, friendly. He asked questions.